Ratsu already covered this video, I know, however, I had a few points I wanted to make about it, not the least of which being that a group I'm a part of was insulted.
Men aren't approaching them anymore. They turn their hair green to work in these industries because they have nothing else to do.
Yes, the calling out of my fellow green-haired individuals was enough to get me to cover this video. But to be serious, my main dislike for the video in question comes from the fact that it lacks any sort of structure. AnnaWaifu is supposed to be talking about video games and how feminism is ruining them. I mean, that's the title of her video, and it's the text in her thumbnail, which also features Lara Croft for some reason, even though Anna says she has absolutely no problem with Lara Croft.
And this is not to say characters like Lara Croft are bad, because she still looks like a woman and she isn't overpowered.
I should note, by the way, that I find this notion that something as broad as gaming could be ruined rather nonsensical upon any inspection. Given that, the year before this video came out, nearly 14,000 games were added to Steam alone. Can anything ruin all of them? Or at the very least, enough of them for the entire concept of gaming to be ruined alongside it? I mean, for fuck's sake, the gaming industry survived a literal crash in the 1980s, so it's not as if the idea of it bouncing back from massive internal problems is entirely unheard of. But okay, the video is promoted as one which argues that feminism is ruining gaming. That is the thesis that Anna is trying to push. And instead, it almost immediately devolves into this rant about how women today are bad or something.
The same women who want men to pay for all their bills want them to pay for their car and their debt in college and won't even cook and clean. Men these days aren't even asking for much. They ain't asking for Gordon Ramsay in the kitchen, and they are not asking for Amelia Bedelia. All they are asking for is dinner at home and the house cleaned enough.
This is a non-insignificant chunk of the video, just vague rants about the women who are ruining gaming in the modern world, full of details that, even if were true, wouldn't mean anything. Seriously, what about having, I guess, unreasonable expectations regarding your personal life means you're unable to make a good video game? I don't even get the connection here. And by the way, when I say this takes up a large amount of the video, I mean I didn't even play the entirety of that rant Anna went on. Here's some more.
But no, these feminists hate men, so they want to invade male spaces. This isn't a conspiracy theory, this isn't some right-wing crazy thoughts. No, this is real. These blue-haired crazy women want to invade male spaces because they hate men, and they want to get into the gaming industry to make self-insert Mary Sue's because they want to push an agenda. That's all this is.
If you're waiting for evidence to back up this notion, then so am I, honestly, because AnnaWaifu never shows it throughout this video. And again, even if this were true, how would these people having views that you find objectionable ruin the media they're creating inherently? William Moulton Marston, the person who created Wonder Woman, was an open misandrist who believed that a matriarchal society was not only best, but downright inevitable. Did his presence in the comic book industry ruin it throughout the 1940s? Well, given that time in their history is commonly called the golden age of comics, we can assume it did not.
And the fact that y'all want to get into the gaming industry to make women unattractive and ugly in games,
which are different concepts apparently. Also, beauty's an entirely subjective thing. You do understand that, right?
You know, I see so many stories of women becoming CEOs or big business women that are miserable because they are taught to be strong and independent and that you don't need no man. But they are miserable. These women are so miserable. We're not made to work. Women were not made to work.
Funny then that male business leaders also tend to be miserable. It seems to be more just that people in these positions have lower levels of happiness. as opposed to something having to do with gender. Also, if this was the case, why were early humans primarily egalitarian, with gender divide only existing starting with the beginning of agriculture?
This isn't generalization. Look at statistics. Look at women waking up and crying about how not having a husband or kids because they wasted their life getting all these degrees, trying to one-up men to be breadwinners. But that doesn't help in a relationship.
People in general are reporting greater degrees of unhappiness, though, so why exactly do you keep assuming it's this one particular societal trend that's causing unhappiness in a specific half of the population? I really don't get your logic here. Also, funny you cite this article because it brings up 4 possibilities for the reported decline in female happiness over the past couple of decades, with the 3rd and 4th reasons just being that our data isn't very good. Here's the direct quote from the piece. 3. There was enormous social pressure on women in the old days to pretend they were happy even if they weren't. Now, society allows women to express their feelings openly when they are dissatisfied with life. 4. Related to number 3 in the preceding paragraph, these self-reported happiness measures are so hopelessly garbled by other factors that they are completely meaningless. The ever-growing army of happiness researchers will go nuts at this suggestion, but there is some good evidence, like this paper by Marianne Bertrand and Sendhil Modalathan, that declarations of happiness leave a lot to be desired as outcome measures. Stevenson and Wolfers don't take a stand on what the most likely explanation might be. If I had to wager a guess, I would say numbers 3 and 4 are the most plausible.
Men generally do not care about money or how much you work.
Men generally actually prefer a woman who's making less money than them, so they kind of do.
Is this all men? No, obviously not. But in reality, most men do not care about your money, ladies, or how intelligent you are.
Again, men are actually less likely to date a woman they think is more intelligent than them, so they kinda do care about intelligence.
But no, these higher-ups at Activision or Blizzard,
which have been the same company since 2008.
And then you have idiots like Dead Domain who pretend to be women, pretend they know anything about women's issues. Sir, you are a sir, you are a man, you have no idea how true women act, you are not a woman, you are a person who puts on a woman's costume, and you make a whole hit piece on Synthetic Man acting like you know anything about women's issues, or how modern women act.
Okay, so full disclosure, I had no idea who that person was before I first watched this video. However, I find it incredibly hypocritical that you're getting onto this individual for pretending to know about women's issues despite, according to you, not being a woman. I mean, I assume that's why you brought up the fact they are, according to you, not a woman in the first place. As if you haven't been speaking on behalf of men throughout this entire damn rant, even though you, by your own admission, are not one. How the hell do you know what men think or anything of the sort? I'm just asking for some damn consistency here. And maybe a way for this to be tied back to the topic of the video, although honestly, I gave up any hope on that happening a while ago. Anyway, now it's time for 19 seconds of text that only takes up the left half of the screen for some reason, which has absolutely nothing to do with video games, again, even though that was supposed to be the subject Anna was talking about. Also, again, more speaking for men, even though you aren't a man, and therefore, according to what you said not that long ago, shouldn't be talking on behalf of them.
But feminism enough is a big reason for the pussification of games, because more women are playing games, which doesn't sound bad on paper, and then you see the game Stardew Valley get popular, and it all makes sense.
Not Stardew Valley, anything but Stardew Valley. What the fuck is your problem with Stardew Valley?
I don't care if they call it The Last of Us Part 2. Everybody agrees that game is bad.
No, they didn't. Critics absolutely loved Last of Us Part 2, and casual players thought the game was about average, truth be told, if Metacritic scores are any indication.
You know, I think about all the women who complain about the 1950s and how bad it was, and then you remember how men had to go off to war and get their legs blown off, possibly never seeing their families again, and women sat at home with nice air conditioners.
Which wouldn't even be standard in most homes until the 1970s and 1980s, long after the 1950s. Anyway, final thoughts. This commentary was probably as disjointed as the video. Good night and good luck. You think Mario 64 is overrated? Are you positive that's what you believe? Let me just check the opening of your video to make sure.
I said it. Mario 64 is the most overrated video game ever.
Damn, I guess that is his opinion. Nothing wrong with that. Let's see what his justifications are.
People constantly flaunt this game as revolutionary, and sometimes even the best 3D Mario game.
Okay, needlessly edgy joke that conflicts with the tone of the video so far, while also showing that you're willing to edit screenshots and therefore making you look a little less trustworthy aside, I want to discuss your use of Google AI as a source, even though it's infamous for its ability to give out misinformation.
The AI began to parrot facts and tips from sites like The Onion and Reddit, insisting that Barack Obama was Muslim, that gasoline can be used in cooking, and it recommended eating rocks as a vital source of vitamins and minerals. It even suggested adding glue to pizza, a tip internet sleuths tracked down to a decade-old Reddit post by a user named Fucksmith. But at least that lends credibility to its assertion that parrots can cook.
Wouldn't it have made more sense to look for a list of the greatest games of all time or something like that as opposed to trusting an AI? I mean, you said people are saying this, right? Then why not show some people as opposed to an artificial intelligence? For reference, there's a part later in the video where he says he's actually very curious as to why people feel the way they do about this game.
And I'm very curious to hear what people actually believe is so forward-thinking with this game. I hear Mario 64 being called revolutionary all the time, and I just don't see it. Like, is it the camera? Did it start open-world gameplay? I genuinely do not know. Please, someone tell me in the comments.
When you could just look it up, you could research why people find this game to be so revolutionary, and then determine if you agree or disagree with these reasons. Or you could try watching your own video, given you mention a way it's revolutionary.
This kind of loops back to my point on the game's revolutionariness. It was only really revolutionary in the way Mario, or cartoony 3D characters in general, control, which is granted quite the undertaking. But the biggest thing it evolved is the style of Mario games. It just took Mario's character and genre and slapped it into a bloated game of hide and seek.
But all of that, albeit rather backhandedly, gives ways the game was revolutionary. Now, somebody who wanted to talk more objectively, or even just more positively about the game than you did, might say something along the lines of what Niall O'Donoghue did in an article he wrote for VG247 in celebration of Mario 64's 25th anniversary. Quote, Mario 64 was instrumental for the generation of collectathon games which followed it, influencing the likes of Banjo-Kazooie, Donkey Kong 64, and Spyro the Dragon. There was a sense that this is going to change everything and that this is going to be the future. Chris Sutherland, project director and software engineer at Playtonic Games, says, it was going to be less of the 2D stuff that we'd been doing, and it was going to be more and ultimately almost exclusively 3D, because that was where the future lay. Mark Stevenson, technical director at Playtonic, remembers being particularly impressed by the game's art, animation, and analog stick control scheme. It was pretty mind-blowing how they reimagined it in a 3D world, as well kind of captured the quintessential Mario experience but in 3D, Stevenson says. Both Stevenson and Sutherland worked on Yooka-Laylee, a crowd-funded retro-inspired 3D platformer developed by Playtonic and released in 2017. However, at the time of Mario 64, Both worked for the acclaimed British development studio Rare, who had a close partnership with Nintendo throughout the 90s as a second-party development studio. Rare was working on Project Dream, an RPG originally in development for the SNES. The project was moved to the N64 upon the console's release, shifting to a linear 2.5D platformer. However, Mario 64 changed the course of the game's development into what eventually became Banjo-Kazooie. I find the use of ukulele in this article to be especially of note, given, sandwiched between the last two clips of him I played, is this.
It is rare that I see any mechanics taken from this game in modern or even older 3D platformers outside of Mario.
He says this while using footage of Yooka-Laylee, a game which only exists because of Mario 64. In general, I perpetually get the impression that this person doesn't really understand the opposing view, and I don't mean he doesn't agree with it, or he doesn't think their logic holds up to scrutiny. I mean, he genuinely does not really get why people don't agree with him. But that doesn't stop him from speculating as to why people don't think like him. Take this part, for example.
So why is the game still so damn popular? Many reasons, actually. The biggest one, without a doubt, being nostalgia. Whether fans want to admit it or not, the game has a fantastic vibe and soundtrack that's impossible to forget. So now that all the millennials are getting with the times and downloading social media, they've amassed a huge following while speedrunning reviewing Mario 64, and like the sheep Gen Z and Gen Alpha are, a lot of us followed suit. And now there's a whole army ready to die defending this game. That's my running theory. Either that or I'm blind and can't see a good video game when there's one right in front of me.
Or you just have a different subjective opinion than a lot of other people. And even then, a lot of your opinions really aren't that unorthodox. Your criticism of Blast Away the Wall, for example, is incredibly similar to a different video I showcased on this channel several months ago.
Also, in Wamp's Fortress, during the Blast Away the Wall mission, it's pretty clear that you need to shoot yourself out of the cannon into a wall, but there's nothing to hit towards which wall you're supposed to hit. So you just end up mindlessly shooting yourself like an idiot at all visible walls, wasting a lot of time, or just looking up a guide, which is always boring and defeats the purpose of playing the game.
I assume since you're watching this, you've at least seen gameplay of Mario 64. If not, here, let me show you a star found in the second level of the game. This star is called Blast Away at the Wall. Sounds like you have to shoot yourself at a wall with a star on it, right? Welp, that's not the case, as you have to shoot yourself at this very random ass corner with no indication of where you have to shoot.
Similarly, I can't help but notice how you open your discussion of Mario 64's camera by essentially framing it as a long-made point about the game, which its fans are sick of hearing repeated.
What controls absolutely horribly is the camera, and if you're a fan of Mario 64, I'm sure you're tired of hearing complaints about it, and I'm not sorry. It's actually terrible.
Oh, he follows this part up by saying this.
Why does it spin on this platform in Wamp's Fortress? Why? Not only that, but if you aren't constantly adjusting it, it'll get all zoomed in when there's a wall in front of you. I don't get why Nintendo made it this way. I really don't.
But I know for a fact that footage from Shifting Sandland does not come from the original N64 game or the 3D All-Stars port, but from the PC port made unofficially by fans. Yeah, that's something about this video which admittedly isn't that big of a deal, but is worth mentioning occasionally. He constantly switches between footage of the PC port and the original N64 game. At least, I believe that's what it is. I could be wrong. This does lead to some amusing moments, though, like the presence of Waluigi in a video on Super Mario 64, even though Waluigi wasn't in that game. He didn't even have his first appearance in the Mario series until Mario Tennis, which came out in 2000, 4 years after 64 was released. Similarly, I know for a fact you can't move the camera like this in the base Mario 64.
I'm going to say this right now, if not Nintendo, someone else would have done it. In the time Mario 64 came out, the 3D game development scene was already thriving. There were plenty of other game companies experimenting with 3D. Someone would have beaten Nintendo to the punch had there been more demand for platformers outside of Mario. Sonic does not count.
Yeah, that's great and all, but something being revolutionary isn't based on if someone else would have done that anyway. A completely nebulous proposition that you can neither prove nor disprove without a time machine, or maybe the ability to look into parallel universes. But instead based on what actually ended up happening in the universe we live in. Would somebody else have made a 3D platformer similar to Mario 64 if given enough time? Sure, maybe, but Nintendo's the one that did. There's also the important question of quality, as in, yeah, 3D games might have existed beforehand, but were they any good? What was the expectation of them at the time? Was it just a novelty that 3D games existed in the first place? Or was there an actual quality standard? If so, how high was it? You see, one of the things Mario 64 did that was absolutely revolutionary was raise the standard of quality expected in 3D games. We know this because of a game called Bubsy 3D. You see, although the game is currently incredibly infamous for its poor quality, that wasn't always the case. It actually got mixed to positive reviews when it first came out, with PS Extreme very infamously giving it the Gold X Award. Albeit that wasn't so much an actual award as just a simple way to demonstrate they thought the game was of an outstanding or worthwhile quality. This is because 3D platformers were really only seen as impressive on their own merits, as opposed to being quality games, if that makes sense. However, once that initial impressiveness wore off, people began analyzing these games based on their quality, and they found a lot more love for Mario 64 and a lot less for Bubsy 3D. This even happened on the team that made Bubsy 3D itself, who saw Super Mario 64 at the 1996 Consumer Electronics Show and begged Accolade, the company that was behind the game, for more time to heavily rework it because they realized they had just made something that was fucking horrible. That right there is a massive impact on the gaming industry that this video completely overlooks in its discussion.
Matter of fact, Mario 64 wasn't even the first 3D platformer. The first was this Alpha Waves game. While looking very primitive, it's still more revolutionary than Mario 64 since, well, it's the first of its kind. Yet no one talks about it.
First off, who exactly is claiming that Mario 64 was the first 3D platformer ever made? You haven't shown anyone saying that. Fuck, even your AI specifically acknowledges that, quote, it was one of the first 3D platform games, not the absolute first. It then goes on to say, quote, Super Mario 64 was not the first 3D game or even the first 3D platformer. However, it became the pioneer of the 3D platforming genre and 3D gaming in general. And by the way, what do you mean by more revolutionary? Are you arguing that Mario 64 wasn't revolutionary on its own, or that it wasn't the single most revolutionary 3D platformer of all time? Because those are incredibly different arguments. Also, revolutionariness, which I guess is a word now, I mean, he even uses it at one point.
So I am just disregarding Mario 64's revolutionariness.
Is not based on what came first. If I were to apply this logic to its extreme, well, this Alpha Wave game you're showing wasn't really revolutionary because it wasn't the first video game ever made. Alpha Waves came out in 1990, something you don't mention in the video for some reason, even though giving an exact release date would actually help you in this case. Hell, you could even just try citing a source, something else you don't do. But there had been video games going as far back as the late 1950s.
And third, the first game? Like it's the first video game ever made? That's debatable. The Odyssey came out the same year, and that was being worked on since the 60s. And before that, there was Space War, and if you really want to go back, there's those old games made out of radar equipment like Tennis for Two.
Tennis for Two was released in 1958 and is widely seen as the first video game ever made. Therefore, it is infinitely more innovative for every genre, 3D platformers included, than Alpha Waves is. So why aren't you talking about how this is actually the most revolutionary game ever?
There's really no reason to go back to either outside of simplicity, performance, nostalgia, or community reasons, which I'll touch up about later.
There's really no reason to go back to this game outside of the 4 reasons you just provided.
The level selection's overall bad. I'm just gonna say it. Mario 64 really doesn't feel like a 3D platformer at times. A good chunk of the levels feel like small open zone snow globes that you just walk through and randomly find stars. Outside of the first few stars, there aren't many objectives that are all that clear. I know that's somewhat intentional to get the player to explore these zones, but the majority of the time you'll just uncover them by accident.
Wait a second, why exactly is that the antithesis of 3D platforming to you? How are you defining what a 3D platformer is, and why does Mario 64 not always feel like it should qualify? You're making a rather large claim here.
And a lot of the stars, I swear you can't even get without a guide. Take, for example, in Tiny Huge Island, in order to get the 5th star, you need to make it to 5 ultra-specific locations, but there's nothing to signify what locations qualify towards the count outside of a number popping up when you do find one.
So there's nothing to signify it except for an incredibly simple way to determine that you have found one of the 5 secrets. This is made even worse by the fact that this is the small version of Tiny Huge Island, easily the smallest area in the game, so it's not as if there are a lot of places you can check. I could understand this complaint more if maybe the area was larger, but as it stands, I'm confused as to what else the game could have. I'm not even saying a superior way of doing this doesn't exist, but you don't say what it is, so I'm just left confused.
Using Babam Battlefield as an example kind of sucks because it's the first level in the game, so you'd expect it to be easy anyway, but that's still 1 out of 15 levels, almost 7% of the game. And in Babam Battlefield, you can literally get the first couple stars here without jumping.
You can actually beat the entirety of Mario 64 without jumping. In fact, somebody did that shortly after this video came out, albeit it took him 86 hours and was clearly not the intended method. I mention this because I'm confused as to what you mean here. You say it's possible to beat these 2 stars without jumping. Okay, how easy is it? How realistic is it even? The aforementioned run, which beat the entire game without jumping, used a variety of incredibly difficult glitches, many of which were believed to only be doable through tool-assisted speedrunning up until rather recently. How do I know this isn't just a microcosm of that?
As I just said, on one hand, you've got missions that are trivially easy, and on the other hand, some missions are borderline impossible without wasting too much time or looking up a guide.
How long is too much time, though? That's an entirely subjective judgment that, without further elaboration, doesn't really communicate anything to your audience.
The bottom line of this segment is, the levels just aren't overall good. And if you don't agree with me, ask yourself this. Do you really enjoy Rainbow Ride's sluggish carpet and terrible 100 coin process? Do you really like climbing up Tall Mountain 8 times in a row? Do you really like losing all of your progress falling down TikTok clock with one mistake?
Do you ever whistle just for the fun of it?
Seriously, what kind of questions even are those? I especially find the one about Rainbow Rides having a terrible 100 coin mission objectionable because obviously, if I thought it was terrible, I probably wouldn't like it. It's the same thing with you calling the carpet sluggish. Well, that's a subjective judgment that you are entitled to, but asking me if I enjoy something after you already prescribed the negative label to it is just a leading question. You also don't have to climb up Tall Mountain 8 times. The area has 7 stars if you count the 100 coin star, and you don't even need to climb up the entire mountain for all of them. The red coins, for example, are located very close to where the level spawns you in. As for TikTok clock, no, I don't enjoy losing all my progress, but I do enjoy overcoming the challenges of the level. And one of the reasons for that is the fact that I could fail doing such, therefore making it a test of skill.
Nintendo believed this game was worth approximately $10 with terrible input lag in 2013, and they had the balls to charge $20 in 2020 with the 3D All-Stars collection. This is of course given that Nintendo sold the package with the intention each game cost an equal split, which is highly unlikely, but still.
I like how you just kind of admit your mathematics are based on an incorrect premise and then don't do anything about it. Why not just stop at the $10 point? Why bring up it potentially being sold for $20 under what you admit is a pretty flimsy grounds?
This is like a $5 game at max that you'd pick up on sale for $2.
So the game's worth $2 then and not $5? What? Anyway, final thoughts. I highly doubt every copy of this video is personalized. Good night and good luck. You know, BlueBladerBot, I'm getting the impression you don't like the fact that I covered you. You know, because of the fact that you decided to comment on 2 of my videos on the same day. Here's him in the comments of my recent video on Accursed Jesse saying, "Boy really tryin' Amber Heard the bed shit out of copyright law." I have absolutely no idea what that means. And here's him in the comments of my most recent Debunking the Nerd commentary going, "Bro, can y'all have any fun?" Well, yeah, I find responding to videos with bad argumentation fun. That's why I began doing it largely. For those unaware, BlueBladerBot is somebody who I've covered previously. Essentially, I made a short 5-minute commentary on his Mario 2 review about 1.5 years ago now. He responded to it a little while later via comment, which is his right. However, his comment had some issues. Preface. One of the first things I said in the original video was I beat the lost levels. I even did a full video on it. Funny you accidentally left that part out. Well, yeah, because that holds no relevance over the video I'm covering. You beating lost levels doesn't make your claims about Mario 2 USA any more or less valid, now does it? And by the way, you beat the lost levels through using the rewind feature on the Nintendo Switch. That is not me speculating or anything. We can see that in the footage he uses for his review.
Well, that and it was far too similar disc system despite only being released in Japan. So I guess Nintendo realized where Luigi jumps higher, but he slips and slides as well. Yes, he is slippery. His high jump allows for him to get to areas much easier than his brother can. Faster and only stop popping out of pipes when you're on top of the pipes. Granted, they did that before, but you had to wait a while before they would get impatient and start chasing you. And I really hope you love either bottomless pits or long stretches of nothing with the occasional Koopa Troopa in order to not lose my very rare power-up. Which, yes, the power-ups are in fact extremely rare, and more likely to get a poison mushroom. Just to progress. The king will just tell you, fuck you, you gotta lower your defenses just to make the enemy happy. Kinda like whenever you stand up against your bullies or tormentors in high school and your authority figures just tell you to ignore them. There are also the lost levels the American version was named after. 8 fucking times. For the secret stages, these levels just suck. The game does come off as a little too easy at times. Hell, according to sources, even Mr. Miyamoto was allegedly depressed when making this game. This game wasn't made available in the States because Nintendo feared fans would feel betrayed and hate Mario after he just saved the gaming industry. Despite this, the game was too hard for its own good and doesn't have a lot going for it beyond that. This feels like a ROM hack and not a good one.
Now don't get me wrong, I have nothing against playing with save states. However, it does make the challenge far less severe, as the consequences for failure are minimized much more. Essentially, if you wish to argue that I cut context through not bringing this up, I can argue your response cut context for not bringing up what I did. Especially given there are gamers who would react differently to knowing this run used what are essentially save states compared to if the run had not included them. GameChamp 3000, for example, once said that she prefers doing single runs as opposed to runs where she engages in save scumming. because she does not find the latter to be impressive.
There has been a decent amount of confusion as to why I do full game damageless runs as opposed to using save files as checkpoints. There are a few reasons. First, remember what I said about the routing. I had to route this baby for weeks to maximize the odds of success, specifically because the odds of failure increase exponentially the longer you have to play. Doing any individual section of the game allows for good luck as a valid strategy, and in a JRPG like Pokemon, it's very easy to brute force good luck. What's a very interesting strategy game in the long term is basically a slot machine minigame in the short term. Without checkpoints, you're being explicitly tested on your knowledge of the game. Luck is only a factor insofar as you fail to eliminate it.
Hell, there are some who would not be impressed by you beating the game in this manner at all. I'm not saying I'm one of them, for the record. However, people whose attitude towards save states is similar to the one Slow Beef expressed in this old Retsupre video do exist.
There is no skill in SNES 9X in replaying the same thing over in SNES 9X and reloading save states over SNES 9X over and over again. A monkey could do SNES 9X. A monkey could do this. A kid could do this. It doesn't matter.
First off, say my name right. It's BlueBladerBot. Yeah, I made a mistake here. I apologize. Second, I'll happily admit I didn't do enough research on this game. I was in a bad mood and really wanted to get the video over with so I could talk about Mario 3. Well, points for at the very least admitting that he didn't do enough research. Third, I chose Luigi because he takes comparatively less time to pick up stuff than Peach. Yeah, and I argued that wasn't a wise decision given the level you were on and the issues you were having. I don't see what mentioning this accomplishes here. Fourth, the word unfair was never uttered. Quit putting words in my mouth. But the word communicates the exact same meaning as what you were trying to express in the review. So what exactly is the problem here?
You are so afraid, Seth. You are so afraid of what everyone thinks of you, and you're judging them? You should be ashamed.
Wait, who am I judging?
Obama, Seth. Okay, how do you think he handled the hurricane?
I thought he did good.
Really? Because I thought he did well.
Yes, it's not a word you specifically said, but for point of comparison, if you were to say you enjoyed a game and I were to say that you liked it, that wouldn't be me putting words in your mouth, because all I'm doing is expressing the same idea you already were, just using different terms. Fifth, how come you only commentated on like a third of the video? Better yet, why didn't you tag me? Talking shit like I wouldn't find out? Because I only had issues with those parts of your video. The rest of your review, I believed, was perfectly fine. And as for why I didn't tag you, that's because I viewed it as unnecessary. I like the ending part, though, because it implies that I was attempting to keep my dislike of your review under the radar, hence why I decided to upload a public video criticizing it. Now, that same day, he came into my Discord server and began arguing with me, which is completely allowed for the record. However, he decided to do so in the introduction chat. The following is the conversation we had. BlueBladerBot, heard you were talking shit like I wouldn't find out. Toganium, do you not know what a commentary is? Me. I did a 5-minute video criticizing your review. That's not talking shit. And if I didn't want you to find out, it's rather odd I decide to do so in a public YouTube video where I address you directly several times. BlueBladerBot. I ain't even mad about what the dude said. The fact he got my name wrong and only commentated on like 3 of my 10-minute video, and the fact the dude was punching down is what pissed me off. Me. Also, if you want to continue this conversation, please do it in general. BlueBladerBot. Fuck off. Me. And he left. However, I want to stress that none of this is why I decided to cover BlueBladerBot again. Instead, the main reason is because I watched his Sonic the Hedgehog 2 review, and I noticed quite a few similarities between it and some Call Me Johnny's old review.
Sonic 2 managed to meet deadlines and come out on November 24th, 1992, also known as Sonic Tuesday.
On November 24th, 1992, a day dubbed as Sonic Tuesday,
the Death Egg.
What? But this time, he's got something much bigger planned. The Death Egg.
What? Aquatic Ruin's a fun level too, especially for being the water level. In fact, if you're skilled enough, you can just skip the water entirely.
This is pretty much the water level of this particular game. If you're good enough, you can never actually touch the water. What's the point of a water level if you can never actually touch the water?
Casino Night Zone is where another staple of the Sonic series originates. Gambling.
Casino Night Zone. And here we're introduced to what will become a staple in the Sonic series. Compulsive gambling.
Now, Asterons aren't too bad. Easy to spot and even easier to avoid.
Now, Asterons aren't that big of a deal. They're easy to spot and they're incredibly easy to avoid if you prepare for it.
I also noticed some other similarities between his reviews and Johnny's videos. Here's a compilation I made.
Show me someone who doesn't know the overworld theme, and I will show you a lying liar who lies. Here's a hint. They're the same person.
Musically speaking, I mean, come on. Show me one person who doesn't at least know the overworld theme, and I will show you someone who is lying out of their ass.
Iceland is slippery. This place.
Iceland is slippery. Fuck this world.
And finally, we face off against the villainous Bowser, who on top of the usual fire breathing, tries to actually ass you this time, unaware that it breaks his own floor.
Not only does he bring back fireballs, but the motherfucker tries to actually ass stomp you. Unfortunately, his Bowser bomb is his one weakness. If you dodge it enough times, Bowser falls through his own floor and wham, the battle's over.
With one final stomp, Bowser breaks through the floor, where Mario can finally rescue Princess Peach/Toadstool, ending Super Mario Bros. 3.
But with one final whip attack, Dracula explodes with a fiery explosion, and by collecting the final red orb, you've finished Castlevania.
And we immediately kill that speed with Marble Zone.
Marble Zone. And we immediately kill that nice buzz we have with Green Zone, this clunker of a level.
Anyway, my final thoughts are essentially that BlueBladerBot does still have the potential to be a good reviewer, and I do hope he can achieve this one day. However, if what I just played is anything to go by, he seems to have a bit of a problem of taking the words of others, which I'd recommend he get straightened out. Good night, and good luck. Welp, it's a new year, so why don't we start the year off by talking about one of my old favorites. That being 8 16-bit Bros, who released another episode of Debunking the Nerd recently, this time revolving around the Nerds episode on Silver Surfer. Now, these are the major complaints that are listed out at the beginning of the video. However, I already have a bit of a problem. That being the fact that I don't really concede that points 3 and 5 are different in any meaningful sense. Instead, I view them as essentially the same complaint, but focusing on different aspects. I feel the same way about the mention of legendary difficulty, by the way, as it essentially is the central thesis of the video. This can even be seen in the nerd's final thoughts, which begins with him going,
"This game is so hard, it would actually be easier to go outside in a thunderstorm and try to dodge rain. It would be easier to walk barefoot without your toes or heels touching the floor. It would be easier to pick fly shit out of pepper while wearing boxing gloves."
The nerd then continues this rant by saying,
"The fact that you can get hit only once pretty much means that you're weaker than every other enemy in the game. How do you die from just touching a wall? I can understand if he's flying at like 200 miles per hour and he crashes into the wall, but the fact that he just touches the wall and dies is just ridiculous."
But those aren't so much separate points from the original statement as they're explanations of the central theme of this review. That being that Silver Surfer is needlessly difficult. The lack of hit points put together by your inability to survive touching essentially anything adds on to this quite a bit. Going back to the originally highlighted points, the reason why your inability to touch a lot of the scenery is so infamous is because of how narrow the passageways are. Similarly, the narrow passageways are so infamous because you are unable to touch a lot of the scenery. For reference, here's how they respond to point 3.
I can't touch the walls? That's right, you can't touch anything in this game, so don't f around. Watch the jack-o'-lanterns, touch the damn ceiling. You touch the top of the building, you die. You touch the ceiling, you die. You touch the floor, you die. How do you die from just touching a wall? I can understand if he's flying at like 200 miles per hour and he crashes into the wall, but the fact that he just touches the wall and dies is just ridiculous.
In any shoot-'em-up game, touching the floor or ceiling is always an instant death. Complaining about it is like whining about falling into a pit in a platformer game, which is totally pointless. We disagree with the nerd on this one.
Now, I'll ignore the question of who's to say the nerd likes it in those games as well, because if I ask that, this point immediately becomes null. And instead just simply wonder, well, do those games have the same narrow passageways that Silver Surfer does? Because on occasions where shoot-'em-up games have been unfair in terms of what obstacles they put in front of you in the nerd's opinion, he hasn't been shy about saying that. See this clip from the Action 52 episode.
Number 2, Star Evil. Who's gonna dodge that? Nobody! Not the first time. You'd have to know, oh, this is gonna be a vertical 2D shooter, and there's gonna be an obstacle immediately at the start of the game. That's one way to get you on your toes.
By the way, the game shown here is Life Force on the NES, which the nerd specifically praised in his Action 52 episode as an example of a good shooter on the NES.
Not to mention, if you want to play a good 2D side-scroller game on the NES, try fucking Life Force.
Meaning it's obvious this mechanic is not a deal-breaker for James on its own. Again, it's about how it's implemented. Bringing us back to the point about the narrow pathways in Silver Surfer specifically. And I know the video has an objection to that point, so let's address that.
Alright, another overhead. I can't believe this. You can't touch the ground. That means that you have to stay in the brown area, which pretty much limits you to about 20% of the screen. This is ridiculous. Just staying within this narrow range. You have such a tight space to maneuver if you want to kill these things. Come on, come on. Ah!
The first thing that happens is essentially a walkthrough of how to get through this section. However, that doesn't debunk the nerd, because he never said this part was impossible, just incredibly difficult. In fact, he goes on to beat this section and make it to the second part of this level. For those unaware, there are 3 sections to this level, just as there are for every level in Silver Surfer.
So now we're in Firelord Section 2.
This is also how he responds to the point about the enemy patterns being bad, by the way. He literally just shows the audience how to get past these parts, as if James claimed such a thing was impossible. I mean, Cinemassacre literally has a video up right now, that's been up for several years, by the way, where Silver Surfer is beaten, so it's not as if it being doable is unknown to James.
He fucking hits.
Yes!
Yeah! Congratulations.
Oh my god.
This is the end, huh? Holy shit. This is the end?
Let's see.
That's the end screen? Or is there an ending?
He also kind of does this form of walkthrough debunking with the part revolving around the jack-o'-lanterns. I say only kind of, though, because he at least admits that part was unfair and agrees with the nerd in this instance.
Are these ambushes annoying? Absolutely. Are they impossible to get through unless you're a hardcore gamer? Not really. But moments like this don't make the gameplay any more fun. We agree with the nerds on this one.
Again, notice the total straw man of the nerd's point, claiming he's saying this game is impossible, which he did not say at any point that's been shown in this video. Actually, do you know what else is a straw man now that I think about it? The title of the video. The nerd never actually calls it the hardest game on the NES, and in fact, when he's been forced to rank hard NES games, he doesn't view it as that. The Nerd's top 10 hardest NES games, for example, places this at number 3, right behind Battletoads and Jekyll and Hyde, meaning the title of this Debunking the Nerd episode is AVGN approved. Make of that what you will. Anyway, here's him criticizing a guy for thinking a different game is hard.
And seriously, whoever put The Adventures of Bayou Billy at number 9 and Silver Surfer at number 1 on their hardest NES games list needs to step outside and touch some grass.
Speaking of opinions and subjectivity, what the fuck was up with the point about not being able to tell what is and isn't the background? Here's the clip.
Let's take a look at the unclear obstacles complaint.
You don't know what's supposed to be underneath you or blocking you. I'm assuming I can't touch these wooden parts. Uh-oh, now I'm probably Oh, never mind. I guess I can go through those. See, the graphics are so unclear as to what you're allowed to touch and what you're not. You don't know what the hazards are. There's so many obstacles, it's unbelievable. I can't touch that red pot! Here we go. Oh yeah, oh god, touch the log?
There's a simple way to determine whether you can pass through an obstacle. Shoot it. If the projectile doesn't go through, neither can you. But if it passes through, so can you. Shooting an obstacle to test whether you can pass through is a pretty intuitive mechanic, and it's a fundamental concept in every shoot-'em-up game. Even if this is your first time playing such a game, it shouldn't take long to figure it out. Honestly, we don't agree with the nerd on this one.
But how intuitive it is entirely subjective, though. Same with how easy it is to figure it out, for that matter.
There are only 3 narrow spots in this section, and you don't need pixel-perfect accuracy to pass through them.
The nerd didn't say they were pixel-perfect, though. Just narrow, which you completely conceded to. And yet, in spite of that,
it's safe to say that we don't agree with the nerd on this one.
Regarding discussion of difficulty, which is the next point that is made, look, if this guy thinks Silver Surfer is easier than other games on the NES, that's perfectly fine. Albeit I find comparing a chaotic moment from some other shoot-'em-up on the NES to a more calm moment in Silver Surfer to not really prove anything, if only because not only could both of these examples be cherry-picked, I'm not saying they are for the record, I'm just raising that possibility, but also I don't really know enough about this other game to get an understanding of if this part is difficult or not. What are the mechanics of this game? Does it handle lives the same way Silver Surfer does, or is it more along the lines of, say, Contra, which the nerd compares Silver Surfer to for the sake of making a point?
Well, then couldn't you have extra lives? Which you do, but they don't matter because when you die, you start back from the beginning of the stage. There's some checkpoints along the way, yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that when you die, you go back. Compare that to Contra or Super C. You get hit once and you're dead, but you get to continue where you left off. You don't have to start at the beginning of the stage unless you lost all your lives. If that happened, even your 30 live code wouldn't help much.
The point the nerd is making, by the way, this video totally agrees with.
In our opinion, to compensate for one-hit death, Silver Surfer could have let the player continue from the point they died, along with a temporary invisibility for a couple of seconds. This could have made the game more accessible to beginner players.
I actually tried out Rekka, by the way, and not only does it pick you up where you left off when you die, making it more in line with Contra than Silver Surfer, but it also includes an auto-fire feature, meaning if you hold down the B button, it keeps shooting. You don't have to repeatedly tap it like you do in Silver Surfer, which is another one of the nerd's complaints.
If you play this game, one thing I can guarantee is that your thumb is going to get pretty damn sore from tapping that button. There's not one instant when you can take a break. You're constantly firing away, even when there's nothing in sight because you don't know what's coming up. I mean, there's no reason not to be shooting. And this wouldn't bother me so fucking much if you could just hold down the button and let it keep shooting, but no, of course not. So what you need is a turbo button. Whether it's an NES Advantage or an NES Max, put that other fucking controller away, press that turbo button, and never let go.
Now, this is a complaint of the nerds they didn't agree with, but the argumentation against it leaves quite a bit to be desired. So, let's address that.
The amount of shooting that needs to be done is way overblown by the nerd. In Silver Surfer, enemies come in small waves. Following each wave, the player has enough time to get ready for the next one. You definitely don't need to keep shooting, especially when there's nothing happening on screen.
I mean, I guess, but a player, especially a new one, isn't going to be sure when one wave ends and a new one begins. Meaning, even if there are technically places where you don't need to shoot, you aren't going to know where they are unless you already have the levels memorized.
Typically, in shoot-em-ups, the player is not given a lot of downtime between waves, forcing the player to often take split-second decisions and hope for the best.
That has nothing to do with the point the nerd made.
Most, but not all shmups on the NES have an auto-attack feature when the attack button is held. The exclusion of auto-attack in Silver Surfer was likely an oversight from the developers. The Turbo controller solves this issue.
And that is just you agreeing with the nerd. Anyway, let's go back to the claims about difficulty, because he continues that argument by saying,
The Silver Surfer AVGN episode aired originally on June 5th, 2007. Before this, there were no claims on the internet about the game being one of the most difficult NES titles, but after the episode, the internet consensus shifted, and Silver Surfer was suddenly considered the hardest or one of the hardest NES games.
But how exactly was Silver Surfer talked about before this point then? You don't show us any examples of, say, people calling the game about average in difficulty. Instead, you just assert that before this point, it wasn't seen as one of the most difficult games on the NES. Well, yeah, but the nerd commonly brings attention to obscure titles, so if nobody had heard of Silver Surfer before this point, it makes sense why it wouldn't be on anybody's list. Anyway, final thoughts, this video was rather bad at argumentation. Good night, and good luck. There's this video I've had on the back burner for about 3 years to cover that I am just now covering. Essentially, I planned on making a commentary on Snowman Gaming's video on NES games, essentially around the time I started, but then I didn't, and now I am. Now, the first thing I want to note is this video is not about all NES games, just some of them. However, that's going to make blanket statements a tad confusing at times, like here, for example.
So, what's the big deal with NES games? Well, at their worst, they essentially replicate the arcade experience in your home, which was designed to be overly difficult on purpose in an effort to steal your quarters. But now, since no money is involved, the only thing it wastes is your time. Oh, you ran out of lives. Sorry, guess you gotta start the whole game over now.
Now, games like that did exist within the NES library, I am not going to say otherwise. However, when I think of the most popular and well-known NES titles, I can think of several that didn't fall into that category. The Legend of Zelda, Metroid, and Kid Icarus didn't even have life mechanics. Meanwhile, of the 3 games you have in the thumbnail, only one of them forces you to start at the beginning of the game if you lose all of your lives, that being DuckTales on NES. Mega Man and Castlevania had unlimited continues, and Mega Man's 2 through 6, along with Castlevania's 2 and 3, even had passwords, so you could pick up where you left off. Side note, why is Castlevania even in the thumbnail for this video, given you name drop it as a good NES game, along with Ninja Gaiden early in the video?
Right off the bat, I feel like 50% of you are thinking, now hold on there, Buster Bacon Buns. There are some good NES games. What about the Castlevanias and Ninja Gaidens? And yes, absolutely. In fact, I'm gonna talk about them, so don't steal my thunder, okay?
But again, if the games are good, why are they here? And for that matter, I also want to point out that he doesn't really return to either Castlevania or Ninja Gaiden at any point throughout this video. Seriously, he never talks about what makes those games specifically any good. Actually, come to think of it, he very rarely name drops specific NES games he's talking about. I could think of him mentioning the zombies from Ghosts and Goblins.
Developers used to be a lot more carefree with incorporating random elements into their games than they are now. Look at how the zombies pop up out of the ground in Ghosts and Goblins. It's like, hey, sorry you got hit, that's the nature of the game, baby. Sometimes they'll randomly chomp your legs off.
And side note, I don't accept that claim at all. Remember, The Binding of Isaac has consistently been an incredibly popular video game, despite the fact it's based almost entirely off of RNG. Loot boxes are randomized rewards, and they were incredibly popular in video games around the time this video was released, to the point where video game companies were fighting genuine legal battles over if they were allowed to include them in their games or not. Primarily because people were trying to determine if they counted as something else entirely based on randomness, that being gambling. And by the way, on your earlier claim of NES games at their worst replicating the arcade experience, maybe don't cite Ghosts and Goblins, given it was an infamous case of what TV Tropes dubs a porting disaster, and is widely seen as inferior to the arcade version, or even other ports of the same game for that matter. The other NES game that's talked about in detail is Mario 3. Here's him discussing it.
I beat Super Mario Bros. 3 for the first time on stream the other night, and man, it was super rewarding. I warped straight to World 8, and yeah, it was hard, but still felt beatable. I remember thinking there's no way you would see stages like these in Mario games today. It really puts your skills to the test. That Bowser fight was top-notch, but they also did a decent job of balancing punishment and leniency. Upon a game over, you start at the beginning of the world, but any airships or tanks are destroyed for good, so you don't have to play those levels again. And while you can randomly get sucked into the abyss by these omniscient hands, they actually are more helpful than harmful, since the stages are very short and reward you with a valuable leaf power-up. The only parts you'd have to play again after restarting are level 1 and 2, but after completing the fortress, it sets a new permanent checkpoint leading straight toward Bowser's castle. But even then, I found myself using save states after finishing certain stages, because in the interest of time, I didn't want to keep playing the same challenges I had already overcome. I probably would have stopped before finishing if I had to keep fighting through level 1 and 2 so many times. Not out of lack of ability, but boredom or annoyance.
Well, it sounds like it didn't do such a good job if you had to use save states, an entirely external tool, in order to make it through the game. Genuinely, I'm not entirely sure what your point is supposed to be here. You say that Mario 3 did a good job with game overs, only to then say that you had to use save states in order to avoid the consequences of getting a game over. It sounds like you'd much just rather have a system like, say, Zelda, where the only punishment for death is that you're brought back to the beginning of the level no matter how many times you've died. And if that is your belief, that is perfectly fine. You're completely entitled to that opinion. However, you're still trying to praise a game without that system while trying to keep that opinion consistent, and that's leading to some very confusing results. For reference, here's the next thing Snowman Gaming says.
I think this is why most virtual consoles have a save state function built in nowadays.
So they could easier work around a mechanic that you just said was handled incredibly well? I'm very confused right now.
Lives are the bane of my existence. Their sole purpose is to push back your progress as punishment for losing them. And I think this is the main reason people say that NES games were so hard.
Do you have anything to back that up? Because I can at least point to one counterexample off the top of my head. That being Screw Attack's old list of the top 10 hardest NES games. On screen were the 10 games mentioned in that video. 4 of them have unlimited continues, so it's not as if that appears to be a deciding factor when determining what NES games are difficult, or for that matter, why NES games as a whole were more difficult than games today tend to be. Well, okay, Fester's Quest is a bit of a weird one because when you die in that game, you do return to the beginning, but you still keep all your upgrades and items, so it's not as if you're restarting it. Fuck, I can even do a bit of an exception that proves the rule by pointing out the only time the fact a game had a limited number of chances was even mentioned was Double Dragon 3, where you only had 1 life to complete the game, which was excessive even by NES game standards. And even then, they also make note of the controls being bad as another reason why the game is on the list.
1 life. All you get is 1 life. I hate this game.
Double Dragon 3 is clearly the most difficult game in the franchise, and even though you got spinning kicks and throws at your disposal, your best hope is just to pray that your spinning kick will work. But chances are it's not.
Look at this!
Similarly, when the AVGN talked about Double Dragon 3, he made it very clear this wouldn't even really be an issue in the first two games. However, other factors exclusive to this one caused it to be a problem.
Now the big problem I have with this game is just that it's too damn hard. All you get is one life. One life. If you die once, you start all over again. Now I can get through the first two Double Dragons without dying a single time until maybe the last levels, but this one, I can't even get through the first level. Everybody gangs up on you and they just drain your energy. And yes, even your energy bar goes down faster than in the previous games.
Inherently, it's less fun to go through the same section you've already beaten countless times before.
As seen in this classic NES game, Sonic the Hedgehog for the Sega Genesis. What? This isn't even the only example of him doing this, by the way, as later on he uses Sonic 2 for B-roll footage.
Make your level designs purposeful, and allow the player to learn about an enemy, item, or obstacle before throwing them into the fray.
And by the way, he does make sure to finish off the trilogy.
There's still some punishment because you lose your checkpoints of the current level, but you don't have to start from scratch, which at the very least saves time, and lets your accomplishments still be worth something.
Kind of odd for a video on NES games to use footage from a series that was exclusive to the Sega Genesis, but I guess it's not super important, just figured it was worthy of pointing out. Now, don't get me wrong, there are other times where he does use B-roll footage from other games that weren't on the NES. However, there it's very obvious he's talking about things not about the NES, like here for example.
Conversely, checkpoints can also feel meaningless if they're too close together or there isn't any punishment for death. A lot of modern games suffer from this, by simply not challenging the player and becoming boring in a different way. So it's a fine balance, but I do like to think that saving progress is better than losing it.
You know, I find it interesting you use DuckTales Remastered footage because the way that game works is if you lose all of your lives, you're sent back to the stage select, putting it on the same level as the Mega Man series, which once again you put in your thumbnail.
But when you fill your later levels with insane reflex challenges and cheap deaths...
Yeah, your later levels, like Quickman Stage from Mega Man 2, which could be the first level you play in the game due to Mega Man's stage select mechanic. And again, Mega Man 2 has unlimited continues, so it doesn't even really fall into the category of games you've discussed thus far.
Now, some games fix this issue by having a game over only set you back to the start of the stage, instead of the entire game.
Ghosts and Goblins was more generous than that. You always started at the last checkpoint, even if you were continuing from a game over. Look, I understand I'm harping on this more than a lot of people would. However, the entire point of B-roll footage in videos like this is to show examples of what you're talking about, to give the audience a better understanding of the topic at hand. If the game you're using doesn't actually back up your point, or at the very least has different features than what you're talking about while showing footage of it, I'm going to assume that's you getting the gameplay mechanics wrong, because otherwise, why wouldn't you do the more sensical thing of just putting up a game that actually contains what you're discussing at that point in the video? Essentially, I count it as getting something wrong about the games because otherwise, why would you show this specific game?
And feeling blindsided, like you were cheated out of a life.
As seen here, where you embrace the strategy of running into an enemy and getting hit. Seriously, the only reason why that enemy was a concern to you is because you randomly decided to go left for absolutely no reason whatsoever.
Bottomless pits and one-hit KOs are all over 8-bit titles, and most of the time they're combined with annoying enemies to make it even harder to avoid your demise.
First off, there was no one-hit KO in that Metroid clip you showed, nor any bottomless pits. The lava is not an instant kill. And second off, again, it looked like you just ran into an enemy for no real reason. I don't get your point about annoying enemies because you aren't showing me examples of that. Or at the very least, if you do find this specific part in Metroid annoying, you aren't really communicating why that is to your audience outside of some vague notions, some of which don't even apply to this part of the game.
Add in faulty physics or committed jump arcs, and sometimes your strategy feels more like luck than actual planning.
What luck was required in those Castlevania clips? The first one was you jumping into a bat, although to be fair, I could see you thinking you were jumping over it and just miscalculating how far your jump was or how slow the bat moved in your head. I don't think it's the game's fault, but I at least do understand the rationale there. And the other was you just jumping into some spikes. Both were the result of you not assessing your surroundings properly. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't understand why this can be annoying to some. However, there's absolutely no luck involved in it. Anyway, final thoughts. This video got a lot wrong on the topic of NES games. Good night and good luck. Before we begin, I would like to thank PokeSonic Legend for making the background I am currently using. I would also like to thank them for finding the video I'm covering, specifically one on Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door and the topic of the character Vivian and their status as transgender. Now, the first thing I want to note is that it takes this person 11 minutes to actually begin talking about the topic of the video. So I'm just going to be skipping to that point.
So, let's get into what Vivian actually is. The Japanese version for this type of feminine-looking man who likes feminine clothing is an otukonoko. It roughly translates to male girl or male daughter, and honestly, there is a range to it, like most cultural details like this. What it isn't...
That term didn't have any documented use until after Thousand Year Door came out, though. Instead, it's much more likely the word being used simply meant boy, and this is backed up by the fact that Koops is referred to in the same manner. Also, that term can be used to refer to transgender women, meaning this distinction you're making doesn't make any sense in the first place. There are also facts that are important here, such as Vivian calling herself somebody with a boy's body, but a girl's heart in the original Japanese. Furthermore, different translations specifically put more emphasis on this aspect of Vivian's character. Here's a clip from Did You Know Gaming discussing this.
While the English version was heavily censored, removing all traces of gender issues, other translations of the game stayed true to the original Japanese story. The Spanish version was practically unchanged, and the Italian version stated that Vivian was a woman, but had previously been a man.
But Japan, as a different country with a different culture, does not have or follow our American/Western ideas of sex and gender.
Are you under the impression there are no transgender people in Japan? I don't get what you're trying to say here. Because, for reference, the first openly transgender woman elected to office in Japan happened the year before the Thousand Year Door came out. Also, transgender people have existed for over 12,000 years, long before Western civilization even existed. And on the topic of Japan specifically, we also have a story about somebody undergoing a transition of their gender identity from the 11th or 12th century.
Another Japanese aspect to this is that the specific pronoun that Japanese Vivian uses to refer to himself is atai, which is a slang version of the pronoun atashi, which is used by, among other things, male Rakugo performers. The entire game is telling us something, and for some reason some blind, illiterate localizers didn't get the memo.
It's also just used by women to refer to themselves. You do know that, right?
And if you still try to insinuate that it might be, you guys do know that even today, in the year of our Lord 2024, Japan still doesn't allow gay marriage? Are you really going to try to tell me that Nintendo, family-friendly Nintendo, would introduce a transgendered character in 2004? There are, traditionally speaking, a few different localization philosophies. Some localizers strive for a true one-to-one copy. Some focus more on connecting with the target audience in the new language. Nintendo has generally leaned towards the avoid controversy at all costs angle. Family-friendly entertainment is Nintendo's stock and trade. Please, I'm begging you, try and make the argument that they, in 2004, would intentionally make a transgendered character. It simply can't be done.
I mean, you do know Nintendo of Japan has a history of including some things that many would not consider family-friendly in the Mario series, right? That's why many things had to be edited out and censored in international releases. Here are some clips from a Did You Know Gaming video discussing this.
In the Japanese version of Mario Party 2, the ending for Western Land featured real guns and bullets. The ending was changed in the international release so that the guns shot out corks instead. In the Japanese game, the Chucky-La Cola is actually vintage red wine. As well as Vivian, when Mario's Picross for the Game Boy was brought to the West, several of the game's puzzles were censored. Many puzzles which originally depicted alcoholic beverages such as beer and wine were replaced with various objects such as a boo, a silk hat, and a duck. A puzzle that originally showed a cigarette in an ashtray was also replaced with a rabbit.
Anyway, my final thoughts are this. I had far less to say than I expected. Good night and good luck. Debunking the Nerd had its third episode not that long ago, in which the host goes over the AVGN's review of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on the NES, and it has quite a few issues. The first thing I want to note is this part of their opening.
Is this game really that bad though? Does it have any redeemable qualities to it?
I dislike the framing of this part, as if James called the game an atrocious piece of shit without any redeeming qualities whatsoever, when that is just not what happened. In the Darkwing Duck episode, the nerd introduces what he calls the shit scale, and he uses this game along with Simon's Quest and Metal Gear as examples of games he reviews that fit in the same general category of badness. Here is what he says.
It begins with games that are debatably bad, somewhat good games with serious flaws, not part of the turd crust but well within smell range.
A clip you show even sees the nerd admitting the game has some superficial positive qualities.
The control's decent, it's fun killing things, sound effects are cool.
That is a far cry from you wondering if the game has any redeeming qualities at all, as if James in some way implied it didn't. I also want to bring up that Debunking the Nerd continues a habit I talked about the last time I covered him. That being bringing up the fact that a different game has the thing being complained about as if that in of itself proves something. When talking about the beeping when you're low on health in Ninja Turtles, he says the following.
If you really want to make a case for annoying beeping, the Pokemon series definitely takes the cake.
Later on, while talking about the infamous gap you can just walk over, he similarly makes the point.
There are other games where you can pass over the gap without jumping, but in those cases, it is not so obvious at first.
Okay, first off, the Mario example is kind of shaky because yes, you can run over small gaps in that game if you're holding down the B button, which is used for, well, running. Both Ninja Turtles on the NES and Ninja Gaiden 3, I believe is where you got that footage from, don't have run buttons. Second off, even if it does show up in other games, that doesn't make it showing up in Ninja Turtles any better. What if James dislikes it being in those games as well? The video also has a habit of attempting to disprove things the nerd never said, such as when the presenter says this about the fight with Rocksteady early in the game.
Easy fight, with no need to exploit the game's mechanics.
But the nerd never said he felt the need to exploit the game's mechanics in order to win this fight. Instead, he just pointed out a glitch he was aware of. Here's the clip again as shown in this very video.
Okay, here's a trick I think everybody knows. When you're fighting Rocksteady, you jump up onto these crates with Donatello and you just keep hitting him with your bow. Now what's really weird is the timing. I mean, you have to hit him when he's sort of ducking, not when he's standing up. I guess that would make too much sense. So it's obviously a game flaw.
Similarly, while discussing the dam level, he notes,
the layout is pretty straightforward, so it is impossible to get lost here.
But getting lost was never one of the nerd's complaints. Now, here I had to get the clip from the original video because it's not shown in this one. However, if you listen to what James says while discussing this level, it's obvious his main problem is the contradiction between a level forcing you to take your time while also giving you an incredibly strict time limit.
So you have to swim around and deactivate all these bombs. And there's so many things out there to kill you, and you have a time limit, so naturally, you're rushing to make it through as fast as you can. And all these electric plants hurt you, so you need a lot of patience. But how could you have patience when you're in a fucking hurry? Fuck!
This part right here is the only real challenge. It's impossible to get through here without taking any damage.
That's untrue. Here's a video of somebody doing exactly that.
But the way the nerd showed it, bashing the head into the platform on purpose is very misleading.
The nerd did that on purpose? Do you have any evidence of that? Because I have evidence of James saying he does try to play the games to the best of his ability when he records footage for the nerd episodes.
Now, of course, as I'm playing the game, I'm recording it, and I'm recording my own authentic experience of playing through it. So, when you see me die in the game, I'm really dying. I don't pretend to do it like I used to, like in the Karate Kid video. Like I was deliberately running into enemies and dying on purpose, but I don't do that anymore. Now I make sure that everything I play is authentic.
Anyway, that's all I want to cover. So, final thoughts. To use a term from the nerd, this video is a green on the shit scale. It is a debatably bad video with some serious issues. Good night, and good luck. I'm gonna be playing catch-up on SCC-related stuff for the next couple of commentaries. I apologize for not really making content related to the community I'm actually in for quite a bit, but I hope to rectify that throughout the rest of the year. Let's start with that video Blazing Larvesta did on me at the tail end of last year, which, although not atrocious, did make some points that I do feel are worth responding to. The first thing I want to note is I feel like your intro goes on a little too long. Now, mind you, this is more of a subjective point, but it takes nearly a minute before we actually see you appear in your video. I'd recommend shortening it if you can, or even splitting it up a little. I notice you have an opening graphic, then your disclaimer, and then your intro. Even placing a stinger between the disclaimer and the intro, like a lot of commentators do, would be enough to alleviate this problem. Anyway, I have nothing to comment on regarding Larvesta's context, so I'm just plain skipping that. All you need to know is he's covering my video on Brayden. Super Mario World overrated? Well, Brayden, let's see your arguments.
Super Mario World was released on the Super Nintendo as a launch title in 1990.
No, it was released on the Super Nintendo in 1991, although it did get a release on the Super Famicom in Japan a year earlier. And the Super Nintendo wasn't even released until 1991. So how could Super Mario World be the launch title for a system that wasn't out yet?
I'm pretty sure he was referring to the Japanese release, though. Yes, Super Famicom would be the correct term for the Japanese SNES, but for what I can tell, Brayden's just using Super Nintendo as an umbrella term for all the consoles' names in general.
Then Brayden's using incorrect terminology because the Super Famicom and Super Nintendo were different systems with unique libraries and accessories. The game Super Back to the Future 2, for example, was released on the Super Famicom, but not on the Super Nintendo, because it was a Japanese exclusive. Similarly, the Satellaview was not released in any area outside of Japan, making it exclusive to the Super Famicom.
Something that your own screenshots actually corroborate, might I add.
Larvesta makes no attempt to explain why this is the case.
This becomes even more evident when you consider what he points out about Super Mario World's Game Boy Advance release.
Then, it was in the Super Mario Advance series in 2001 for Japan, and all other regions got the game in 2002. So why does other regions get the game almost a half a year later?
I don't know, translating?
I have no idea what that's supposed to prove, other than that Brayden can differentiate the release dates for the same game in different regions, but that backs up my point and serves as evidence that he was simply making a mistake when he said Super Mario World was released on the Super Nintendo in 1990 and not the Super Famicom. Remember, Brayden made no attempt to differentiate the release of Super Mario World in Japan versus the United States. He only said it came out on the Super Nintendo in 1990, which, by the way, if he is using it as an umbrella term like you suggest, that still wouldn't make any sense, Not just for the reason I already discussed, but also because the game didn't just come out in 1990. Given it was released in South Korea and the United States in 1991, and then saw release in Europe and Australia in 1992, all of which were on those countries' equivalents to the Super Nintendo. And by the way, this is the first thing he says about this game in this video, and it's just wrong! And this is just one of several factual errors I found in this review, by the way. Here are some more.
So before we go any further, I feel the need to point out an annoying structural choice that Ephrom makes throughout his video, where he just bounces around various parts of Brayden's video to argue against, making it very difficult to follow along with where in the original video Ephrom is arguing against. Like, I'm not going to say the structure of criticism is innately bunk. I know plenty of reviewers criticize works throughout various points of contention instead of just going from point A to point B. However, with how Ephrom is going to randomly leap from part to part of Brayden's video, it makes it a lot harder to verify what Brayden is saying and where to anyone who hasn't already seen the original video.
Okay, I'm not unwilling to grant you at least some of those points regarding nonlinear commentating. However, I am bothered by your choice to use the word random, because these aren't random jumps. I'm grouping topics together for the sake of ease. The clip you played saw me saying that I was going to show you some factual errors, therefore providing a transition into the next thing I'm going to show. It's also implied that if I don't specifically take time to comment on what I'm about to show you before I do such, that is because it falls under the umbrella of factual errors. There is a structure here, albeit a more unorthodox one.
Speaking of Mario Advanced, he brings it up near the end of the video and just makes this absolutely strange statement. This at its core is pretty much an enhanced port. There's no drastic change from the original. But damn it, I'm disappointed that they didn't choose this game to have support for the e-reader. In the GBA version, there's minor fixes like saves, power-ups, behaviors, some minor stuff. The ability to play as Luigi in single player, Luigi no longer being a palette swap of Mario and instead being close to how he was in Super Mario Bros. 2. Something which is noticeable through looking at his own footage, by the way, given he's playing as Luigi while he's saying this. Along with him actually mentioning the fact that in the original SNES version, Luigi is just a palette swap of Mario in this very video. Luigi was basically using the same sprites as Mario, but the colors are opposite, so...
Which, I should note, he also complains about using this incredibly bizarre strain of logic.
It's not like this machine runs on rotary dials and punch cards. It's been almost 5 years, so I know it's not a hardware issue.
So it can't be a hardware issue because it's been 5 years since the release of the original Super Mario Bros., where Mario and Luigi were palette swaps of each other. I'm really fucking confused by this point.
So Ephrom actually makes a pretty decent point about how Mario World's Game Boy Advance port isn't entirely a copy-paste of the original by using Luigi's altered gameplay style as an example, only to then miss the point of Brayden's joke about Mario and Luigi just being recolors of one another. Brayden's complaint stems from the fact that Mario and Luigi's sprites have been nearly identical to one another for half a decade.
Brayden didn't say that, he just pointed out that it had been half a decade since the original Super Mario Bros. Okay, well, why would that be something he'd expect? My point was that there's no reason to believe the Super Nintendo would have the ability to do such with the evidence Brayden provided. You pointing out how the SNES is more powerful than the NES, although true, doesn't really mean anything on its own. If only because the Super Nintendo also had its own set of limitations, and Brayden had failed to provide evidence that this wasn't one of them. Yes, the Super Nintendo is more powerful than the NES. However, it can't do everything. It can't even do what an N64 could have. And an N64 couldn't do what a GameCube could have, and a GameCube couldn't do what a Wii could have, and so on and so forth. But every one of these systems had their own limitations. That's one of the reasons why new systems are created in the first place.
I have to wonder, I mean, Game Boy is basically a portable Nintendo, right?
No.
Why couldn't they just make it look like the
What?
Mario Brothers? I mean...
Are you joking?
Seems as if it would have...
Do you think they chose the 4-color thing? Like, you know, we could do...
The Game Boy could have easily had PS3 graphics.
That's kind of...
You know, we have the power of an NES here, but let's just limit our games, just for no good reason.
I just want to stress, you didn't even really clarify Brayden's point. You added a few things that weren't there, and then repeated it back at me as if that disproved my issue, but it doesn't.
That said, Brayden, I have to ask why you didn't go with Mario 2 USA to compare Mario and Luigi's sprites to. With Mario 1, the most you're providing is that Mario World is stagnating somewhat in the graphical department. Had you went with Mario 2 USA, you'd be giving at least the SNES version less ground to stand on with Mario and Luigi's sprites, given that, as Ephron pointed out, the former game gave the brothers more distinct sprites from one another, that game being a Doki Doki Panic reskin itself be Hoover damned. In other words, Mario World not giving Luigi sprites to differentiate from his brother would look even worse, since a game from the previous console generation was able to do that just fine.
You see, I like this part because Larvesta essentially admits I was right. My point was that Brayden had not given me any reason to believe what he desired was reasonable. I'm not saying it was or wasn't, for the record. I was merely pointing out that Brayden failed to make his argument convincingly. In fact, I know it's possible because Luigi was given an entirely different sprite in the version of Super Mario World that appeared in the Super Mario All-Stars plus Super Mario World cartridge. Larvesta then states that I misunderstood Brayden's argument and then provides a more detailed refutation, albeit through focusing on a different aspect of why it's incorrect. So I'm forced to wonder, what exactly was the issue with my point?
Yeah, this game doesn't break any boundaries in terms of graphics. Now that title goes to Doom running on a stellar 2 frames per second.
I'm not quite sure what Brayden means by this. I think he's trying to say the graphics of Mario World aren't all that impressive compared to other games at the time. And while that's at best debatable, the fact that he doesn't explain how that is, or even what he means by breaking boundaries, just makes this another meaningless statement.
I don't actually have a problem with Ephron's point here.
Then why are you leaving it in? Especially given you go on to criticize Brayden, even though there's an entire section of the video later on dedicated to specifically criticizing Brayden. Wouldn't it have made more sense to place your complaint with Brayden's point there as opposed to here, when you're still in criticize Ephron mode?
The overall gameplay is fine, the controls are tight, which I like. The difficulty is up there though, and I think this was a hardware thing rather than a developer thing. The enemies spawn right where you're going 90% of the time, and it doesn't help that there's a bit of popping in this game.
So I'll ignore the obviousness of saying the enemies are spawning where you're trying to go because, well, yeah, they're trying to stop you from getting where you're trying to go. Spawning in front of you, in between where you are and that final destination seems like a pretty obvious idea to me.
I'm pretty sure Brayden's arguing from a gameplay standpoint rather than a narrative one. Like, no duh, the enemies are trying to get in Mario's way, but that doesn't mean them doing so can't hurt the gameplay experience for Brayden if the enemies are placed in spots where they're annoying to counter, or otherwise make the level more unfair than it should be.
But from a gameplay perspective, the same point applies. The entire reason you have enemies in video games is to serve as obstacles to keep you from getting to the goal. Obviously, the logical place to put them are in between the starting point and the ending point, aka right in your way. The rest of the interjection is just you adding nuances that weren't in Brayden's original statement. Yes, obviously enemy placement can be an issue with a video game. All I was saying is that Brayden's statement was incredibly obvious. Oh, and there's also this little part from the same section of the video.
It could have been the fact that every video game company had to keep the video game renters in mind.
He says, talking about a game that was bundled with the Super Nintendo, meaning Nintendo didn't have to keep renters in mind, because if you had an SNES, you were essentially guaranteed to have a copy of Super Mario World.
Except not every Super NES system came with Super Mario World. There's plenty of other games that the SNES was bundled with, and for all Nintendo knew, some people may have bought one of those instead, and thus initially missed out on Super Mario World. Doing a bit of digging, A Link to the Past and Donkey Kong Country were just 2 examples I found in North America alone.
Hence my use of the word essentially, because although there were exceptions, the Super Nintendo was, usually at least, bundled with a copy of Super Mario World. This fact is also believed to be the reason why Super Mario World attained the status of the best-selling Super Nintendo game of all time.
And that's not even the only time remembering the game was sold with the system makes a point fall apart. Take this line, for example. Yes, I understand that you need a game that isn't too easy for people to fly. Yeah, you don't want this game to be too difficult where they won't play this game in general and not buy the game. But they didn't have to buy the game. They just needed to buy the Super Nintendo, and the game was included. This point doesn't make any fucking sense.
Also, yeah, nobody's going to want to buy a game like Super Mario World. Hence why it sold 20 million copies in the United States.
That is not at all what Braden said. He was saying that people don't want to buy games that are unfairly difficult in general.
Which he repeatedly said he believed Super Mario World was.
Adding on to this, since you're going to bring up Lost Levels as an example of a game notorious for its difficulty, that game only sold 2.5 million copies in Japan, on top of initially being denied an international localization due to its cheap difficulty, ultimately lending credence to Braden's claim.
That had nothing to do with difficulty, that had to do with the fact that Mario 2 Japan was only released for the Famicom Disk System, an add-on to the original Famicom, of which 4.5 million units were sold. 2.5 million people buying a game for a add-on 4.5 million people own is actually spectacular, truth be told, and in no way lends credence to what Braden said.
I would say the real issue is the game is kind of short. Just think about it. If we were to calculate the normal route and see how long that takes to get to the end of the game doesn't take long to get to the final boss and finish the game because many people would consider that if you beat the final boss, then you finish the game. And the levels in the Star World are just bonuses.
No, not really, at least not when compared to other games from that time period. Super Mario World takes about 5 hours to beat, assuming you are only going after the main objectives. Meanwhile, it takes 4 hours to do the same with the original Donkey Kong Country, 3.5 hours to do the same with Mega Man X, and between 4 and 5 hours to beat Super Castlevania 4.
This does not debunk anything. Looking through similar titles from the time on How Long to Beat, Mario World does appear to be about average length just to finish, but for all we know, Braden may consider the other games you brought up to be too short as well, or think Mario World should be longer on its own merits independent of its genre.
In that case, his complaints are entirely based on not understanding how video games and technology work. The reason why I mentioned how long it was relative to other games from that era is because that's a good indicator of what was considered long and short at the time. There's no objective standard of a long and short video game. You do know that, right? By SNES game standards, especially SNES platformer standards, Super Mario World is longer than average. If you want it to be even longer past that point, then the most I'm really going to have to say to you is, you fail to take into account the fact that a game can only be so long depending on the technology that's used to make it. Who's to say the SNES is even capable of a longer game? You need to prove that. Anyway, Larvesta then goes on to start criticizing Braden's video, and I also have a few issues with that, so let's go through those real quick.
Basically, Yoshi is a safeguard. He can jump on pretty much any enemy and kill them instantly. If not, he can jump on dangerous surfaces, and that would normally hurt Mario and stand on them. Eat anything you can pick up, either store it or just swallow. Yeah, he looks like a depressed lizard. Come on, he's a bit too droopy. Or a bit too excited. And then eating multiple fruits gives you a power-up. And B, a jump pad. Yeah, this was the most brutal method, but it does save you from losing a life in the game. So which one's worse, getting hit with the Super Nintendo or being f***ed over by the Super Nintendo on how difficult Super Mario World is? And then an item box for you to save an item inside for emergencies. And then the 7 Koopalings. Yeah, these were really annoying. On to Mario Party 2. The Koopalings return from Super Mario Bros. 3, which they haven't got any better. It goes from the order Iggy, Morton, Lemmy, Ludwig, Roy, Wendy, and Larry. I mean, these battles are fine, yet it's so strict on the timing, or they're just not cooperating in general. This is what it looks like when the Koopalings are cooperating, and then when they don't. Not until 4.
Okay, you're gonna have to forgive me for playing so much of the video at once, but there's quite a bit to unpack here. The biggest problem shown in this segment? The video clips you showed do a poor job corroborating your complaints. Your first clip talking about how Yoshi can stand directly on dangerous platforms just shows him being chased away by a Wiggler, while the clips of you fighting the Koopalings don't show how the fights are RNG heavy, instead showing you just being poor at fighting them. Speaking of the Koopalings, how about we talk about that JPEG you showed? Really, Braden? Why couldn't you have just found a version of the image that doesn't just have a jarring white background behind it? You do show in other parts of your video that you are able to overlay images over a background, so to have this random 2010 era low quality JPEG slapped over a black void of nothingness comes off as incredibly jarring compared to what editing you do show off in the rest of your video.
You know, I normally don't play this card, but to quote you...
Please don't start jumping on his case for non-issues.
That clip, by the way, was in response to me pointing out that Braden made a factually incorrect statement. Specifically the one discussed at the very start of the video, where Braden confused the Super Nintendo with the Super Famicom. So that's a non-issue, but him using a JPEG in a manner that looks kind of bad for a couple of seconds is... Your standards are incredibly arbitrary and, in my opinion at least, nonsensical. And by the way, your standards don't have to conform to mine. That's one of the great things about this community. You can think that's important, I don't have to. I can think a rather small factual error is important, and you don't have to. The only thing I ask is you don't pretend like your subjective standards for what is and isn't important are the end-all be-all.
During the 90s, Nintendo felt like they were in decline. They kinda were, but Nintendo tried to be cool with all the teens. That's right. They made the Play Aloud series. This was the thing Nintendo was trying to bank on to win back an audience. I don't know if it worked or not. The only thing I know is that screamed 90s and early 2000s. They dipped their toes in other things too, like the Best Play Here, Who Are You? And the one I consider to be a part of this too is the more recent of the 3DS era, There Is No Play Like It. I kinda like the 3DS one. I remember this one more at Christmas time though, but I think it was also everywhere else too.
And this relates to Super Mario World. How? Like, yeah, the level titles of the Super World were named after slang terms from the 90s, but why bring up stuff like Who Are You and There's No Play Like It? It feels distracting.
Because he wanted to go into a brief diatribe about how the names of these levels connect to Nintendo's marketing at the time, before also going on a little bit of a digression about how Nintendo uses similar marketing tactics today. Even if you're going to say it wasn't all that relevant and should have been left out of the video, which I do agree with, you have to acknowledge there was a structural reason for placing it there. Anyway, final thoughts. Again, this video isn't atrocious by any stretch of the imagination, but it had enough problems to where I felt the commentary was worthwhile. Good night, and good luck. You know, I've been getting into Smash Brothers recently, and I remember hearing there was this really old, really bad review of Melee when it first came out from a guy who's now infamous because of a 2-hour video from H-Bomber Guy that went over all of his various shenanigans. But you know what? Tons of pieces of media had to undergo critical reevaluations before they were generally believed to be excellent, so it wouldn't surprise me if Smash Bros. Melee was one of them. Plus, people do have a right to their opinions, so it's not as if a reviewer disliking a game I like is enough to make the review bad. This review is bad, though, and you're about to see why. I also couldn't find a copy of the original airing of this review on G4, so instead I'm having to rely on a copy of the rerun of it, which I'm near certain cut out certain parts of the review. What these parts are, I have no idea.
What do you think about Super Smash Bros. Melee for the Nintendo GameCube?
Well, you know, I gotta tell you, it's another GameCube letdown, another GameCube disappointment in my book. It goes down, another check one off.
I agree. I was not impressed with this game. And maybe the idea originally was kind of cool, but you know what? Now it's just a gimmick, especially on these amazing brand new consoles. And the GameCube is so powerful. I don't want to play an N64 game on the GameCube.
Right. You're not, though. There are tons of differences between Super Smash Bros. On the N64 and Super Smash Bros. Melee. To give you all an idea of just how bare bones the N64 game was, all it really had was a very generic campaign mode and the versus mode, along with the training mode. There wasn't an endless brawl mode, there wasn't the home run minigame, there weren't any trophies, and I could go on. I'm not even getting into the characters you can play as in Melee that you couldn't play as in 64. Like Bowser, who you can see in this match right here you guys are using for footage, and who was absolutely nowhere in the original N64 game. Fuck, I can even tell you're playing as him because Kirby's lives are on the right, therefore the only character whose lives could be on the left is Bowser. You are playing as a character who wasn't in the N64 game while wondering what the difference is between this and the N64 game.
It has all the great Nintendo characters like Mario and Donkey Kong, and was Yoshi in there?
Yoshi's in there.
The princess.
Yeah, the one Nintendo princess. Also, to go back to an earlier point, you couldn't play as any princess in the N64 game, so there's yet another difference.
So you basically pick one character or a bunch of characters and you fight against another character in some kind of Nintendo game environment. Kind of seems like it could be interesting, but the reality is that all you're doing really is just pushing buttons, and I didn't feel like there was any strategy whatsoever.
I mean, I guess that's a subjectively fine view to have. However, I'm forced to wonder how exactly you came to that conclusion, and by the way, the review's almost over, so it's not like Tommy has much time to explain. Also, and this is a corruption of English that isn't exactly Tallarico's fault, so I'm not holding him to account. It's just kind of something I've noticed. Even if there was strategy, you could still say all you do is press buttons, because that's how video games work. The vast majority of the time, at least. Obviously, there are exceptions, like the Power Glove for the NES. However, not only are those rather few and far between, and were even more so in the era this review was made in. Remember, this was before the Wii's motion controls and the Xbox 360's Kinect. But also, none of them existed for the GameCube, to my knowledge. So to play a GameCube game, you had to push buttons. You press buttons on the controller and then things happen. I guess unless you want to include the control stick, but Super Smash Bros. Melee uses the control stick. That's how you move in the game.
I'm giving this a 3 out of 10.
Wow, 3.
It's just not impressive.
Right.
The GameCube is supposed to be about the next steps and the next level of gameplay. This is exactly the same kind of gameplay.
Preach on, brother.
3 out of 10.
I give it a 2.5.
I want to end this commentary by pointing out, as H-Bomber documented, that Tommy would go on to deny this review exists. Good night, and good luck. You know what, let's look at another video that calls Super Mario 64 overrated. This time by the YouTuber Torin2Glitchy.
While outside Peach's castle, I took the opportunity to play around with Mario for a bit just to figure out the controls and the sorts of moves he can do. Some moves I recognised from Odyssey, which was good, and he's got a lot of moves in his arsenal. Crouch jumps, wall jumps, ground pounds, triple jumps. He's got all sorts of moves, which I was impressed by. But one thing I did notice that worried me was how slippery Mario was. Mario skids and slides all over the place. You can see it when he stops running. When I saw Mario leave skid marks, I left some of my own skid marks in my pants, because that sort of thing causes issues in platformers.
Okay, first off, gross, and second off, that's just called gaining momentum. The way video games tend to work is, when you're running, it takes you longer to come to a stop because it takes more time for you to go from the speed you were previously moving at to a velocity of 0. It also makes the characters feel like they have weight to them. You say this can cause issues, and that's not incorrect per se. However, you need to explain how it would cause issues in this game, which, spoilers, he really doesn't. Outside of a vague mention of this causing a lot of deaths throughout his playthrough.
And let's not forget about how Mario's slipperiness makes this worse. Remember earlier when I said Mario was really slippery, and how he does a cute little slide when he stops running? Well, that cute little slide caused me to die in this game at least 100 times. Most of the time, Mario is easy to control, but sometimes he gets a bit carried away and slips around, causing you to fall off platforms or walk into hazards you don't mean to, and most of the time you end up dying to it because the levels are badly designed.
But even ignoring the redundancy of saying you don't mean to walk into the hazards, the issue in the clip you showed, that being when you're playing the small version of Tiny Huge Island, you know, that level you say sucks without any actual explanation.
Tiny Huge Island is a level where, depending on which painting you enter through, you can play the level as Big Mario or Small Mario, and that changes the areas you can access. Which is cool, it's just too bad the level itself is dog shit.
And which contains a slope that he goes on a really long rant about looking bad for some reason.
I mean, look at this slope from Tiny Huge Island. Why is it shaped like this? What's the point of making it like this? Who thought, yeah, let's make it really fucking wide at the bottom, then have it get narrower for no reason, make it take a sudden turn around a fence, and then we'll just have a giant triangle behind it because geometry. Not only does it look gross, it's also pointless. They could have just made it a regular rectangular slope that stays the same width without all the other bullshit. Same goal would have been achieved by the slope, but there wouldn't be any ugly random shapes, and it wouldn't be as annoying as it is here.
Because the fact this slope is a somewhat unorthodox shape apparently means it is gross, and also evidence that apparently geometry was just randomly placed there without any semblance of coherence.
You know when you watch a little kid, about 4 or 5, trying to draw, and they just sort of aimlessly scribble all over a page? Well, the levels in this game feel like if someone took those aimless scribbles and turned them into a 3D level. I swear, every level in this game is just a pile of random geometry. You just have bits and pieces of shapes sticking out all over the place, and most of it serves no purpose. There's no logic to it, it's not configured in a way that makes sense. They just slapped a bunch of shapes together for the hell of it, and it's just fucking bad.
And which can't be described with words, despite the fact that he not only has described it with words, as I just showed you, but also manages to do so immediately after saying that.
The levels are built in a way that it's sort of like, I can't even fucking describe it. It's a mess. It's just a mess.
Appears to be more that the level is just incredibly crammed together, because that's the gimmick of Tiny Huge Island. You can either play a version of the level where everything is incredibly small, or one where everything is incredibly large. And yeah, the small one is going to be boxed in and narrow. That's just how the game works. That's not the control's fault. And I should also note, this is just after he says that the game constantly gets you to walk into instant kill hazards like lava.
And for some reason, most of the levels hover over the void, or they have some kind of quicksand or lava that kills you instantly.
Even though lava isn't an insta-kill in Super Mario 64. And side note, regarding your complaint about Mario not immediately stopping, I can think of games where the lack of such a feature caused issues. Milon's Secret Castle, for example.
The control isn't the worst I've experienced, but it feels stiff. As soon as you release the D-pad, Milon stops dead in his tracks. He doesn't gain momentum the way Mario does, for example.
But I'm getting ahead of myself. I can't start accusing the game of problems when the problems haven't happened yet. What I can accuse the game of already, though, is looking bad. Super Mario 64 looks disgusting. People think this game looks good? I mean, sure, if the game was made for an MP3 player, I would agree. But come on!
Okay, I get you're making a hyperbolized comment here, but can you at least make sure said hyperbolized comment makes any fucking sense? What you just said boils down to, these graphics would be impressive if they were made for a device which exists to only play audio files. It's just incredibly bizarre as a statement.
Super Mario 64 is ugly and hard to look at, and that's a hill I will die on. At least, I think it's a hill. The graphics are so bad, I can't tell.
Again, this is just another quip that doesn't make any sense. Now, if you don't think the game looks good, that's fine. However, this joke implies you have an issue telling the elevation of parts of the level, which I just don't understand. I can tell that to the left of Mario is a hill. Even if the graphics aren't the best, I can notice it is both slanting and moving towards an upwards elevation.
Like I said earlier, the whole point of the game is to run around and explore levels in search of power stars. Each level has 6 power stars and you need a minimum of 70 to beat the game.
7 stars, if you include the 100 coin star, which you can also get in every level, along with the 6 stars you get from completing the various missions.
And the objectives to earn said power stars are usually pretty straightforward. You jump into a level, go around and collect each power star by completing some sort of challenge, leave the level and move on to the next one. Sounds pretty simple, doesn't it? Well, actually, it's not that simple. Super Mario 64 goes out of its way to make collecting power stars as tedious as possible. Instead of letting you stay in a level as long as you want and collect everything in one go, like what every other game of this genre does, this game kicks you out of the level every time you collect a star. Meaning if you want them all, you have to enter and exit a level a minimum of 6 times, starting the level from scratch each time. And it is so annoying. Why does it kick you out? What possible reason could they have to justify that? In the process of writing this script, I genuinely sat here for 20 minutes trying to think of any half-decent reason for this, and I couldn't. It's like the game is actively trying to stop you from playing it.
The reason why the game does this is because certain stars cause the level to change. For example, the first star in Bob-omb Battlefield has you fight King Bob-omb at the top of a hill. In the second level, when King Bob-omb is gone, Koopa the Quick shows up, and you can race him to a gold point, which is previously where you fought King Bob-omb. Other examples of this are the penguin you race against in Cool Cool Mountain only appearing once you get the star from going down the slide, where you later race him, and the first star in Dire Dire Docks having a submarine which does not appear in any other mission, because in the game you actually have gotten rid of that submarine in order to get to the second Bowser level. Touches like this would be impossible if the game let you get every star in just one trip to the level.
But it's not just each time you collect a star, you also get kicked out of the level every time you die, which makes the experience of collecting all the stars even more obnoxious. It's bad enough that you have to keep re-entering the same level over and over just to get more stars, so why do they also make you re-enter levels if you die?
More than likely because they made you do the same in Mario 3, Mario World, and Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island, put together with the fact that this game being focused more on percent of content completed as opposed to linear level completion, like those games were, might give a player an incentive to go to a different level if they're having trouble with the one they're currently playing. A way of telling if they're having trouble with said level, by the way, is if they're dying in it. Mind you, I also personally don't find those aspects of the game annoying. However, if this guy does, that is perfectly fine. He has a right to his opinion, after all. However, I also believe that he drags out his complaining about this for longer than is necessary, because this turns into one of his biggest complaints about the game.
It's so fucking annoying. They could have just put you back at the start of the level after a death. I wouldn't have complained about that, because that would make sense. Why would they add in the extra step of kicking you out and making you come back in? What is the point? It makes playing through levels so much more of a chore than it needs to be. Every time you want to get a star, you have to enter a level, and every time you collect one, you're kicked out of it. You want the next star, you have to go back in. You die to bullshit, you're kicked out, and you have to go back in and try again. Die to bullshit again, out you go. Over and over and over again until you lose your mind. It's so goddamn annoying. I cannot stress that enough. Have I made it clear? Have I successfully conveyed to you the tediousness of the fuckness this game throws at you? This is where games like Spyro get it right.
He goes on to list a bunch of things he thinks Spyro did better than Mario, ending with,
on top of that, it doesn't kick you out when you get a collectible, and it doesn't kick you out if you die. You aren't punished in the most brutally irritating of ways if you make a mistake, or if Spyro slips off an edge, which rarely happens because Spyro isn't some kind of Olympic figure skater in disguise like Mario is. The number of deaths and game overs I had to stupid shit in this game is outrageous, and having to exit and re-enter a level every time made me genuinely furious. There were many times where I seriously wanted to stop playing and never play it again. That almost never happens for me. It's extremely rare for me to become so frustrated with a game to the point where I nearly rage quit because of how bullshit it is. But Super Mario 64 pushed me right to the edge.
Now mind you, in that last clip he does try to tie in his complaint about having to re-enter levels with his complaint about the controls and bad level design, kind of. Although he still says that having to re-enter the levels is what made him furious, as opposed to the bullshit deaths he already mentioned. However, in that case you have to explain exactly what is so troublesome about it. You call it an extra step, and from the looks of it, it is literally one extra step. You call it unnecessary, and I'm not even saying I disagree with that criticism, but why does that inherently make it so infuriating? Now, I'm not going to sit here and say for sure that you're making a mountain out of a molehill. Maybe there is a reason this is so rage-inducing, I'm just not considering. However, you also don't explain that reason. And the most you give us is a rationale for it being mildly irritating at worst.
I've already talked about how this game is ugly and visually appalling, so I don't need to go into too much more detail about that. But to add to that problem, the level themes are so generic and painfully unremarkable. I started to notice this with Jolly Roger Bay, which is literally just a giant empty room full of water. There are barely any interesting landmarks, exploring isn't appealing, and the game even lacks that distinctive Mario personality with its bouncy and vibrant locations, with characters and features that make it feel alive. Everything in this game is just so generic, bland, and soulless.
This is another case where your hyperbole really doesn't make any sense. I understand you're not literally just calling it a box full of water, if only because that's what you call Wet Dry World.
Wet Dry World also has a cool concept where the height at which you enter the level through the portrait changes the height of the water in the level, determining which areas you can swim to. That's a really cool idea as well, but the level itself is literally just a box. It's a giant box full of water.
However, you saying there aren't any notable landmarks is just incorrect. The sunken ship, which, by the way, gets unsunken once you get the star from it, providing yet another reason as to why the game wouldn't let you get all the stars in one go. And the eel come to mind as just two very notable set pieces from this rather small level early in the game. Anyway, final thoughts. If you dislike Mario 64, that is perfectly fine, make no mistake. However, your reasons were, to be blunt, rather confusing, and frequently did not hold up to scrutiny. I skipped many of the more subjective ones, and if it's really just those, that is perfectly understandable. However, when you tried to enter anything even remotely non-subjective, your arguments had various holes in them. Good night, and good luck. Tonight's commentary is on an anti-Super Mario 64 video by a user named Toxiquid. Let's begin.
I may be spoiled rotten with quite frankly better 3D platformers with gems like A Hat in Time, Mario Odyssey, and hell, even Banjo-Kazooie, but my god, this game is terrible in my opinion.
Your opening disclaimer doesn't make much sense, and it comes off like you're claiming you dislike the game because you've played better games, which is utterly illogical. Mind you, if you were to say that you felt this game was unimpressive, or you felt like these other games were more worth going back to, that would make more sense, because that statement is totally relative. However, whether or not a game is good really isn't. You aren't debating whether or not it's the greatest game of all time, you're just determining if it's a quality product or not, after all. Are you seriously attempting to imply that you wouldn't take issue with the things you're going to discuss in this video had you not played those other games? Because if not, then what was the point of this opening? And by the way, it's not as if he, for example, compared and contrasted elements of these games to their counterparts in Mario 64 in order to explain why he prefers them in those titles. Instead, all we get is a brief mention of Mario being slipperier in this game than he is in Odyssey.
Mario is slippery while moving, like abnormally slippery when compared to his more recent outings.
Which, given I haven't played Odyssey, I can't say if that's true or not, but I'll grant you that's true just for the sake of argument. And another part near the end of the video where you say that playing the game in 2020 especially makes it not fun.
But when actually getting to play it, especially in the year 2020, it's not fun because of how everything was just stacked against me in terms of controls, in terms of level design, in terms of the camera. Everything just wanted me to fail, and I hated that.
But again, that just begs the question of, if you had played the game earlier, would you have been fine with everything being stacked against you? Would you have been fine playing a game where everything feels stacked against you on the condition you had been playing it just a few years before you did? Anyway, he goes on to say the main issue with the game boils down to the controls.
I know that is a huge claim to make, but I believe I found the root of my problem. It's the controls. They actually just suck. And no, it's not limited to one area, or it's not just one or two main problems. It's everything as a whole.
Before going on to say the following about how Mario moves in the game.
I'm not gonna beat around the bush. Mario is slippery while moving, like abnormally slippery when compared to his more recent outings. This is a huge problem because it makes doing precise platforming, which is required in some areas, nearly impossible. I cannot tell you how many times I died on that first Bowser level because of how stupidly small the platform is to get that first red coin, but we're gonna get to that later.
And yet in your footage you managed to get the red coin without any issue whatsoever. Oh, and as for the whole he'll get back to it later thing, he shows himself going after the same coin a little bit later in the video, and you can tell it's a different clip because the live count is different, and he doesn't even make it to the platform before the clip cuts, so I have no idea if he died here or not. I'm not accusing you of being dishonest or anything, however, what you're showing us simply doesn't match up with what you're saying, and this isn't even the only time such an issue occurs. Look at this part.
Third one introduces these gravity-defying walkways as well as some obstacles that seem unavoidable, like a piranha plant that shows up at the beginning and a womp that guards a linearly small hallway.
You claim that piranha plant is unavoidable, but the footage shows you avoiding it. It must be avoidable. You managed to do such.
See, how the whole wing cap thing works is like this. You jump up and get a running start and such, see, back to that whole momentum thing I said earlier, and the elevation you are at dictates how high you can go, but not how low you can go. So if you're at a lower elevation trying to reach a high platform, you can't just go from point A to B, nah, you gotta find point C that's in there in between those elevations, because you can't reach that high despite it being called the wing cap. These dinky wings don't allow you to fly, they allow you to glide. Why isn't it called the glide cap?
Okay, first off, even if what you're saying is true, it would still be totally accurate to call it the wing cap because it's a hat with wings on it.
That aside, I can cleanly separate the levels into 3 distinct styles. There are the gauntlets, which really don't have any big open areas and just focus on individual challenges, like Lethal Lava Land and Rainbow Ride, the water levels, which has a whopping 3 in this category, being Dire Docks, Jolly Roger Bay, and Wet Dry World, and what I'm calling the box gardens, which are just giant open areas to go around in, like Cool Mountain, Bob-omb Battlefield, and Tiny Huge Island.
Wait a minute, why is Lethal Lava Land considered a gauntlet and not a box garden? Especially given you describe box gardens as wide open levels, but Lethal Lava Land is an incredibly open level. Now, later on, he does mention the lack of a safety cushion being something that gauntlet levels have in common.
That's why I hate gauntlet style levels so much. If and or when you make a mistake, you don't really have a little safety cushion you can reliably get back to. Tick-Tock Clock has a giant pit, Rainbow Ride has you fall from the sky, and Lethal Lava Land has lava.
However, there are safety nets in both Tick-Tock Clock and Lethal Lava Land. You can land on a previous part of the level because of its vertical nature. It's not the most reliable thing in the world, but it can be done, and as for Lethal Lava Land, you have a pretty big safety net from the lava that you don't have in the case of falling into a pit. That being the fact that falling into a pit is an instant kill, while falling into lava only takes off part of your health. Essentially, your safety net is the rest of your HP. And by the way, we can even see this in your video because there's a clip of you falling into some lava in Lethal Lava Land.
I assume since you're watching this, you've at least seen gameplay of Mario 64. If not, here, let me show you a star found in the second level of the game. This star is called Blast Away at the Wall. Sounds like you have to shoot yourself at a wall with a star on it, right? Welp. That's not the case, as you have to shoot yourself at this very random ass corner with no indication of where you have to shoot.
Okay, first off, it's called Blast Away the Wall, not Blast Away at the Wall. Second off, there was no difference between how you described what you thought the mission was going to be and what it actually was. You shoot a wall with a star in it. That is what the game wants you to do. Third off, there is an indication that's what you're supposed to do. It's called the title of the mission. This is the only cannon in Whomp's Fortress. So the amount of walls you could theoretically blast at is rather small, and the wall is so close by, it's not far-fetched to assume naturally that is the one you are supposed to hit.
And some stars are very similar if you want this in terms of stupidity. It doesn't really get that much better. Tall Mountain, my favorite level in the game, for some reason has a painting in the side of the mountain that takes you to a slide level. It's not marked at all, it's just a regular side of the wall in this mountain, and poof, there it goes.
Never mind how the painting ripples when Mario touches it, just as every other painting does in this game, and the area where the painting is so narrow that it's completely reasonable to assume a player player would make contact with it even if they aren't intending to. To speak anecdotally, I know that can occur. That's how I discovered the painting the first time I played this game. I also want to point out that despite saying this, you praise the game for pulling this trick in the basement of Peach's castle via the entrance to Shifting Sandland.
TLDR, Peach's Castle treats you like a big kid and makes everything not only doable without a guide, but introduces amazing concepts that play around with the perception of entering levels. The first floor has Bob-omb Battlefield, Cool Cool Mountain, Womp's Fortress, and Jolly Roger Bay, all in traditional paintings. But after that, they really screw with you how you can get into levels. Shifting Sandland is at a dead end of a basement.
Actually, that brings up another point as to why this would be perfectly reasonable for a player to find on their own. The game has already pulled this trick before in the form of the entrance to Shifting Sandland.
I can't say that all the levels are bad, honestly. Some have their redeeming factors. I think that Bob-omb Battlefield is great at introducing you to the language of Mario 64.
But I thought you hated this game. Why would you like a level that introduces you to it? This, again, just doesn't make any sense. Anyway, my final thoughts can be summed up as me pointing out this man did not critique Super Mario 64 all that well. Good night, and good luck. Let's finish off this trilogy of AVGN-related videos by doing what the nerd himself would do and taking my audience back to the past. Tonight's commentary is on a video from 2010. The video in question is a text-based commentary on the AVGN's old Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles review. And although that is not inherently an issue, it does lead to some of the issues the video otherwise wouldn't have. Take this part, for example, where the text clearly appears before the part the text is commenting on is said.
The original Ninja Turtles is one of the most annoying games I've ever played.
James hadn't used the word annoying before the text showed up, so this appears oddly timed to say the least. At other points of the video, the text isn't on screen long enough for most people to be able to properly read it. Like here.
Oh, you fuck rat.
At other points, one sentence is on screen for a very long period of time. Take this part, for example.
Characters in the game, like Baxter Stockman, the Rat King, Krang. I mean, it's not like Krang was like a minor character that came in the 5th season of the show. Krang was right there from the beginning. So, like, there was no excuse. There was no excuse not to have him there. I mean, instead, make way for the missile balloons, flying robot head, those little butterfly things, Mr. Fireman. And why don't you hear the Ninja Turtles theme song anywhere in the game? What a piece of shit.
That one sentence was on the screen for quite a while, which, to be fair, James was giving a rather lengthy rant, so having it overlay said rant does make sense. However, there's also the problem of it just being incorrect. Aspects of the game, like Splinter being Hamato Yoshi mutated, the Technodrome, the Shredder being alive and having a retro mutagen gun, the existence of Bebop and Rocksteady, and April O'Neil being a reporter, all came from the cartoon, not the comics. Now, most of the video boils down to this person making fun of the AVGN for not being very good at the game, because the best rebuttal he can think of to many of the points about challenge is literally just get good, usually with no further explanation whatsoever. Making fun of James for drinking alcohol, saying he only does so to look tough, and not because he could just be part of the 60% of Americans who consume alcohol. And just saying that the dude sucks, and that his videos are bad, and so on and so forth. I wish to end with this. The commentator expressed issue with James continuously noting his frustration over attempting to cross a gap he could walk over, especially given James repeatedly tried to jump over it.
Why does this jump have to be so close to the ceiling?
A little later, he says it's obvious that's what you need to do.
Every time you fall down, you have to walk through the entire room all over again.
To which I have to ask, obvious to who exactly? Apparently not James, and I know of another YouTuber, Aqualung, who also made note that it wasn't obvious to him in his video on the game.
So on the second floor, you'll come to this little gap right here, and don't feel bad, AVGN. I also found myself trying to jump over this gap so many freaking times it was ridiculous. And it pissed me off, too, when I found out that simply walking over it is the solution.
So, how is it obvious exactly? It's never explained. Good night, and good luck. Let's do another quick commentary on an AVGN-related video. This time, a guy defending Castlevania 2. And for those unaware, he's covering the old review James did from 2004, although he does play one clip from the re-review as part of the Castlevania Marathon. Even then, he concedes several of James's points, and I admit the nerd didn't do the best job arguing them at first, but even then I still have some issues. So let's get through this.
But the first problem comes in when it changes from day to night. Why does it take so long? Nobody feels like sitting through this every time. Why did they think that that would be a good idea and interrupt the gameplay? Did they think it would be more realistic? I mean, in real life, I don't have to stop in my tracks when the sun sets and the box doesn't pop up in the air.
It takes roughly 8.5 seconds to transition between day and night. While it disrupts the flow of the game a little bit, it isn't necessarily that bad. During the night, enemies become twice as stronger, zombies roam the towns, and NPCs hide in their houses. It's difficult to think of another way to pull this off without the transition mechanic. Oh, and the nighttime music is a banger.
I'm not going to discuss your opinion on the game's nighttime music as that is entirely subjective. However, I do want to deconstruct your point about this being the only way the game can achieve the effect you mentioned. Even if I grant you that is the case, why is this feature so integral that it is worth the criticisms James brings up? And by the way, you calling the transition from day to night not that bad is, again, entirely subjective.
The next complaint is losing a life when falling into water.
And why do you have to die when you fall in the water? That's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Sometimes I don't feel like going down the stairs just to get down to ground level when I can just take a shortcut and jump down. But oops, I shouldn't do that. There might be water down there. This guy can go all over fighting hordes of evil monsters, but he can't even swim.
The water pit is a well-known cliché in video games, so we don't really get why the nerd is baffled by this one.
And that debunks what James said how exactly. Yeah, tons of games have water pits, but that doesn't mean Castlevania 2's inclusion of them is particularly logical. James could think it's nonsensical to include it in those other games as well. Also, your balloon fight example is a tad shaky, if only because it's not the water itself that kills the character in that game, but an enemy that comes out from the water when you get too close to it. Although functionally they're the same thing from a gameplay perspective, it does mean that James can't ask why this character can't swim because, well, maybe they can. It wasn't the water that killed them after all.
This leads us to the next complaint, which is losing hearts when dying.
When you die, you lose all your hearts and you have to start all over again.
You lose all your hearts only when you get a game over. The player starts with 3 lives, and there are multiple churches throughout the game, where you can replenish your health. Additionally, leveling up restores your health.
The first point is a minor imprecision of wording on James's part, but I'll grant you it's technically valid. However, your mention of churches restoring your health doesn't really do much. Same thing with your leveling up, as that tends to be a very rare occurrence in the game. Especially since you can only do it a total of 6 times throughout your playthrough. And regarding your mention of using churches to refill your health more generally, I'm just going to let Ego Raptor explain the issue with this point.
In Castlevania 2, if you were man enough to make a pilgrimage to your local town, you could hit up the church and get all your health back. But if you died, you just kind of respawn where you died. Okay, well whatever. But hey, if you fucking lose all your life, you have to continue, which still spawns you exactly where you died, but you lose all your hearts. So if you're headed to buy some super important item that you need to advance, and you have to continue, then you gotta fucking grind more hearts out of enemies and waste more of your fucking time. And wandering back to a town that's a bazillion miles away to get your health back wastes your fucking time. I hope you see where I'm coming from so I don't have to keep wasting my fucking time explaining it.
Essentially, it's a highly inconvenient method of gaining your health back. Anyway, that's all I want to cover, given the rest of the video is just primarily him agreeing with James, so final thoughts. Again, this is not a horrible video or anything of the sort, it's just a video with quite a few problems that were worth pointing out. Good night, and good luck. So this video is 90% some guy just saying his subjective opinion on a recent AVGN episode, and although I disagree, I don't really have a problem with those parts. However, he also makes some utterly baffling claims about the series in general, which I would like to respond to.
What's that he's holding? Is that a phone? Is this a mobile game? Are we seriously at the point where mobile games are retro now? Even ones from 2016? Whatever.
I mean, it's roughly as old as Superman 64 was when he covered it, that game being 9 years old and this game being 8 years old. Something the nerd even mentioned when he reviewed said game.
And you know what the most pathetic thing about it is? This game isn't even 10 years old! Just barely. You'd think by 1999 there'd be some kind of quality standard.
Even though I hoped I'd never see the day where the nerd discovers smartphones.
Why? If anything, I'd view it as inevitable if the series was going to continue, and given mobile games can be a very good source of comedy, especially when reviewed in the nerd style, it's not as if this is inherently not something he can work with. Even if you don't think this episode was all that good, it wasn't as if the mere concept of him playing a mobile game is what killed it. I also want to go on a small unrelated tangent and just say that anytime the nerd gets a newest game that he's reviewed, a lot of people get really surprised, but the goal of the show is to take you back to the past. Not take you back to some year before this specific arbitrary stopping point. What is the past right now is different from what the past was when his series started. And the motto has always been vague enough to where James could realistically throw in any game that wasn't a new release if he so chose.
The nerd does touch upon some of the flaws that plague mobile gaming, like ads and wait timers and microtransactions kinda, but it's all very surface level and never goes deeper than a few sentences of mild annoyance. In fact, it takes the nerd no time at all to give into the microtransactions. Like, bruh, you were the chosen one. I was hoping the nerd would at least try to dig his heels in a little bit, actually try to focus on how these games purposely grind to a halt to manipulate you into spending money. But no, he wastes no time in buying golden carrots so he could rush through the game, because having actual things for the angry video game nerd to get angry about is far less important than having the nerd pause the review to text Bugs Bunny.
What exactly would be the point of waiting until later in the episode to make use of the microtransactions? Furthermore, what about the nerd's character makes you think he wouldn't use microtransactions? This is the guy who's used Game Genie several times. And by the way, he did discuss exactly what you wanted him to talk about just before he brought up the microtransactions. Here's the clip from the episode.
No matter what you do, this meter is the slowest I've ever seen, and I mean that. Anytime you get one of the items, it hardly even moves a pixel, and the items don't come often enough. But you can spawn them faster if you buy gold carrots, and I mean with actual money. What kind of idiot would spend real money on this game? Alright, let's do it.
Like, no one uses emojis like that anymore outside of Twitter.
And people also don't tend to wear white button-up shirts with pocket protectors that frequently these days. What's your point?
I've been starting work on this massive AVGN retrospective with the goal of seeing if he's actually fallen off or not. Because I've stumbled upon several video essays that have relegated the series to the fate of The Simpsons, where, the first several seasons were regarded as the golden age until Screenwave Media scooped it up, and from there it stopped being as good. Most modern AVGN episodes are often seen as mediocre, if not disappointing. It seemed like the series started to focus more on quantity rather than quality, with very few golden age caliber episodes throughout.
The nerd uploaded far more frequently in his golden age than he does now, though. Here's an FAQ from back in the day where James says there was going to be a new nerd episode twice a month on average. Something he hasn't followed since the early 2010s or so.
If you were to check out the IMDb page for AVGN, Yes, that exists, and I have my issues with it, believe me. You'll see that this Horse Prince episode is by far the lowest rated episode in series history, even lower than episode 200, and this comes after a string of semi-well-regarded ones.
That IMDb page has 5 reviews, not saying their opinions are the minority inherently or that they aren't reflective of the general consensus. However, I'm going to need a wider sample size in order to believe it represents the entirety of the AVGN audience.
Not to mention the comment sections on YouTube. The Goonies episode has people showing nothing but respect for the man reaching his 20th anniversary, while everyone in the Horse Prince episode is just confused if not concerned. And I don't blame him.
So your evidence is an IMDb page with 5 reviews and scrolling through the first couple dozen comments of 2 different AVGN episodes. Again, that's just not a very good sample size. Anyway, final thoughts. If you don't like this one episode of AVGN, that's fine, but don't make sweeping claims about things like the nerd as a series or the fanbase reaction when you cannot properly substantiate it. Good night, and good luck. You know, I haven't covered an overrated games list in quite a while. Lucky for me, a fellow named Sin Stubborn has presented me the opportunity to do such a thing with his list of overrated NES games.
Let me tell you that 90% of people keep on mentioning about this overrated NES games in any retro gaming community.
Well, I have to be honest with you. I've never heard anybody talk about either Halloween on NES or Wanted Halloween 5 on NES. Also, they must really be talking about Punch-Out, given it's present twice in the picture you show. Actually, funnily enough, Punch-Out is his number 10 entry on this list. So, let's see what he has to say about that.
They call it a nightmare, a masterpiece. I call it a sadistic nightmare.
So they call it a nightmare and you totally agree with them. Anyway, I'm going to discuss one of the bigger issues I have with this video. Watch this clip, and I mean watch it. Actually look at the footage he's putting on screen while he talks, and just see if you notice something.
Every opponent is a memorization machine, a choreographed dance of pain waiting to punish the slightest mistake. Dodging blows is like a threading a needle blindfolded while riding a bucking bronco. And don't even get me started on Tyson himself. One missed counter and it's sliced out faster than you can say Nintendo.
Despite him talking about how difficult he finds the game, the footage shows him playing it incredibly well. And this is far from the only example in the video. Fuck, it's far from the only example in the segment. Watch this.
Maybe I just suck. Maybe everyone else mastered the art of pixel perfect dodging and lightning fast counters.
It seems like you have as well, given you managed to dodge him that many times in a row without any mistakes. Side note, it's also just weird you chose the Macho Man fight as your footage, given the boss right before this, Mr. Sandman, is notorious for being much more difficult, at least if designing for his videos on Punch-Out are any indication.
However, he's not especially harder than Mr. Sandman.
Bogus.
While his macho spin punch can repeat with up to 8 reps and will knock you down instantly, it's got a far slower wind-up than the Dreamland Express, and this showboat is far more likely to get smacked with a star uppercut than the ever-serious Sandman. Really, the toughest thing about Super Macho Man are the nerves the player brings into the ring with them. If you lose, you might have to fight Sandman again, or even retire if you've already dropped 2 matches, needing to go through the World Circuit Gauntlet again in order to even match gloves with Macho Man a second time.
Stay down!
The champ's a competent boxer, but in practice he's just a more well-rounded Popinski with a more orthodox stance. After coming so far, just inches away from being champion of the world, what makes the final boxer intimidating isn't what's to come, but what's behind you.
Look at this part where he's complaining about the difficulty in Ninja Gaiden.
Let's talk about the difficulty. This game isn't hard, it's sadistic. Enemies appear out of the thin air. Projectiles home at like a heat-seeking missiles, and a one wrong jump means a bottomless pit and a cheap death.
Notice how none of that happened in any of the footage that he showed. And this trend continues, make no mistake.
Don't even get me started on the knockback. Get hit and you fly back to the 10 feet, landing right in the path of another enemy.
Okay, that time there was actually knockback in your footage, so point there. However, you didn't fall back into another enemy or a bottomless pit, you just, well, got knocked back slightly. And by the way, here's the guy just saying something wrong.
Then there is a power-ups. Hidden, limited, and requiring a separate meter to use. What were they thinking, man?
Neither of the 2 meters on screen have anything to do with your special weapons. That has an ammo count, not a meter. Also, tons of great games have exactly that system. Fuck. The way Ninja Gaiden handles weapons is essentially the same as how the Castlevania games, or at least Castlevania 1 and 3 did. And although you did put Castlevania 3 on this list, that wasn't one of the complaints you made. So why are you complaining about it in Ninja Gaiden but not in Castlevania 3?
The level design, more like a troll's idea of fun. Fake walls, disappearing platforms, and bottomless pits disguised as a floor, all waiting to send you a kerning back to the last checkpoint.
Where the fuck are there any of those things in Ninja Gaiden? Seriously, I've played through the entire game. I cannot think of a single example of any of them happening. Oh, and for those curious about his Castlevania 3 segment,
one wrong move and it's back to the beginning. But hey, who has time for checkpoints in 1989, right?
You do have checkpoints in Castlevania 3 though. That number next to the number that tells you what stage you're on specifically exists to tell you what section of the level you're currently in. And if you die, assuming you aren't gaming over, you're going to start at the beginning of said section as opposed to the beginning of the level. Yeah, there are a number of times in this video where I honestly wonder if he's even familiar with the games he's talking about. Here are some more examples.
Then there is a level design, confusing labyrinths, check. Unfamiliar enemy placement, you bet. Hidden bottomless pits disguised as a safe ground, absolutely.
What bottomless pits in Ninja Turtles on the NES are you talking about? This is a game I've, again, played all the way through, and I cannot think of a single example of what you even could be referencing.
And the difficulty? Forget about it. This game throws enemies at you like a food soldiers after a free pizza coupon. Lives vanish faster than Shredder's dignity.
You don't have lives in Ninja Turtles on the NES. When one of the turtles runs out of health, they are captured, but that's not really the same as a traditional life system, primarily because most of the time in video games, what life you're on doesn't determine, for example, the range of your weapon. Meanwhile, here, all of the turtles have different stats, and with that, different attack powers and weapon ranges. You even complain about how bad Raphael's weapon is in this segment.
And don't even get me started on Raphael. Who designed this character this useless? His side does not have a range of a toddler's reach anyway.
And by the way, to answer your question, it was more than likely an attempt at balancing the turtles, given Raph's weapon is also one of the stronger ones. Mind you, I personally don't think it was done particularly well, given Donatello's weapon is also incredibly strong, and even ignoring that fact, Raph's weapon is so short range that you're probably not going to hit anything with it anyway. But there was still a reason for it. And you wondering why it's being done as if there's absolutely no logical reason for why this would happen is just incorrect on your part.
Whatever the reason, the original TMNT on the NES is a relic best left to the past. And there are far better brawlers out there that won't leave you wanting to throw your controller through your TV.
Well yeah, I'd imagine there are a lot of better brawlers than the platformer that isn't a fucking brawler.
And don't even get me started on the pits of the instant death disguised as every other body of water in the game.
You see, this point just confuses me. The game isn't disguising instant death pits as bodies of water, because in this game, those two things are completely synonymous. This isn't a case like the aforementioned Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on the NES, or say Bubsy 3D, where there are levels where you can swim and levels where you can't. There's nowhere in the game you can swim, so why would you assume you could jump into any body of water? Anyway, here's some more miscellaneous stuff I would like to mention.
People rave about this game. They brag about beating Tyson. What dark magic did they use? Did they even make a deal with the devil himself?
I mean, if you want an actual answer to that question, there are videos on YouTube explaining how to beat the game. Designing 4 has an entire 4-part series on the game, which goes over every boss fight in detail and explains not just how you're supposed to beat them, but also how every fight is designed like a puzzle for the player to figure out. For something even older, you can watch Aqualung's review/walkthrough of the game, where he similarly goes fight by fight and explains how to win every one of them.
Everyone raves about Castlevania 3, but they have actually played it? It's like they take everything frustrating about the NES games and crank it up to 11.
I just want to point out how here he says that people must not have really played the game because otherwise they'd realize it's so difficult, only for him to say a few minutes later,
"So why do people like this torture fest? Maybe they enjoy feeling the accomplishment after finally conquering its nightmarish difficulty."
Of course, that's not the only reason he thinks people might like this game.
Maybe nostalgia clouds their memories.
Yeah, that's another issue with the video. He commonly repeats the point that people probably only like this game because of nostalgia.
So why do people like this game? Maybe it's a nostalgia. So why in the name of the almighty pizza do people hold this game in such a high regard? Probably nostalgia glasses thicker than Krang's dome. Maybe childhood memories gloss over the flaws. So why do people fawn over this thing? Maybe it's nostalgia. It's a frustrating relic held up on a pedestal by rose-tinted glasses. So why does everyone keeps praising this fossil? Nostalgia goggles, that's why. People look back with the rose-tinted glasses forgetting the frustration, the clunky controls, and relentless monotony. They remember it as a pinnacle of gaming because it was all they had back then. Nostalgia can be a powerful drug, but for the newcomers, Battletoads more be like a rage-inducing than rewarding game though. But through the modern lens, it can feel rough around the edges. While its influence is undeniable, nostalgia can cloud our judgment. So there you have it, folks. Super Mario Bros. 3, a game propped by its nostalgia and a rose-tinted glasses. It's a time we take off the rose-tinted glasses and see this game for what it truly is, a frustrating, outdated mess.
And what's especially jarring is several of the games aren't really well liked in the first place. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm sure there are people who enjoy these games because of nostalgia and for no other reason. However, as younger players entering the retro game scene become more and more common, those people are becoming an ever-increasing minority. As seen by the fact that a couple of the games you listed had already undergone very significant critical reevaluation years ago. Let's just take Ninja Turtles on NES as an example. Quite possibly the most famous video about the game on the entire internet is the Angry Video Game Nerd's first review of it from all the way back in 2006. You know, the review that began like this.
The original Ninja Turtles is one of the most annoying games I've ever played. You first play it and think, well, this can't be too bad. The control's decent, it's fun killing things, the sound effects are cool. You may even think I'm trying to compare it to the sequels, which are far superior. 2-player, arcade action, beat up a bunch of foot soldiers, good stuff. But this first one is garbage. And you may be like, you know, come on, it's the first of its kind, be easy on it. But no, it sucks. It sucks ass from a straw. And you want to know why? Well, where do I begin?
Before going on to criticize the game for its difficult jumps,
you know what I hate? The fucking jumps in the sewer. If your accuracy is slightly off, you're going down. So you really gotta take your time and watch what's coming up.
Oh, you son of a fuck.
Bizarre pizza placement.
And look at this shit right here. These spike walls come at you like an Indiana Jones booby trap, and some game designer who's laughing their ass off just decided to put a pizza down there. Okay, well, what's the point? I mean, are you going to be suicidal enough to go and try to get that pizza? I mean, who's going to do that? It's impossible. What a joke.
And unfair enemy locations.
Now look at that. Now, how the hell am I supposed to get up there? That's impossible. And who is that guy with the chainsaw anyway? Remember him from Ninja Turtles? I sure don't. The only way I can get up there is with Donatello, the turtle with the longest weapon.
Put together with the fact that it has essentially nothing to do with the show it's supposed to be based off of.
So here's a pop quiz. Who are the target audience for this game? Kids. Kids who were fans of Ninja Turtles. Now, you think they would have actually have put more Ninja Turtle characters in the game? Like Baxter Stockman, the Rat King, Krang. I mean, it's not like Krang was like a minor character that came in the 5th season of the show. Krang was right there from the beginning. So, like, there was no excuse. There was no excuse not to have him there. I mean, instead, make way for the missile balloons, flying robot head, those little butterfly things, Mr. Fireman. And why don't you hear the Ninja Turtles theme song anywhere in the game? What a piece of shit.
And by the way,
don't forget the infamous dam level, a rage-inducing slog that will make you question your sanity.
The nerd sure as fuck didn't. Here's what he had to say about that level.
So you have to swim around and deactivate all these bombs. And there's so many things out there to kill you, and you have a time limit, so naturally you're rushing to make it through as fast as you can. And all these electric plants hurt you, so you need a lot of patience. But how could you have patience when you're in a fucking hurry? Fuck!
And this is far from the only example, by the way. When it comes to Legend of Zelda, I immediately recognize some of the criticisms you had of it as being nearly identical to the ones Some Call Me Johnny had in his review from over a decade ago. Seriously, watch these clips back to back.
The vast open world, groundbreaking in the 1986, can now feel empty. Lacking clear direction, exploration becomes aimless in rendering. Cryptic clues and hidden secrets, while charming then, can be frustrating now.
Ladies and gentlemen, this game is something I like to call a guide game. A game I think you cannot possibly enjoy without some sort of outside assistance. When The Legend of Zelda was first released, it came with a detailed manual that offered you tons of tips and tricks that can make your journey a little more comfortable. The game itself even tells you to look up the manual for details. Without a guide, you're going to spend about 70% of your total game time absolutely confused with no idea where the hell to go. I consider it to be as bad as Simon's Quest in that regard. In addition to Hyrule not really containing any memorable set pieces, the game's map is totally worthless. Yes, that gray blank box on the top left side of the screen is your map of Hyrule.
Combat is repetitive, enemies offer little variety, and the clunky controls can lead to the cheap hits.
Link is a tank when it comes to sword combat. He can't move and swing a sword at the same time, so you have to constantly pause to stab something. As such, it's very possible to lose a shitload of health just by accidentally running into these guys.
Perhaps the iconic franchise name Cloud's Judgment.
Even ignoring the fact that I already disagree with the notion that what's being said here applies to this game, if this really were true, wouldn't you expect other parts of this franchise to be looked at through the same lens? Where's the masses of people defending, say, the third movie? Or the next mutation? Just to give two examples.
Then there is a length. You can beat this game in an afternoon tops. Where's the replay value? Where's the sense of progression?
But that's completely standard for the era. Remember the story of the man who beat all 714 NES games in 3,435 hours? Crunching the numbers, you'll find that it took him a little less than 5 hours on average to beat each game individually, or roughly an afternoon's length. So what exactly is the problem with Mega Man being totally mundane in terms of how long it takes to beat it, relative to every other game on the NES?
Then there is a gameplay. Run, jump, stomp Goombas, rinse, repeat. Wow, such a variety, isn't it?
You can make anything sound tedious if you boil it down to that simplistic of a level, though. Earlier in this video, you said you like Mega Man 2.
Now, if you will excuse me, I gotta go play Mega Man 2, a game that actually deserves the praise.
But what do you do in that game? You walk, you jump, and you shoot at enemies. Later on in the video, you say you really like ice climbers.
Now, if you will excuse me, I have a date with the real classic, which is known as Ice Climber.
But what do you do in that game? You run, you jump, and you use your hammer. And to be clear, I'm not disparaging either of those games. But I am saying you can reduce any game down to such a basic level like you're doing with the original Super Mario Bros. And make it sound incredibly uninteresting. And side note, you complain about the lack of variety in Super Mario Bros. And then later on in this same video, you say there's too much variety in Battletoads.
A level variety is all over the place. While the graphics impress, the gameplay itself feels like a hodgepodge of mini games loosely stitched together. You will go from a beat-em-up section to the frustrating bike racing with a wonky physics.
So do you want games with variety or not? Make up your mind. And these two sections, by the way, were completely back-to-back, making the contradiction even more noticeable.
And don't even get me started on the controls. Mario handles like a drunken shopping cart on the ice. 1 minute you are heroically leaping a pit, and next you are plumbing to your doom because a raw Koopa Troopa decided to play chicken with your ankles.
Wouldn't that be an issue with the enemy layout and not the controls? This point is structured kind of weird.
Don't even get me started on the Tanuki suit. Are you telling me that Leaf turns into a raccoon dog monstrosity that can fly? Did Miyamoto take a nap and dream this up after a bad bowl of sushi?
No, he was paying homage to a Japanese mythological creature, specifically the Bake Tanuki, I believe is how it's pronounced. A raccoon dog, or tanuki, who can use leaves to shapeshift. Anyway, final thoughts. Although this list isn't terrible, it doesn't really do a good job discussing the games it aims to talk about, and several of the complaints are utterly nonsensical. Good night, and good luck. I can't think of an introduction for this video. Sorry, guys.
Now, this is not 100% confirmed yet, but it would appear that the new voice actor for Mario is none other than Kevin Afghani.
I just want to point out how he says he doesn't know if this has been confirmed yet, while the screenshot he shows of Afghani's Twitter account has a tweet of him confirming it.
And I don't really know what this dude has done. I'm not familiar with his other works, and I've never even heard of him before until just a few minutes ago. But apparently he's done some work in the world of voice acting and has landed the role of Mario in Super Mario Bros. Wonder. Now, I wouldn't really care normally, it's just that, well, let's take a look at his profile picture.
Okay? Looks pretty cool, honestly. What exactly is your issue with it?
What do you see here? Any red flags? I see an enormous red flag. He's a pronoun person, okay? Pronouns he, him.
That's his bio, not his profile picture.
Now, I hear you ask, why is that a big deal? Aren't he, him pronouns normal? Isn't that like the pronouns everyone has?
So that's just wrong? Women don't use he, him pronouns, for example? And they make up just under half of the entire human population?
It's not like he's using kitten self pronouns or some other ridiculous stuff. That doesn't matter. The bigger problem is that he seems to think that it's necessary to broadcast those pronouns.
Or he just wanted to. That's also a very distinct possibility.
And the only reason I would guess that he feels that way
shit, here comes the big leap,
is because of the larger cultural push from those on the left to rupture our identities and confuse everyone by teaching the younger generations that they can just choose to be whatever gender or any other thing that they want to be.
Or, again, I cannot stress this enough, he could have just decided to because he wanted to give that information in his Twitter bio. That is also very much possible.
I have to choose my words very carefully here because this is YouTube, but the mere acknowledgement of the importance, and I say that in quotes, of so-called pronouns in our culture today.
So-called? Are they like fake pronouns in some way? I don't get what you're going on about.
Is complicity in the degradation of this culture. I posted a reply to Afghani's tweet and I immediately was swarmed by a bunch of... In any case, one of the things they kept replying to me with was, well, you have pronouns too. Shut up. Like, seriously, shut up. It's not the same thing, okay? My quote-unquote pronouns are what they would have been 100 years ago, okay? My pronouns today are what they would have been 2,000 years ago.
Never mind how that's impossible given English is at most 1,400 years old?
Someone responded by saying a pronoun person is just a human being. Buddy, I'm not arguing against their existence as people. Of course they're human beings. You're just muddying the water here. What I'm against is using this commie newspeak to further alienate the younger generations from their own identities.
Alienate them how? By giving them a means to describe themselves? What the fuck are you going on about? And don't ask me how it's communist because I don't know either. Communism is an economic philosophy that has absolutely nothing to do with fucking pronouns. Anyway, that's all I want to cover, so final thoughts. The phrase mountain out of a molehill is thrown around a lot, but in this case it's totally accurate. Good night and good luck. Okay. I'm not normally the kind of person who responds to somebody calling a game I like unfairly difficult by just telling them to get good at it, but BlueBladeBot's video on Mario 2 very much gives me that reaction. And look, Mario 2's a hard game, I'll gladly admit that. But just watch how he tries to make level 5-1 look way more difficult than it actually is.
First off, the level starts with needing to throw a shy guy riding an ostrich at a panzer. Then you need to head it into this cave where your faith in the level drains faster than I'm not even going to come up with a proper analogy for that. First, you gotta jump on logs, which is fine, you did this since the first level, but then you gotta start jumping on these tiny-ass fish as well as the logs, and then nothing but tiny-ass fish.
I'm sorry, just look at this. He doesn't even attempt a super jump, let alone try to land on the fish from the looks of it. He quite literally just jumped right and hoped that would be enough to carry him. After he just got done with a section that revolved around platforming over a bottomless pit, therefore implying the next part of the level would also do the same. And by the way, if this section is too difficult for you as Luigi, you could just float over this entire part as Peach, like YouTuber Aqualung is doing right here. And by the way, he introduces this level by saying,
Yeah, by going inside certain pots in subspace, you can warp to other worlds, and it's my preferred method, because it makes getting through this game a whole lot less painful. But no matter how you do it, there's also the fact you have to put up with World 5-1.
But that's also not true. Here's a YouTuber named Mario Master X9000 getting the warp zone in World 4, which directly takes you to World 6. Therefore meaning you can skip 5-1.
You would think the worst is over, but eventually you reach World 7.
Yeah, the later levels are harder than previous ones. Is that a foreign concept to you?
Where it just bombards you with enemies left and right, and there's nowhere you can catch a frickin' break.
You'd think it's the last level of an already difficult game or something. I don't even know how to respond to this outside of, yeah, it's hard. What do you expect exactly? You don't even make an argument for it being unfair or anything. You just say, there are a lot of enemies. Okay, well, on its own, that doesn't really tell us anything.
And to top it all off, there's Wart, who can only be hit in the mouth when it's open, and it only stays open for a split second before he starts blowing bubbles which somehow cancel the vegetables that you need to throw at him. This took me a while. This has to be one of the worst bosses that I've faced in a long time. Hell, Mort is probably one of the worst villains I've faced in a long time. I'm not even going to bother going as to why. You can figure it out yourself.
I actually can't because you haven't really expressed any issue outside of maybe the short amount of time you can hit Wart. But even then, going through your footage, that appears to not really be an issue. Given every time you have a vegetable, you do hit him. And you yourself don't get hit once during the fight. At least in the clips you showed. It does cut to you having 1 heart later on in the boss fight. However, you never show yourself getting hit, which, given you're trying to make Wart look difficult, is a massive missed opportunity on your part. Show us something unfair about the fight. Show us you taking damage that was the game's fault and not yours. Show us something. Anything. Anyway, that's all I want to cover, so final thoughts? You don't strike me as particularly knowledgeable about the game in question, and the fact that you don't explain quite a few of your points further makes me not feel like you are particularly good at reviewing. However, if you were to fix these, I imagine you could be pretty decent. Good night, and good luck. Super Mario World overrated? Well, Brayden, let's see your arguments.
Super Mario World was released on the Super Nintendo as a launch title in 1990.
No, it was released on the Super Nintendo in 1991, although it did get a release on the Super Famicom in Japan a year earlier. And the Super Nintendo wasn't even released until 1991. So how could Super Mario World be the launch title for a system that wasn't out yet? And by the way, this is the first thing he says about this game in this video, and it's just wrong. And this is just one of several factual errors I found in this review, by the way. Here are some more.
Then, it was in the Super Mario Advance series in 2001 for Japan, and all other regions got the game in 2002. So why does other regions get the game almost a half a year later?
They didn't. Although Europe and Australia did get the game in April 2002, 5 months after the Japanese release in December 2001, the US and Mexico got the game in February 2002. 3 months later, not almost half a year later. Speaking of Mario Advanced, he brings it up near the end of the video and just makes this absolutely strange statement.
This at its core is pretty much an enhanced port. There's no drastic change from the original. But damn it, I'm disappointed that they didn't choose this game to have support for the e-reader. In the GBA version, there's minor fixes like saves, power-ups, behaviors, some minor stuff.
The ability to play as Luigi in single player, Luigi no longer being a palette swap of Mario and instead being close to how he was in Super Mario Bros. 2. Something which is noticeable through looking at his own footage, by the way, given he's playing as Luigi while he's saying this. Along with him actually mentioning the fact that in the original SNES version, Luigi is just a palette swap of Mario in this very video.
Luigi was basically using the same sprites as Mario, but the colors are opposite, so...
Which, I should note, he also complains about using this incredibly bizarre strain of logic.
It's not like this machine runs on rotary dials and punch cards. It's been almost 5 years, so I know it's not a hardware issue.
So it can't be a hardware issue because it's been 5 years since the release of the original Super Mario Bros., where Mario and Luigi were palette swaps of each other. I'm really fucking confused by this point. A status screen, a cutscene if you collect all the dragon coins, an easier time getting Yoshis that aren't green, audio clips of Mario and Luigi's voices, you know, minor stuff like that. Also, I have to take note of him listing saves as something that was changed in the remake somehow, even though the original also had a save feature. Oh, there's also this quip.
Alongside Super Mario Advance series, Super Mario World was there to make the system live a bit longer.
First off, it wasn't alongside the Advance series. The GBA port of Super Mario World was part of the Advance series. That's why it was called Super Mario Advance 2. Second off, what's with that quip about it making the system live a bit longer? The GBA was not on the verge of death in 2002 when the game came out in most of the world. Lines like that imply that Nintendo was desperate to give the GBA just a little bit of a longer lifespan when they really weren't, nor did they need to, again because the GBA was a relatively mainstream handheld at the time.
Now, of course, this is the era where video games of the style didn't have much storytelling. We didn't have the internet either to tell us what was going on. Half the time, you didn't even get on-screen prompts on what to do.
This, however, is clearly not an example of that because you are currently looking at a screen of the game communicating the story to you. Fuck, the entire basic story of this game is essentially shown to you on this screen, which not only is the first thing you see upon starting a new file, but is also a screen you show in this video just before saying this.
Princess Peach gets captured.
Hell, technically speaking, you show the same text box later in the video in the form of its appearance in the GBA remake.
And if I were to give a summary of this game right now, we can't because there is a Game Boy Advance version. Normally you would find all that stuff in an instruction manual. This would be the go-to place for everything that game itself didn't tell you. This game takes place on Dinosaur Island.
Says the instruction manual is a good place to go for the stuff the game doesn't tell you? Goes on to say something the game explicitly tells you as soon as you begin it.
Yeah, this game doesn't break any boundaries in terms of graphics. Now that title goes to Doom running on a stellar 2 frames per second.
I'm not quite sure what Brayden means by this. I think he's trying to say the graphics of Mario World aren't all that impressive compared to other games at the time. And while that's at best debatable, the fact that he doesn't explain how that is, or even what he means by breaking boundaries, just makes this another meaningless statement.
Yeah, he looks like a depressed lizard.
How does he look depressed exactly? He has a cartoonishly large smile and eyes which communicate that he's happy to be on this adventure. Everything about him seems incredibly upbeat, if anything. Fuck, you even call him excited immediately after this.
Come on, he's a bit too droopy. Or a bit too excited. The overall gameplay is fine, the controls are tight, which I like. The difficulty is up there though, and I think this was a hardware thing rather than a developer thing. The enemies spawn right where you're going 90% of the time, and it doesn't help that there's a bit of popping in this game.
So I'll ignore the obviousness of saying the enemies are spawning where you're trying to go because, well, yeah, they're trying to stop you from getting where you're trying to go. Spawning in front of you, in between where you are and that final destination seems like a pretty obvious idea to me. And instead, I'll just point out that I watched this clip several times and even went through it frame by frame and could not find a single example of poppin' despite this being what he shows when he mentions it. And yeah, he complains about the difficulty quite a few times throughout this review, such as here.
World 3 was more annoying than it should be, and one of the levels has a bullshit skirting here.
That can't be! What exactly is bullshit about it? I don't know, and he never even attempts to explain it. Oh, and there's also this little part from the same section of the video.
It could have been the fact that every video game company had to keep the video game renters in mind.
He says talking about a game that was bundled with the Super Nintendo, meaning Nintendo didn't have to keep renters in mind because if you had an SNES, you were essentially guaranteed to have a copy of Super Mario World. And that's not even the only time remembering the game was sold with the system makes a point fall apart. Take this line, for example.
Yes, I understand that you need a game that isn't too easy for people to fly, yet you don't want this game to be too difficult where they won't play this game in general and not buy the game.
But they didn't have to buy the game, they just needed to buy the Super Nintendo, and the game was included. This point doesn't make any fucking sense. Also, yeah, nobody's going to want to buy a game like Super Mario World. Hence why it sold 20 million copies in the United States. And that's just after he drops this absolute whopper on us.
It felt like Nintendo had the core audience in mind that played every previous Mario game.
First off, I have to take note of your use of Lost Levels footage to make this point, which I think is supposed to imply that Mario World is harder than Lost fucking Levels? In which case, you need to explain that one, dude. But the reason this statement baffles me so much is because any amount of research would show that's the opposite of what happened. Mario World was specifically designed to be beginner-friendly and easier than the NES Mario games.
Miyamoto stated that they made Super Mario Bros. 3 for experienced players, but wanted Super Mario World to be friendlier to beginners. Tezuka said that any time a playtester said a section was too hard, they would scrutinise it and potentially make changes. A direct example of this is the implementation of the dotted line blocks. These are blocks that are throughout the game, covering pits and other obstacles. When the blocks are activated, the game becomes easier. Kono stated that activating all the switches made the game much easier, and it was intended that players that were having difficulty with the game would aim to activate these, whilst veteran players would leave them off. Miyamoto liked this idea because he wanted to create a game that players would be able to explore and not simply complete, so making the game easier was a prerequisite.
Of course, we have the new feather power-up. Now riddle me this, Nintendo. Why did you make it the same as the Tanuki Leaf from Mario 3?
It depends on your definition.
I mean, sure, it does allow the ability to hold the jump button rather than jam it inside your Nintendo controller. And then you can fly as long as you can keep rather than a timer. But why? I just hope this is the last time they try to recycle a power-up. Come on!
So you say the Cape Feather is the exact same as the Leaf power-up from Mario 3, list a bunch of differences between them, and then conclude by once again calling them the same. Best as I can tell, your only justification for this is that both allow you to fly. But that's an incredibly common mechanic, especially if your goal is to think of something that would make a platformer easier. Nobody would call, for example, Tails' ability to fly in Sonic 3 and Knuckles a ripoff of either the Cape Feather or the Super Leaf. Again, even ignoring the fact that in these two examples the flying mechanics work rather differently, the concept is so simplistic that using it can't really be considered copying anybody.
I would say the real issue is the game is kind of short. Just think about it. If we were to calculate the normal route and see how long that takes to get to the end of the game doesn't take long to get to the final boss and finish the game because many people would consider that if you beat the final boss, then you finish the game. And the levels in the Star World are just bonuses.
No, not really, at least not when compared to other games from that time period. Super Mario World takes about 5 hours to beat, assuming you are only going after the main objectives. Meanwhile, it takes 4 hours to do the same with the original Donkey Kong Country, 3.5 hours to do the same with Mega Man X, and between 4 and 5 hours to beat Super Castlevania 4.
World 1's fine. It has a switch for you to press and unlocks blocks for you to use. There are colored blocks outlined that needs a switch to be pressed in order for them to show up. There's about 3 switches in the entire game.
There's 4 actually. There's yellow, green, red, and blue.
While they're not essential to beat the game, trying to 100% the game, you might need these.
What do you mean by might? You absolutely do. 100% completion in Mario World is defined as having found all 96 exits, and all 4 of the Switch Palaces count to that total. So, final thoughts? This review was utterly incoherent in several ways, and honestly, I do not feel like I got a better understanding of the game from watching it, so overall, it just failed at being a review. Good night, and good luck. Since I covered a game theory video recently, now YouTube is recommending me several game theory videos, many of which are very good material for quick commentaries. Like this one.
Mario games aren't platformers. They also disempower women and promote organized crime. That's right, game theory is back.
For those curious, the games aren't actually platformers thing is brought up exactly one other time in the video at the very end. After discussing the theory that Super Mario Bros. 3 is nothing more than a stage play, MatPat says,
in short, what we have here is solid proof that Mario games shouldn't be classified as platformers. They are, in fact, the greatest role-playing games ever created.
Even though a video game can be both a platformer and an RPG, Zelda 2 comes to mind for one example. Now, regarding the organized crime point, I think this is a reference to the staged kidnappings MatPat talks about.
Don't believe me? One of the hottest new underground businesses right now is executive abductions, a politically correct term for staged kidnappings.
Even though there's nothing illegal about staged kidnappings as long as you don't file a fabricated police report. Anyway, here are a bunch of errors I noticed in the video itself.
As we begin to peel this peach, I submit that Mario's gal pal here is a clear candidate for bipolar disorder, a psychological issue marked by periods of extreme mood shifts, manic highs, and depressive lows. Sure, I've already said that in most games she appears cool and collected, but in most games she's only making a cameo.
I like how Peach is seen as having the abnormal reaction here, while Mario has literal hearts in his eyes just after the plane he was in crashed. Is that more normal to you, MatPat? Also, the point about her only making a brief cameo in most games might hold more water if you didn't just list 2 games where she's a playable character less than a minute ago, in your examples of how harmless and peaceful she is.
Take for instance, the humble Smash Ball, where it turns other cute characters into fire-spewing creatures of winged death. Peach uses it to calmly summon a rain of healthy fruit. Or how about in Super Mario RPG, while other characters use magic to conjure deadly electrical storms or towering infernos, she calls forth an army of sheep. But not angry, trample you to death sheep, just sleepy sheepies. Sleepy sheepies. In Super Princess Peach, however, she's the main protagonist, and she's not fighting her way to Bowser with parasols and vegetables. Oh no! She attacks with rapid mood swings. Get her mad? She literally catches on fire. Happy? She twirls and flies. Sad, and she cries uncontrollable bitter tears. Way to go, Nintendo. You make the girl a hero and you give her the power of PMS. I attack with my emotions! People with bipolar disorder tend to be either manic or depressive for the whole day. Peach takes it to a whole nother level, switching back and forth in the span of seconds, changing from one extreme emotion to the next, quite literally, with the press of a button.
So I'll ignore that kind of tasteless PMS joke and instead just say, you do know people with bipolar disorder experience these mood swings uncontrollably, right? The plot of Super Princess Peach is that Bowser is using a scepter to make everyone's emotions act out of control. In fact, the reason why Peach can defeat him is because she's the only one who's able to control her emotions in the first place.
But can we really blame Peach for being a little off her rocker? I mean, the woman's been kidnapped at least 12 times, 8 of which were by an oversized humanoid turtle. 8! Which begs the question, how does this happen? As royalty of her kingdom, don't you think that at some point she would take a stand? Start an army consisting of more than just little boys in diapers.
Who exactly do you think she could get to protect her aside from other members of the Mushroom Kingdom?
According to the FBI database, 27% of hostages demonstrated some level of Stockholm Syndrome.
It's actually less than 8%.
Need more proof? In New Super Mario Bros. Wii, Mario just stands there while the Koopa Kids steal Peach and a cake. He stands there watching this happen when there is clearly plenty of time for him to realize what's happening and take action. How about in Super Mario Galaxy? Peach once again just stands there for minutes on end as warships approach her castle, as Bowser taunts her, and then summons a UFO to abduct her. She is clearly putting up no resistance, not running away, not showing any emotion, nothing. Clearly, these are people who want this kidnapping to happen.
Or they're both paralyzed by fear. That's perfectly possible as well, you know. Anyway, that's all I want to cover, so final thoughts? Am I the only one who finds it really weird to attempt to diagnose fictional characters with real-world mental disorders? Good night and good luck. You know, before watching the video I'm about to cover, I had not seen a game theory video in about 8 or 9 years. And I just want to ask, were they always this bad? Comrade Mario, a premise so stupid, I've broken my rule that I normally have about not covering videos this old just to respond to it because it is that nonsensical. Now, I'm not going to sit here and complain that game theory looks way too into things that don't matter, or go after him just on the basis that this theory is a stretch. After all, these sort of weird ideas are the entire point of his series. However, I am going to go after him for saying things that are inaccurate, and he does say quite a few things that are just wrong in this video.
Let's start with his design. What color is Mario most associated with? Red. Ever wonder why red was chosen? The classic story is that it was to contrast against the blue background, which would make sense if red was truly the color opposite of blue, but it's not. On any color wheel, orange is the color that is directly across from blue, and orange has just as many shades of red, if not more, in the NES color palette. How much orange is used in the game? Next to none. How much red was used? A lot.
So I'll ignore the fact this point is already off to a rather rocky start because, to put it simply, a lot of shit is red.
Red! Red! What the fuck is wrong with you?
Something MatPat indirectly jokes about slightly later on in this video, by the way.
A red star on a white background. No, that's not a hostile Macy's takeover, my friends.
And instead point out that game theory is looking at the wrong game right now. Mario wasn't made red to stand out from the blue background of the original Super Mario Bros. He was made red and blue to stand out from the black background of the original Donkey Kong.
Then there's Fireflower Mario, clad all in red and white. If he wasn't sporting the communist colors before, he certainly is now the red and white of Lenin's Bolshevik party.
I looked and I could not find any evidence this flag was associated with Lenin's Bolshevik party. Instead, this flag appears to be associated with the National Bolshevik Party, which did not come into existence until after the fall of the Soviet Union, with the flag itself using a combination of characteristics from the flag of the Soviet Union and the flag of Nazi Germany. And by the way, notice the Soviet flag is red and yellow, not red and white.
But it's not just his colors. Check out the hat. Is it a coincidence that Mario's hat just so happens to sport a similar shape and, more strangely, a similar design as communism's most infamous leader?
They don't share the same shape though. They aren't even the same kind of hat. Stalin wore what is typically referred to as a peaked hat, while Mario wears what is typically called a newsboy hat.
How about that facial hair, though? Is it also a coincidence that Mario's mustache looks like it was directly ripped off the face of someone in contention for the world's most evil man?
It doesn't, though. Mario's mustache and Stalin's mustache curve in entirely different ways. Fuck, even looking at this hypothetical you created of Stalin's mustache being overlaid on Mario's mustache, the two barely overlap.
Let's not forget one of the recurring villains of the Mario franchise, Wario. Wario was created as the anti-Mario, am I right? And what are the two things Wario is known for?
Being 10
feet tall. Shut up. Being fat and being greedy. He's a walking American stereotype. An overweight capitalist pig who eats way too much and loves money. Just look at his games. They're all about collecting treasure, accumulating coins, gaining more wealth.
So was New Super Mario Bros. 2, to the point where the ability to collect as many coins as you could in the game was central to the game's advertisement.
Join the coin rush. You can turn Mario Gold and grab more coins than ever in New Super Mario Bros. 2, only on Nintendo 3DS. Rated E for everyone.
But that wasn't a game that starred Wario, it starred Mario, you know, the apparent anti-materialist. And that's not even getting into the various Mario games where you are required to collect a certain amount of coins in order to do something that progresses the game, such as the 100 coin missions in both Super Mario 64 and Super Mario Sunshine.
And while we're looking at Mario's proletariat predilection, what's his signature weapon again? Oh, that's right, hammers. Need I say more?
Really? That's Mario's signature weapon. Not jumping on things, not shooting fireballs at them. A hammer that he's primarily used in the Donkey Kong games, which you've ignored up until now, including earlier in this very video, and the RPGs.
But that's not all, dear theorists. What's the goal of Super Mario Bros.? To overthrow a king, King Koopa. And what was the role of the Russian Revolution? To overthrow a king, Tsar Nicholas II.
No, the role in most of the games is not to overthrow Bowser, but to save Peach from Bowser after she's been kidnapped by him. Peach being the monarch of the Mushroom Kingdom. If anything, it's about trying to restore the original monarchy, not overthrow it entirely.
Speculation has always gone on about the mushrooms Mario uses. It's a bizarre power-up, right? Well, wonder no more. I give you the Mario Mushroom, Amanita muscaria, the fly Amanita. Look familiar? Not only does it look like Mario's mushrooms, it acts like them too, as this poisonous mushroom has been used throughout history for its ability to cause hallucinations. And you know,
just as the mushrooms in Mario do, apparently. MatPat and I must be playing some very different Mario games. Good night and good luck. Before we begin, I would like to thank Ice for finding this video for me and requesting it. If you have any videos you want me to cover, you can always let me know either through the comment section of any of my videos or through the Discord server I link in the description. Yes, tonight's commentary is on a fellow by the name of CM Retro Gaming. No, I don't know what the CM stands for. Leave your guesses in the comments. Specifically, his list of the top 5 overrated NES games. Anyway, like last time, I'm going to begin by just showing you all of the games that he put on the list. Now, first off, I have to give CM here credit in that he at the very least does list the places that have praised the game, so we know why he considers them to be overrated in the first place.
RC Pro Am. Released by Rareware on the NES in 1988, it is number 13 on IGN's Top 100 Nintendo Games list. It's also number 44 on Top 100 NESGames.com list. Alright, so coming in at number 4 is Metal Gear, released by Konami/Ultra in 1988. It is number 26 on IGN's Top 100 NES Games list and number 33 on Top 100 NESGames.com. It's Excitebike. Released in 1985 by Nintendo, it's number 14 on IGN's Top 100 Nintendo Games list, and number 43 on Top 100 NESGames.com. It is a Nintendo must-have, praised for being fun, addictive, playable, colorful, easy to pick up and play, that kind of thing. Coming in at number 2 is Ghosts and Goblins, released Capcom in 1985. It's number 54 on IGN's Top 100 Nintendo Games list, and number 61 on Top 100 NESGames.com. DuckTales, released by Capcom in 1989. It is number 10 on IGN's Top 100 NES Games list, and 22 on the Top 100 NESGames.com list.
Now, I already explained my issue with using IGN as a source to determine what games are overrated back in my commentary on Craig, so I'm just going to recommend you guys watch that if you want to know my full opinion. However, if you want the argument simplified, you can't spell ignorance without IGN. So using them as a source is quite literally like using the most ignorant people around as a source. With that said, I'm also incredibly baffled by the mention of both of these lists because there are several parts where CM brings up points that, even if they are legitimate criticisms, don't actually prove the game was overrated on those particular lists. Let me explain what I mean. For example, IGN's entry on RC Pro AM praises the game not so much for its quality, but more for how it impacted the modern racing genre. An incredibly popular release in both sales and lasting fun opinion, RC Pro AM was an innovative racing game developed by Rare. Released in 1988, it pioneered something very important for the racing genre. RC Pro AM was one of the first games to ever give your car the ability to attack and damage your opponent's vehicle with bombs, missiles, and oil slicks, to ensure that the competition wasn't going to make it to the finish line first, or even arrive there in one piece. Speed boosting strips placed directly on the track also made their first appearance in this design, which was so well received that it went on to inspire several sequels as well as influence the creation of Nintendo's own hybrid combat/racing series, Mario Kart. That's right. If you've ever cursed the skies after falling prey to that infamous blue shell, you can trace the source of your rage all the way back to Rare's RC Pro AM. Without it, racing games might have been all about steering and accelerating. The entry on Ghosts and Goblins praises the game primarily because of how different it was from other games of the time. Actually, reading the entry, I'm pretty sure they meant to put Wizards and Warriors and not Ghosts and Goblins. Again, another reason to not view IGN as a valid source, they don't even know what games they're describing. Taking a chance on a game with a title like Wizards and Warriors in the video game section of my local rental store was a risky venture in an era of a crappy Dungeons & Dragons inspired RPGs. Love the typo. Happily, this fine action platformer broke with the stereotypical dungeon crawlers, allowing you to hop around, bashing enemies with your wand of whatever, without a single roll of multi-sided dice, virtual or otherwise. Actually, while on this topic, because I really need to drive home how fucking stupid it is to use this list as a source for anything. You notice how Ghosts and Goblins is number 54? Do you guys know what number 55 is? Double Dragon 3, The Sacred Stone, one of the most infamously frustrating games on the NES. To use some clips from sources that are not constantly mocked for knowing literally fucking nothing about video games.
Now the big problem I have with this game is just that it's too damn hard. All you get is one life. One life. If you die once, you start all over again. Everybody gangs up on you and they just drain your energy. And yes, even your energy bar goes down faster than in the previous games. And keep using that spin kick. When they're all over you, it's your only attack worth using. But sometimes the fucking kick won't work. Yes, I swear it's true. I know how to do the spin kick. I can get it to work most any given time. But when I'm desperately trying to get my enemies off me, it just doesn't happen. I mean, what the fucking shit is that about? Fuck this game.
One life. All you get is one life. I hate this game.
Double Dragon 3 is clearly the most difficult game in the franchise, and even though you got spinning kicks and throws at your disposal, your best hope is just to pray that your spinning kick will work. But chances are it's not.
Look at this!
In case you're wondering why IGN put it on the list, well, that's something I'm also wondering given their entry for it is entirely fucking blank. I am honestly incredibly tempted to stop production on this commentary and just cover this list because it is bad in a lot of different ways. If any of you would like to see me explain why, please let me know. As for the top 100 NESgames.com list, well, that one is obviously a lot better than IGN. However, a couple of the entries have a similar problem in that MC and the person making the list were looking for completely different things in games. Metal Gear, for example, is praised primarily because it launched the Metal Gear Solid series. If only for spawning Metal Gear Solid, this game belongs on this list. But play this today and you'll probably find it a tedious, frustrating, clunky mess that just wasn't adapted very well to the NES. In fact, clunky is the word that best describes Metal Gear. They were primarily putting the game on the list for historical significance, specifically how it created a franchise that is well beloved by many people, including the person who made this list.
Now, I love the PlayStation games, especially PlayStation 1 game, Metal Gear Solid.
Fuck, the header image is the infamous I feel asleep dialogue box, which you spend a good chunk of the segment making fun of.
And even like in the first screen, the guy famously says, I feel asleep. You did what? What is he trying to say? I'm falling asleep? Why would someone that's falling asleep need to say out loud, I'm falling asleep?
The entry on Ghosts and Goblins ends with also fuck this game, making it clear that it's at the very least supposed to be somewhat sarcastic, raising the question of why you would even put it on a top 100 NES games list, but that's a different topic entirely. Speaking of Ghosts and Goblins, he seems to be under the impression that game is far more well-liked than it actually is. I let Craig get away with it because it is typically considered a classic. However, this guy makes one really specific statement that just irked the fuck out of me.
And for some reason, online reviewers tend to give this game a pass.
Really? Because maybe this is just me, but when I think of Ghost and Goblins reviews, the first one that comes to mind is Some Call Me Johnny's, who really didn't give it a pass. Here are some clips if you don't believe me.
In case it wasn't obvious at this point, I can't fucking stand this game. Many of you may know why, but let's assume some of you don't and run down a list. Let's start with the minor things first. This game looks fucking ugly. Yes, even for NES standards. The characters and enemy sprites are a bit too simple for my taste. The environments, while creepy at times, are rather barren. The frame rate is constantly chugging throughout the entire adventure, and don't even get me started on the large amount of sprite flickering I encountered. I know I can't be too critical considering the time of release and the system, but I couldn't help but be distracted by the presentation overall. I wouldn't call this aging gracefully. Then there's the fucking control. Like the Belmonts in the classic Castlevania series, Arthur can't steer left or right when he jumps. If you don't have good timing, or judgment for that matter, your ass is either getting hit or falling down a bottomless pit. That's assuming, of course, the game responds to your button inputs in the first place, because I counted many times when I pressed the button on the controller and Arthur did jack shit. What happened there? I was hitting the jump button. Why would I feel the need to just careen off of a damn cliff? Was I too close to the edge? Arthur can crouch to avoid incoming projectiles or attack at a lower altitude, but you can't resume moving from a crouching position. You need to release the down button and then press right on the D-pad to get Arthur going again. I know that doesn't sound like a big deal, but play the game yourself and see how many times you get killed when Arthur just crouches there like a moron in the heat of battle. Let's say you do adjust to the game's clunky controls. That won't stop the onslaught of enemies from making absolute mincemeat of poor Sir Arthur. The pain commences as soon as the first fucking stage, where zombies will spawn in places you really don't want them to be, ghosts that can pop up at a moment's notice, or maybe it's a stray bullet from that plant enemy you didn't notice until it was too late. One of the largest contributing factors of this game's downright bullshit difficulty is the randomness factor of enemy encounters. Certain enemies will always show up at specific intervals, but other enemies like the zombies in Stage 1, the white demons in Stage 2, or these godforsaken ghosts can just show up whenever they fucking please. There's no trial and error when it comes to getting past these abominations, it's all fucking luck-based. Shit like that is going to happen to you all of the damn time.
This is something the person who made this list also complained about in Ghosts and Goblins, by the way.
When you get to the top of the ladder, enemies can randomly spawn on top of you, crap like that.
Of course, it's more than just zombies, white demons, and ghosts. How about those ogres in Stage 2 that take forever to kill? How about those bluebirds that are constantly pestering you while you're trying to kill said ogres? What about those little blue imps that are questionably hard to hit at times? How about those fucking red devils? Holy shit! The one creature that'll make you despise Arthur's stiff control is these assholes. They're big, they can take some punishment, and worst of all, they're fucking fast and relentless. Guess what though? You run into one as soon as the first stage! Isn't that fantastic? Oh, and stage 3? Chock full of these motherfuckers, and you can't avoid them unless they somehow manage to off-screen themselves. Compounding the dick-headed enemy design is the overall level design. Basic platforming can be a challenge in of itself because of Arthur's control, and most of the time the game forces you to deal with platforming sections in conjunction with those enemies you love to hate. Not to mention the instances where you pretty much have to make leaps of faith. Look at this, where the fuck am I supposed to go? Down? Left? I don't know what's down there, but I can't take too long because there's also a time limit. Just why?
Although with that said, I don't even know if he knows his own opinion on Ghosts and Goblins, given he starts this video by saying all the games on this list are good.
So I have to start with a disclaimer so you nerds don't get out of control in my comments section. All 5 of these games are great games. However, I just feel that these games get a little bit too much love. They get too much more hype than they deserve. They get too much more credit than they actually deserve. Meanwhile, there are plenty of other great games on the Nintendo that I feel are better than these 5 games.
Only to go on to call Ghosts and Goblins a dumpster fire.
Ghosts and Goblins is a dumpster fire.
This isn't even the only example of this, by the way. It happens all throughout the video. From saying that Pro RCAM hasn't aged well, which last I checked, a pretty good sign it's not a good game.
I mean, it's not one of those games that holds the test of time.
After calling it boring, might I add.
But for God's sakes, the game looks boring. It's a gray racing surface and a green grass track border for like 50 levels.
To the entire DuckTales segment, which begins with him saying that people actually only like the cartoon and not the game.
Now, most of you have fond memories of the cartoon, not the game. So you feel like, I'm on Team DuckTales, I have to like the game. You don't have to like the game.
Calls the game boring.
The pogo stick gimmick is played out and gets boring after about 20 minutes.
By the way, a game getting old after 20 minutes isn't actually that big of an issue if the game in question takes about half an hour to complete, which most playthroughs of DuckTales on NES last for.
Again, it's just boring and becomes cumbersome. Like,
he says the game is, quote, kinda lazy.
The final level, you go back to Transylvania. So the final level, you go back to a level that you already played. That's kind of lazy. They were too lazy to make a final level.
And hyperbolically insults the game's music.
And everyone praises the moon music, but listen to the first 10 seconds. It's the most ear-bleeding, glass-cracking, banshee, screechy, squealing, sounding 8-bit tune of all time.
But he loves you.
Speaking of inconsistencies, the guy can't seem to make up his mind if Ghosts and Goblins is hard or not. He begins his segment on it by calling it hard for all the wrong reasons.
Now, Ghosts and Goblins has this reputation for being a hard game, and it is, but it's hard for all the wrong reasons.
Before saying that the game actually isn't all that hard once you learn to get past the difficult parts.
But each level seems to have a tough part. Like the big guy house in stage 2, the Red Devil Ascent in stage 3, so on and so on. And once you learn how to get past those, the game isn't really that difficult.
Before saying that the game actually isn't all that hard once you learn to get past the difficult parts? That's like saying everything is cold except for the hot parts. I guess you aren't wrong, but you also don't communicate anything. Then he just goes on about how people consider the game unbeatable, but he managed to beat it because the game gives you unlimited continues.
The hardest levels are definitely going to be 5 and 6, and once you learn how to do those, again, it's very difficult, but it's not so difficult where it's this brutal thing that you can't beat. And for some reason, people online have got this in their head where this game is unbeatable, there's no way to beat it, you're going to spend hours and hours and hours. I beat it in a day because you get unlimited continues.
Which, side note, what?
I've never heard anybody call Ghosts and Goblins unbeatable. The aforementioned Some Call Me Johnny mentioned in his review of the game that you are going to beat it eventually, specifically because of the unlimited continues.
Arthur has a limited amount of lives, but for this game you have an unlimited amount of continues, as well as checkpoints that you restart on even after getting a game over. I think by the time I got to this area, I was at continue number 94. If you keep going at it, then I guess you'll eventually beat the game, but what's the fun in that kind of shit? Beating a game shouldn't just be conquering the law of averages. Every time I complete a level in this game, there's no celebration or fist pumps to be had, just a fucking sigh of relief that it's finally over.
The Angry Video Game Nerd noted the same thing in his review of the game.
Well, one fair thing I can say is that there's no game over. Well, technically there is. It says game over when you die 3 times, but there's unlimited continues and it always puts you back at the checkpoint where you left off. So the game's incredibly fair when it comes to that, but it's so relentlessly hard it almost doesn't matter anyway.
As for the claim that people find the game to be unbeatable, I may be taking the statement a bit too literally, but both the reviewers I just mentioned showed themselves beating the final boss.
The final battle with Astaroth is nothing compared to what you had to go through to reach him. Arthur can't even change direction, meaning it's easy to score a ton of hits when attacking him. And if you somehow die, this is where you restart. Oh, fuck!
Final boss! The devil! Notice how I'm walking backwards, so it's now in one-on-one fighting mode. Kind of like a certain other Capcom game. Ah! Come on! My mother throws bigger fireballs than that!
But I could also think of 2 video series that specifically exist to play through notoriously difficult games and give walkthroughs for them, which covered Ghosts and Goblins. Those being Aqualung's review/walkthrough and Lord Cat's old series Until We Win.
So this boss should be the biggest pain in the ass of all time, right? Well, this game continues to confuse, as the devil is easy as shit by Ghosts and Goblins standards. All he does is send fireballs at a downward angle and walk back and forth. It's quite basic. Just stay as far away as possible, jump over any fireballs, and unleash the cross shield into his head. It's the only weapon that works against him.
Finally, you'll face off against Lucifer, or Satan, I don't know, the King Demon Dude. He's a pushover. In fact, he's so easy, I barely have any footage of him at all.
There's also the fact that he constantly talks about how there are just so many better NES games, so why aren't those on the top 100 list or whatever? During the first segment, he says this, for example.
If you take the 3 Mario games, both Zelda games, and any 2 games from Castlevania, Mega Man, Ninja Gaiden, you take the 2 Contras, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, and Metroid, that's 15 games. How is RC Pro-Am better than any of those games? It's not. It's ridiculous.
Which just annoyed me because I can think of various reasons why somebody would not have several of those games in their favorite NES games list. Super Mario Bros., although a very historically significant game, for example, is by modern standards a very generic platformer. As for Mario 2, well, first off, which one? But I'll be nice and do both. If you're talking about the USA version, I could imagine somebody not enjoying its radically different style from the first Mario game, or, for that matter, just thinking it was shitty of Nintendo to sell us a completely different game with Mario assets slapped on it. Hell, it was that reason that got on Screw Attack's top 10 worst Mario games list.
Oh, I can hear the fanboys freaking out now. Yeah, the US Mario 2 was a pretty cool game, but our main problem was that you were never actually playing Mario 2 to begin with. You were playing Japan's Doki Doki Panic, just with Mario's grill slapped all on it.
Yes, we know the whole background behind the game. Miyamoto worked on Doki as well, and the real Super Mario Bros. 2 was too hard for us stupid Americans. But all that doesn't matter because the entire game felt like a lie. A lie that has scarred us so much, we had to put it on the list.
As a matter of fact, just talking about it feels like pouring salt on an open wound.
Meanwhile, Lost Levels' infamous intense difficulty could easily turn some players off.
Holy shit! If there was an award for most obnoxious difficult spike in a sequel, this game would win the award 3 years in a row! The wind, the obstacles, the level design, the level design, it all screams hell! Okay, seriously guys, is there anything I can say that hasn't already been said about this game? If it isn't the horrible enemy placement that'll f*** you over, it's the incredibly awkward level design that'll drive you insane. In fact, before even starting the game, I recommend you do the one-up trick, because trust me, you will need all of those lives. Fuck dignity and fuck honor, your ass just needs to survive. I mean, imagine if the game followed immediately after the final Bowser stage back in the first game. World 1 stages can be just as difficult as World 8 stages from the first game. I'm not kidding, and it only gets worse from there. The crazy shit this game expects you to do is fucking insane. No amount of memorization can make this game enjoyable for me. The level design does not work with how Mario controls at all, which leads to a lot of frustrating deaths. Now, you may be looking at this and think, oh, it's not that bad. And you know what? You may be right, but you cannot fucking deny that this game is brutal. You're fucking delusional if you think it isn't. The developers of the game intentionally designed the game specifically for those that have mastered the original Super Mario Bros. Even the port in Super Mario Bros. Deluxe dubs it as Super Mario Bros. For super players. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with trying to make a sequel more difficult, but Jesus Christ, someone in the development team must have really liked Bottomless Pits. Unfortunately, the game's difficulty is the main reason why I don't really like this game. I mean, it looks like Mario, plays like Mario, but the level design is not Mario. Nothing like it. It's a fucking fan hack that costs money to play, and that's just wrong.
Okay, World 2. And now I think it's time to play a game that I came up with. How long until I die? You win! I would have never beaten the original. I hate these levels with a passion.
Playing this game now, which one do you prefer? Super Mario Bros. 2 The Lost Levels or Super Mario Bros. 2 USA?
Super Mario Bros. 2 USA.
And why is that?
They were right. It was too hard.
You played Super Mario Bros. USA. Did you like that game better?
Yes. Well, easier, and playing as Princess Peach, who can float.
Was there anything you didn't really like about this game?
It's too hard.
Mario 2 The Lost Levels. Would you buy, rent, or skip?
Skip, because it's too hard.
It's only 500 Wii points, or it comes with the new Mario All-Stars for the Wii.
Skip. It's too hard. It's just that simple.
But how hard is this game? To answer it very simply, it's fucking hard. The beginning of the game isn't too bad, but it's still not that easy. It really doesn't feel like the early stages of a Mario game. As the game goes on, the challenge level naturally continues to increase, but by the time you get to the later portion of the game, you'll feel more frustration than challenge. Remember the 3 castle levels in the first game where you have to take a specific path or the game loops? Well, those are back, but they can get ridiculously cryptic, and they show up a lot more often than the first game, overstaying its welcome for sure. Then there's these fireball streams that seem to block just about any path you could possibly take. I mean, there's a lot of fucked up shit. The Japanese Super Mario 2 lives up to its reputation as a very difficult sequel. I can totally understand why it never made its way to North America. The intense difficulty wouldn't have been well received by the general public, as a lot of American casual gamers who found the original to be a good challenge would have been frustrated as shit playing this beast, and probably wouldn't get much of an enjoyable experience. This sequel was made for those who mastered Mario 1 to the point where they can beat it with both hands tied behind their back. So I definitely applaud this game for not appealing strictly to the masses. It may not have been the best marketing decision, at least in terms of getting it out there globally, but I don't deduct any points from it based solely on that fact. It can be very frustrating, sometimes cheaply frustrating, but if you're up for a big challenge and you're tired of running circles around the original Mario, give this one a shot.
And the thing that makes this game really different, even from the later Mario games released, is its difficulty. Especially with one of the power-ups being a poisonous mushroom that will kill you. But seriously, the level design in this game is made to challenge how good of a gamer you are. While there are games I can challenge myself with, like Mega Man and Ninja Gaiden, there's few Mario games I can actually say challenge me just as much. So this game is actually pretty much a treat for me in that area. I wouldn't say this game is for everyone, but if you've been playing Mario games for a while and still want to challenge yourself, then I'd say give this one a go. Because that's the kind of game this is for. Super players.
Zelda 1, again, although historically important, is incredibly cryptic by modern standards and very archaic and overly difficult.
Ladies and gentlemen, this game is something I like to call a guide game. A game I think you cannot possibly enjoy without some sort of outside assistance. When The Legend of Zelda was first released, it came with a detailed manual that offers you tons of tips and tricks that can make your journey a little more comfortable. The game itself even tells you to look up the manual for details. Without a guide, you're going to spend about 70% of your total game time absolutely confused with no idea where the hell to go. I consider it to be as bad as Simon's Quest in that regard. In addition to Hyrule not really containing any memorable set pieces, the game's map is totally worthless. Yes, that gray blank box on the top left side of the screen is your map of Hyrule.
Well, fuck that.
This is pretty much required to find all the secrets and dungeons with ease. Yeah, I know one of the main points of the game is to explore and discover these things on your own, but besides curiosity you would only achieve from extreme boredom, what exactly in this game compels you to use the candle to burn specific bushes or use bombs to blast specific walls? The answer? Nothing. If you didn't have the manual, you would never get the idea to do so, and without discovering these secrets, you would never come across those secret rooms where you could permanently increase your health, or nab a red potion that fully restores your life in an emergency. The most you will possibly find is an upgrade to your sword, which you may or may not be able to use because you first need to master it. Well, how the hell can I master something I can't use at first? Well, what the old man really means is that you need more hearts, which I can score by finding secret rooms or by defeating bosses at the end of the dungeon. The advice the old man can offer overall is downright baffling most of the time. Dodongo dislikes smoke. Well, who or what is a Dodongo? Is he a friend, a douchebag neighbor, a boss? Well, if you had the manual, you would know that Dodongo is a dinosaur that has a thick hide that repels normal attacks. With that hint, you could possibly get the idea to use bombs to kill it, but without it, well, I think at this point you get the gist of it. Guys, the only reason why I'm not completely flipping my shit is because there was never a time where I attempted to play this game without a guide. It was because I had a map and a guide that I was able to enter Dungeon 1 with 6 hearts, the second sword, and the blue ring upgrade. It was because I had a guide and map that I was able to preemptively buy the food to feed the Goria in Dungeon 7 to bypass him, and it was because I had the guide and map that I was able to know that the silver arrow was required to beat the game, because this hint isn't exactly helpful. The Legend of Zelda, like I stated earlier, is a game I honestly think you can only enjoy with a guide and map. Without one, this game is barely playable. And maybe I'm just being a bit too harsh here, or maybe I've just been spoiled by other, better games in the series, but that's truthfully what I think. This game may have been amazing back in 1986, but in 2013, it's become very archaic.
Thing is, a lot of this hidden shit is not at all hinted at any point. And like I said, a lot of that shit is cryptic anyway. So the only way to find these secrets, aside from internet walkthroughs, or back in the day, Nintendo Power, was to wander around, burn every tree, blow up every wall, push every block, whatever it took. Taking notes was imperative in these exhausting trial and error exercises, especially since the bombs are limited. You can buy some, or find them from fallen enemies, but it's always backtrack time. Same can be said for the candle, in a way, because the first candle you get, the blue one, you can only use once on a given screen. You have to leave and come back to try again, so a thorough exploration with the blue candle is tedious beyond belief. Once you get the red one, then you're able to just burn baby burn. But these are tests to your patience. This game is a war of attrition.
The same complaint about difficulty could also be applied to Zelda 2, plus the added issue of it having a very radically different style from the first game.
So, to make up for that, I guess, the developers have made it their duty to make this one of the hardest fucking games I've ever played. I'm not kidding here, folks. This game will kick you in the goddamn throat and cut off your phone line to prevent you from calling the ambulance. You're going to need all the points you can get, people. It's not just a matter of locating the next destination, but trying to survive the amount of shit this game throws at you. It all begins with the first palace, where Iron Knuckles make their debut. These assholes block just about everything except a well-timed jump stab. Then you got these dog-like creatures that like to throw their nail clippings at you, and then there are these jerks that remind me of Hammer Brothers, and I hate Hammer Brothers. Oh man, but things really start picking up after the second palace. We got Death Mountain, ladies and gentlemen. A gauntlet of caves containing enemies that'll whip your ass like nothing else. Mainly these axe-wielding fuckers that hit like a freaking bulldozer. You see, one of the major factors that makes this game so hard is not just the type of enemy the game forces you to deal with, but the amount of enemies you have to tackle through to get to the next destination. Unlike the last game, there are no red potions to rely on. You only have a magic meter and certain spells you learn later down the road, some which cost a lot of magic points to use, and you seriously don't want to run out of magic in a place like this. If enemies don't drop magic refills during the journey soon enough, your ass is going to have to backtrack to a town if you want to refill your magic meter. Now, if you get a game over, you can save your progress to play another day, and you'll still retain any level ups or items you earn. However, current experience points are lost, and you begin your journey at Hyrule Temple. Every damn time. If you made a shit ton of progress in the overworld and were just about to complete a palace, but got a game over in the process, you're taken all the way back to Hyrule Temple, where you have to arduously, gruelingly journey your way back to the palace you died at, and hope to God you make it this time around. This is the most bullshit part of the game for me. There is nothing more frustrating than losing all of my lives in a palace and then having to start over at Hyrule Temple. What the hell is that all about? If you got a game over in a dungeon in the first game, you started back at the beginning of the dungeon. You only had 3 hearts, yeah, but you could easily score health from enemy drops or ingest a red potion you got from a store. So why did this game, which is already hard enough with the amount of shit it forces you to deal with, had to make death such a kick in the balls too? Knockback! I hate knockback! I thought I was playing a Zelda game, not Castlevania! What the fuck? Invisible Pits? This is Castlevania!
The most common generic criticism I've heard is that the game is a side-scroller, for the most part, and none of the other Zelda games were like that. The annoying part is that you can't fight anything on the overhead view. These generic cookie-cutter enemies pop out of nowhere, and if they touch you, it brings you to a short battle screen. This is a good chance to rack up on experience points. But most of the time, you're just trying to get from one place to the next, and you have to keep stopping to fight these bastards. The enemies you fight and layout depend on where you got caught. If you got caught on a grassy field or in the middle of the woods, it's always different. You might get swarmed with enemies, or you might have it so easy there's no point at all. Like here, all I gotta do is dodge these fuzzy fuckbutts and leave. It gets old quick. One thing I can say is that this game is hard as shit. I think we can all agree with that. That doesn't mean the game's bad, challenge is a good thing, but challenge should be given to the player in increments, meaning a game should gradually get harder as it progresses, and that's where Zelda 2 dropped the ball. The first 2 levels are pretty easy, but then it hits you with Death Mountain. Holy fuck. It's the most difficult part of the game, and there's no fucking around. You gotta go right through it early on. These red lizard dudes are on super steroids. Even if you manage to jump over them, they throw their axe. Back at the beginning. Oh, that's nice. Now I gotta walk all the way back to the palace. In every other Zelda game, if you die in one of the palaces or labyrinths or dungeons or whatever, it will start you at the entrance. But here, they decided, fuck you. You die, you go all the way back to square one. Assholes.
Any of the 2 games from Castlevania, by which I assume you mean Castlevanias 1 and 3, given I don't feel like I need to explain why people may dislike Simon's Quest. So, are we just ignoring the stiff controls and insane difficulty that could very well turn some people off of these games?
I don't think anyone would deny this is one of the hardest games ever made. And it's all because of one simple problem. When Simon gets hit, he jumps back. You could have full health, but just because there's a pit behind you, you're dead. It's a severe handicap that fucks up the entire game and the rest of the series. Then there's certain enemies that just piss the shit out of me. There's hunchbacks which jump all over the place. I used to think they were monkeys. And then of course there's those enemies that just fly across the screen, like the Medusa heads and the bats.
Let me put it bluntly. Castlevania is hard. Fucking hard. One of the most difficult games you'll play on the NES. Now you're probably thinking, well, what causes it to be hard? Is it the enemies, the level design, the controls? All of the above. But the absolute worst thing, the main reason what makes Castlevania so difficult is the control. It's incredibly stiff. Simon has only one type of speed, strutting. The Belmont strut, and he does it so well. Swinging the whip feels pretty good, but dear lord does jumping suck. You can't change your direction in mid-air, so when you make a jump, your ass is going forward until you hit solid ground. If that wasn't enough, Simon also suffers from another problem that plagued many NES games back in the day. Knockback. My god, the knockback. Upon coming into contact with any hazard, Simon will jump back 5 feet. I'm guessing because it's the first time in his life he's ever felt pain and doesn't know how to properly react to it. Combined with tiny platforms and numerous bottomless pits, you're gonna die plenty of times because of knockback and poor jumping controls. Son of a bitch!
Part of that challenge, though, stems from the flawed jumping controls. You can't control yourself in midair, your trajectory is always the same, and since there are a lot of airborne enemies when you have to jump to attack, you could end up taking some hits because of this, especially if you're around pits. So this takes some getting used to. But then again, attacking with your secondary weapon can also be awkward. You have to press up and B to use these weapons, which isn't difficult as far as switching the position of your thumbs. But because you're pressing up, you can't move around at the same time, and if you don't hold up just before pressing B, you could end up firing the whip by accident. It's not totally broken, but the execution could have been a little bit better. Perhaps pressing select to toggle between your whip and the secondary weapon would have been more effective. Then you're just pressing B to attack the whole time. Climbing the stairs can be a bit quirky too. Holding up or down will send you up the stairs, but if you continue holding up as you get to the top, you can slip back down. One way to avoid this is to hold right or left instead of up or down once you're on the stairs. However, you can still find yourself accidentally climbing the stairs when trying to attack with your secondary weapon. Another issue with these weapons.
First and foremost, you move like a ton of bricks. Everything about this game revolves around the fact that Simon Belmont is about as maneuverable as a T-95 tank. The best way I can describe Simon's movements is deliberate. This guy moves like a combination of Garfield and Darth Vader. Every step is stiff and rigid, and it really feels like Simon doesn't want to move. Jumping is equally as annoying. When you jump, you damned well better want to jump in that direction, because there's no mid-air correction here. There's also not a lot of airtime to be had, either. Simon is not getting an NBA contract anytime soon, so get used to how far you can jump. Attacking is just as deliberate as the rest of Simon's movements. You have several frames of attack animation, including pulling the whip back to flick it forward before your whip actually strikes. That's one hell of a game mechanic that is going to fuck you over more than you like to imagine. Getting hit will also make your day miserable. It knocks you backwards, and getting knocked backwards is bad news in games like this, because you're more likely to be sent flying backwards into an open pit. And open pits always mean you're going to die.
Your greatest hazard in this game is not pits, not water or spikes or anything like that. It's the stairs. The fucking stairs are your worst nightmare. If you're next to the stairs and you try to use your special attack, the attack doesn't work. Instead, you go up the stairs. Look at this. Like, God, get down. I want to attack the knight. Oh, God, get off the stairs. Oh, God, you're defenseless. When you're on the stairs, your ass is fucked.
Unfortunately, like I mentioned earlier, since Castlevania 3 enhances the formula of the original game, that also means the difficulty has been ramped up to a ridiculous degree. This game is hard. Combined with the control issues from earlier and level designs that are just fucking infuriating, Castlevania 3 is a game that not only requires patience, but sheer willpower to avoid throwing your controller straight through your TV. I died about 90 times while recording footage for this review. Yeah, I used the famous help me code which gives me 10 lives instead of 3, but honestly, you need this code! Like the first game, you have unlimited continues, but if you get a game over, you're bumped back to the beginning of the level you died in. The stages are quite stingy with checkpoints, and when you lose a life, you're usually sent about 3 rooms back, which eventually causes your frustration levels to explode. This is especially apparent in the final stage. If you die during the fight with Dracula, you're bumped a few rooms back instead of restarting at the bottom of the grand staircase, like the first game. And if you get a game over, you have to do the entire stage all over again. Jesus Christ!
For the original Ninja Gaiden, again, it's notorious for its difficulty, and that could easily turn players off.
It feels like there's stuff just flying at you from all directions, and even though you have a life bar, you'll find that you fall into pits more often than not, causing you to die instantly. Stupid falcons.
Fucking falcons.
For the most part, you'll have to go through each level as fast as possible to avoid getting stuck in that classic NES kill cycle. You know what a kill cycle is, you've all been in one. It's when you fuck up so gloriously that the game doesn't give you a chance to recover and kills you in spite of your energy bar. Well, Ninja Gaiden is full of those moments.
There were 2 other Ninja Gaiden games on the NES, and it's possible you were also throwing those in. So, just to cover all of my bases real quick.
The second game incorporated new stage hazards that were never seen before. There's the wind level, where the wind keeps changing direction, so you have to time your jumps accordingly. Such a pain in the ass. Then there's the ice level, where you slide all around. And my most hated of all is when everything goes dark. You might as well be playing blindfolded. The third game is the worst of all, because up until this point they had unlimited continues, but not this one. There's nothing more frustrating than to make it really far and then have to start all the way back from the beginning. I'd say this is the hardest trilogy of games on the NES, even harder than Castlevania.
The 2 Contra games are famous for their notorious difficulty, some would argue because of bad design.
Have you ever played Contra? It's garbage. It's too difficult, and it's not too difficult because the creators decided, hey, let's give a challenge to serious gamers. It's difficult because the creators didn't know how to design a fucking video game back in those days.
It gets stupidly hard trying to dodge everything, but just like the first game, the spreader is an absolute godsend.
And lastly, regarding Metroid, well, I'll just let Jado explain why not everyone would love that game.
Metroid on the NES is one of the most confusing, poorly designed, bass-ackwards, moon logic games that I have ever played, and I despise this game with every fiber of my being! This game does pretty much everything wrong. The adventure elements suck, the shooting elements suck, and the exploration elements... we'll get to that. Seriously, entire rooms are copied, pasted, and reused heavily throughout the game. Do you have any idea how annoying it is to play an exploration game, a game where the entire point of playing is to explore a vast new alien world, and you constantly run into rooms and areas that look identical to each other? That is not good game design. You have to draw your own map if you play this game. Because so many areas of the game look identical to one another, you will get lost if you don't keep your own map to keep track of where you are and where you've been. The game sure doesn't have a map for you. This game gives you no help in the navigation department. You're almost always far better off running away from enemies than actually shooting them. Does that sound like fun to you? Running away from all of the enemies like a wuss because they're too fast to reliably hit them because you can't aim worth crap? Well, guess what? It isn't fun. Anyway, it turns out that the next item I'm supposed to find is the ice beam. To get the ice beam, you go to this room in the starting area, you use bombs to blow a hole in the floor right here, and you jump into this pit of lava. You pass right through the lava, and you enter a tunnel where you find the ice beam. How the fuck was I supposed to figure that out? Why would it even occur to me to try and bomb a hole in this bridge? There's nothing down there! Why would it even remotely occur to me to try dropping a bomb in this bridge, and when there's nothing down there except lava that kills you almost instantly? Even if I'm rolling around dropping bombs just for the hell of it, even if I do, by some 1,000,000 to 1 stroke of luck, figure out that there's a hole there, why in God's name would I jump down there when there's nothing down there except for lava? That doesn't make any sense! In order to get an item that you need to have in order to beat the game, you have to do something that, under normal circumstances, results in you committing suicide. There is not any rational train of thought or stream of logic that would lead a person to try and jump into lava to look for items. There is no way for you to figure that out on your own. And if any of you Metroid fans out there tell me that you figured this out complete and you're on your own without any outside help, if you tell me that this makes perfect sense and I'm just stupid, then I invite you to kiss the darkest part of my ass. But wait, it gets better! If you go 2 rooms to the left, you find a room that looks identical to the room in which you find the ice beam. Yay. And if you bomb a hole in the floor and jump into the lava here, you fall down a shaft that's almost impossible to jump your way back out of, forcing you to kill yourself or reset the game!
He does the same thing during the DuckTales segment, saying,
there are so many better platformers by Capcom than DuckTales. Mega Man, Darkwing Duck, I don't know.
Question, wasn't Darkwing Duck the game that the Happy Video Game Nerd gave a very mixed review on?
The biggest problem with Darkwing Duck is it's pretty tough, but not that good. Journey to Silius or Star Trek was kind of tough. It's a toughness that comes from a lack of polish. In a review like this, it's pretty much impossible to describe the controls other than a little stiff, but take my word for it, they're a little stiff. Go a couple rounds with DW and then go a couple rounds with the Blue Bomber and you'll see what I mean. DW's got that snazzy cape, but cool as it may be, it really isn't necessary. You see, not only can you not shoot while you're moving, you can't shoot while you're blocking with your cape either. Now that wouldn't be such a huge issue, but you can use your cape in midair, so very often you'll find yourself wanting to jump and shoot at something but can't because you accidentally pushed up when you left the ground. It requires you to be really precise with your controls, far more than you would if you were playing Mega Man. Oddly enough though, this problem was fixed in the Game Boy port. And since jumping works just fine and you can duck, I rarely use the cape and often forget that it's there, except when I'm trying to shoot at something and I can't. So, cool as that cape may be, I'm with Edna Mode on this one. There's also a few balancing issues. A lot of common enemies take a few too many hits to take down, and most bosses require a lot of hits. DW on the other hand only has 4, for the whole game. Add in a pretty short post-damage blinking time and sometimes questionable hit detection, and you've got a game that's pretty tough, and again, for all the wrong reasons.
Lastly, once again in the DuckTales segment, he says,
DuckTales is a good game, don't get me wrong, but a top 25 game from Top 100 NESGames.com and a top 10 game on IGN's Top 100 list? No, sir. No, ma'am. Not while Power Blade and Vice Project Doom are out there. Not while Cobra Triangle's out there. Not while Shatterhand's out there.
Now, some of you may be wondering why I've spent so long going through various games and showing criticisms of them. And that's because, as somebody who's familiar with both the NES library and how people tend to react to the NES library, I could think of various reasons why people might prefer the games he considers overrated versus the games he listed as ones he thinks should be praised instead. As if people aren't praising Mario, Zelda, Castlevania, Mega Man, Ninja Gaiden, Metroid, Punch-Out, and many others, but that's besides the point. To give you an idea on just how easy it is to find reasons why people may prefer these games over the ones that this guy listed, every single video I showed you is one I thought of off the top of my head. I didn't do any additional research to make this point, because I didn't need to, because again, I'm actually familiar with both the NES library and what people think of the games in it. I did not expect to go on that long, I gotta be honest with you guys. Anyway, here are some miscellaneous points.
And the cars are all kind of blocky, they're the same colors.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure these 4 cars are very different colors.
Okay, the isometric view is also not great. The top-down view is a lot better for these types of racing games.
Isometric and top-down are the same thing.
Unfortunately, the people that translated this game either didn't speak English or didn't bother to have it checked by someone that spoke English.
So they either didn't speak English or they didn't speak English, hence why they need it checked by somebody who does speak English.
The way the letters look on the screen, you can barely even read this game. Ones look like I's, zeros look like O's, that kind of thing.
That's a flaw with the English alphabet more generally. Why are you penalizing Metal Gear for that, given its only real issue is having to be translated into a language with that problem? Anyway, that's all I want to cover, so final thoughts? I had a fun time taking a walk down memory lane watching all these old reviewers for this commentary. The fact that I continuously wanted to watch other people as opposed to the person I'm covering, though, I think says all that needs to be said about the quality of his video. Good night, and good luck. You mean there's more than one slightly below mediocre top 10 overrated NES games list? Really? Have we reached that point as a species? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you all to Stuttering Craig, the man who created a website called Screw Attack in 2006 before leaving it in 2016. Now, I used to love Screw Attack, specifically their top 10s and video game vaults. I know a lot of other people liked Death Battle, but I was never big into it. Anyway, Craig now does live streams, and in fact, uploads clips from those live streams onto his YouTube channel. One of these clips is his list of the top 10 overrated NES games, and given I just covered a top 10 overrated NES games list, and this one has some issues as well, I figured now would be a good time to look at it. These are all the games Craig put on the list. Now, my first question is the same question I asked to the last person who did this. Why is Fester's Quest on here? Like, at first that was rhetorical because it obviously isn't overrated, but is there some big revival for the love of Fester's Quest that I just didn't know about? I mean, Craig tries to justify this by pointing out that IGN put it on their top 100 NES games list.
I'm not just saying this. Look at number 45 on their list. 45 on their list is Fester's Quest. You see it right there. Yes, this game is rated. That game is rated. Rated too high.
But given IGN is known for strange picks on their lists, using that to determine the game is overrated just doesn't make any sense. Especially given other games on that list are the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Mickey Mousecapade, and Akari Warriors. Games which are not very well liked among retro gamers. Also, his issues with Fester's Quest are kind of dumb.
As you power up your gun, this gun in particular, look at the wave shots on it. This is a giant critical flaw in this game. And I'll show you why as you go inside. Now, this is a stronger version of the gun, but this is also the second level of gun that you get. So it's actually harder to play the game once you get a better gun, okay?
Once you and what they're doing, what the person doing right now is just farming. That's all they're doing, because you got to farm the game initially to get anything halfway decent. Now look, it literally shoots around the bad guys, which is just insane.
Okay, first off, the gun moving at a wave is only an issue assuming it's at levels 3 and 4. Otherwise, it essentially shoots straight. Albeit for levels 5 and 6, it does circle around slightly, but said circle is so tight that it does, at the end of the day, work the same as if it just shot straight. Craig even notes how tight the circle is when he sees this weapon later on in the stream, by the way.
And here's the next weaponry. You notice it actually kind of stays a little bit in, but
it shoots in a circle in the same way, say, the Quick Boomerang for Mega Man 2 does. And to speak personally, I just replayed the game for a minute after not playing it for years, and I had very little issue lining up my shots. However, even giving you the benefit of the doubt and assuming this just wasn't the case and it was actually harder to hit things progressively as you got a higher leveled gun, that could just be a way of balancing things out. The gun is more powerful, but it's also harder to hit things with it. This was actually a very common balancing tactic for unlimited use weapons on the NES. For example, it's what was done with the Wave Beam in Metroid, a game I assume Craig is familiar with, given one of the power-ups from it is what he named his website after.
Absolutely insane. You can see what they're doing is farming, and it's just kind of like a puzzle game.
How the fuck is Fester's Quest like a puzzle game? Going back to the list, I'm also incredibly confused by his inclusion of Metal Gear, as most consider the NES version to be nothing more than a bad port of the MSX version, something which Craig himself notes, by the way.
And apparently there's considerably superior versions of this game, like on the MSX.
But he somehow just doesn't get the notion that that's the game people are praising, not the NES version. It would be like me putting Pac-Man or Donkey Kong on a list of overrated Atari 2600 games because of how well regarded the arcade version is. Although I'm not entirely sure Craig knows that, just in general, given he talks about how this game got a sequel, which is true, Snake's Revenge, and then launched the Metal Gear Solid franchise.
The fact that it got a sequel was amazing to me. The fact that it spawned one of the greatest franchises in video game history is appealing to me, or is interesting to me.
When, again, that was more the spawn of the MSX version, especially given Kojima was involved with the creation of both the MSX version and Metal Gear Solid, but not Metal Gear on the NES, nor Snake's Revenge, hence why I would consider it accurate to call it a sequel to the NES version specifically. I will let Ghosts and Goblins slide though, if only because although that game is considered to be unfairly difficult, it is also usually lumped in with Capcom's other classics. With that said, there's no way in hell I'm letting this mistake slide.
You get hit once, you're dead. When you think of like...
No, if you get hit once, you lose your armor. Now, if you get hit twice, then you die. Anyway, here are some miscellaneous mistakes Craig made.
And I understand this came out in like 1986. I understand that.
Ice Climbers came out in 1984, actually, and was ported to the NES in 1985.
Twin B is a fun game. Now, I wouldn't say Twin B is like... Is Twin B in any... but you know what I'm saying. I don't even know. I think Twin B's on the NES.
It was not. Although it did get a release on the Famicom, it never got an NES release.
When it comes to top-tier NES franchises, very few games on the Nintendo Entertainment System saw 3 games. I can think of Mario. Mario 1, Mario 2, Mario 3. Off the top of my head, I don't know if any other franchises on the game. Oh, Double Dragon saw 3 games. But this is one of the few games that saw 3 games. Mega Man, obviously. But you had to be a powerhouse franchise. Yeah, Ninja Turtles.
There's also the Castlevania trilogy, the Ninja Gaiden trilogy, the Contra trilogy, if you want to count Contra Force, and since you counted Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, with the second TMNT game just being a port of the arcade game, I assume we can include ports, in which case I'm also going to throw in the 3 Donkey Kong games. Oh, and Wizards and Warriors, that also counts. And Dragon Quest, which had 4 games. Hell, if you want to get really obscure, you can include the 3 NES Jeopardy games, one just called Jeopardy, Jeopardy 25th Anniversary Edition, and Super Jeopardy, which was specifically based off of a tournament Jeopardy held in 1990. And I'm sure there are way more that I cannot think of. Anyway, that's all I have to say, so final thoughts? I thought I'd have more to say about this video. Good night, and good luck. I have to admit, when I started doing commentaries, I didn't think I was going to cover a 4-year-old video from a channel that hasn't uploaded anything in 8 months, but they do say there's a first time for everything. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to Generation Gap Gaming, a YouTube channel that focuses on, well, video games. Specifically, I'm going to be talking about their video on the most overrated games on the NES. Now, I should note this video is not a numerical countdown. With that said, some of the choices are just truly baffling. These are all the games that these guys put on the list. Now, immediately, I have one major question. Why is Fester's Quest on this list? Mind you, I'm getting this from Wikipedia, so take it with a grain of salt, but if the review section is any indication, it's not a very well-liked game. And that's not even getting into how the angry video game nerd reacted to it. Actually, fun fact, in the episode just before this one, the nerd's review of Nintendo Power, he actually shows a complaint from the magazine from the time about the game.
Ooh, here we go. I once bought a game from a friend called Fester's Quest. I was expecting a great game after reading about it in Nintendo Power, but even with the magazine at my side, it took me 2.5 hours to make it to the first boss, and another 2 to make it.
I also question the inclusions of Iron Sword and Zelda 2. Iron Sword because it's a fairly obscure game, as is the Wizards and Warriors trilogy as a whole, all things considered. And Zelda 2 because it's primarily known as a radically different sequel to The Legend of Zelda that has been constantly criticized for its, in my opinion, greatly overblown difficulty. Actually, speaking of Zelda 2's overblown difficulty, he actually says that you cannot beat the game without grinding.
You have to grind so much in this game to increase all of your stats, it just becomes monotonous.
Which, no, I've personally beaten the game multiple times without grinding, and I could even find somebody on YouTube who beat the game without leveling up their health or attack once. Besides that, there's also some points that make me wonder if this guy knows anything about the genre of games he's talking about. For example, he criticizes Tetris because every level's the same, it's just each one's a little faster.
I always couldn't stand the repetitive nature of the game, and you just kept going to the next level, which was the same exact level you just played, just a little bit faster.
To which my only response is, it's an endless arcade-style game, what are you expecting exactly? Although, given he goes on to call Dr. Mario a want-to-be Tetris game...
Dr. Mario. I thought this game was going to be some cool twist on the platforming games that we were used to with Mario, and it turned out to be another Tetris clone, and I was furious.
Which, no they aren't. Dr. Mario isn't even an endless game. And the goals are completely different. In Tetris, you're just supposed to clear an entire line without leaving gaps. In Dr. Mario, you're supposed to match colors together to defeat viruses. Speaking of genre, Dragon Warrior is on this list because, and this is essentially his only reason, he doesn't like RPGs.
The next game's title and cover art really set me up for some major disappointment when I brought it home when I was a kid. And that game is Dragon Warrior. I mean, look how cool this box looks. Now, what 10-year-old boy back then wouldn't want to play this game? This was my first experience with an RPG, which I don't think many people in North America even knew what an RPG was back then. Let's just say I realized very quickly that I'm not an RPG type gamer. With all the text you had to read and navigating through all these words to order people what to do, it felt more like a chore or educational game to me, and I was very disappointed. I really just don't like the random interruptions and all the grinding you have to do in these games, and this game's graphics were pretty basic. I know many people love this game because it really was one of the first RPGs on the NES, and those games have such a great following. No offense to RPG lovers, but they're just not for me.
But honestly, at that point, the choice of Dragon Warrior just seems arbitrary. Why not either of the 2 Final Fantasy games on the NES, or any of the 4 Dragon Quest games on the NES? I could understand if he also threw in a line like, the most popular NES RPG is Dragon Warrior, but he didn't, so I'm just left confused. And honestly, most of the rest of his reasoning is just, I couldn't get into it. And if that's the case, that's fine, but it doesn't really lead to substantive arguments. He complains about things like the difficulty of Kirby's Adventure, or how he just found Bubble Bobble to be repetitive and too long. And again, all of those are okay issues to have, but they're so underexpanded upon that I can't really even address them. Here's the Bubble Bobble segment, just to give one example.
Now, Bubble Bobble was originally a very popular arcade game that also had a very successful port on the NES. If you're not familiar with the game, the premise is that you're a bubble-blowing dragon. Yes, you heard me correctly, a bubble-blowing dragon. And being that you are a bubble-blowing dragon, you go around shooting bubbles at enemies and then pop the bubbles with the pointy scales on your back. Once you clear the enemies, you go on to the next level. Now repeat this for 100 levels. Seriously, 100 levels. There is no way I could play this game that long, and especially since they play the same music through the entire game. I know a lot of people like the game because of the co-op play with friends, and I tried that too, but I guess I'm just one of the few people who find this game unappealing.
Yeah, you see what I mean? There's just not much meat to points like that. So, final thoughts? While this list wasn't terrible, some of its choices were just truly baffling, and its reasons were completely non-existent in a lot of cases. Because of that, the best word I can use to describe this video is mediocre. Good night, and good luck. Before we begin, I'd like to thank Destroyer Shy for finding this video in the first place. By the way, if any of you have videos you want me to cover, you can not only request them in the comments, but you can also join my Discord server, where there are channels not only dedicated to discussing online drama, but also specifically for posting commentary material. Just figured I'd advertise that real quick. Can I just ask, was there really a need to put the title of the game on the intro screen, given, you know, you put the cover of the game in the background?
Gee, it sure is boring around here.
Yeah, it must be if you decided to play this.
Explain how is that a sin of the game?
How is playing a game not because you enjoy it, but because you're bored a sin of the game? I mean, I guess he could have explained it more, but it was obviously just a potshot at the game's poor quality. Also, what is it with SinSin's channels and not showing the sin counter of the original video they're covering? Does only JXC do that? Speaking of presentation, I want to point out that my viewers with headphones might have noticed that his audio is significantly louder in one ear. That was completely his doing. And yes, it is incredibly distracting.
Oh, my boy. Sorry, sins a line for absolutely no reason cliche.
He sinned it because it was an infamous line. I'll give you that's not necessarily a good reason to sin it on its own, but it was for a reason.
Ganon and his minions.
Whoa, dude, personal space, please.
Jory points things out on the screen cliche.
I guess, but he was primarily making a joke about how close that genie character
got to the screen. He wasn't just pointing something out on the screen, he was making commentary about it.
Anon and his minions have seized the island of Korodai.
Oh, perfect timing, creepy flying carpet man. Link was just wondering what he was up to.
You realize this is a really big situation and Link can only solve it, right?
You do realize he was making fun of the contrivance and not saying anything contrary to what you said, right?
Oh god, look at his freaking sausage index finger.
Sorry points things out on the screen, cliche.
Again, no, he was making commentary on what's going on the screen.
Written only.
Whoa, he's fast. That scroll literally came out of nowhere.
Sorry, again points things out on the screen, cliche.
Zach Goes Red confuses making commentary on something with just pointing it out, cliche. Actually, I'm gonna run an experiment real quick. I'll be right back.
A few moments later.
Okay, so do you know how many times Zach here stops the video to say, Shari pointed out something on the screen, which, yeah, obviously he was going to, by the way. What else were you expecting him to do in a video where he analyzes a game? But that's besides the point. The point is, he talks about it. But that's besides the point. The answer is 16. In total, he spends about 3.5 minutes talking about it in a video that is 13 minutes long. Seriously think about that for a second. And don't get me wrong, the repetition on its own is annoying, but what really drives home this being just terrible is the fact that more often than not, it comes off as him just saying it so he doesn't have to think of a response to Shari 5. Take this clip, for example, which is the final sin of the video.
I won!
This MS Paint garbage is a shit show in every sense of the word.
Shari points things out on the screen, cliche.
I think the idea is supposed to be that Shari's stating the obvious because, again, otherwise it literally doesn't make any sense. But nothing about that was obvious. It was providing commentary. Although this is not the only tactic he uses to just completely dismiss what Shari says. He also pulls the nobody cares card to the point of using the same SMG4 clip TonySonic's used on occasion.
There is no time. Your sword is enough.
If there's no time, why'd you get off your flying carpet, dumbass?
Nobody cares.
Hey!
Nobody cares.
Never mind the fact that a sin nobody cares about is still a sin. These videos are everything wrong with, remember. That's not even getting into times where he just didn't understand what Shari was sinning. Take this clip as an example.
Oh my goodness!
I feel like I don't even need to explain why this makes no sense.
But there's one thing you can explain. Why is this being sinned?
Because it makes no sense. The subtitles are on screen as you make that point. Just read them.
Oh my goodness, this is awful!
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Anyway, that's honestly really all I have to say because I've summed up the majority of the video. Now don't get me wrong, there are occasional valid points here and there, but most of it is just complaining that Shari is saying something or missing the point. All I really have to say at this point is, well, Zach Goes Red, I thought TonySonic was bad. You've managed to be worse. Good night, and good luck. Okay, I have quite a bit I want to say about the video I'm covering, albeit I only really plan on covering the first section of it. However, there's quite a bit of context you need to understand before going into this, which I will now go through as quickly as possible. Basically, a guy named Copycat made a video on the worst things about every Nintendo franchise, which was commentated on by Keyblade Master. 3 different people have covered that so far, those being FireBolt PT, who covered it in his Maze Material video, myself, and Daisy Foxtrot. Oh, and if you're wondering why both the title and the thumbnail are in relation to Sonic Shadow, don't worry, we'll get to that later. Each of those videos has also been covered by somebody. FireBolt's video was covered by me again. My video got a quickie from Kagura101, and Daisy's video got a commentary from the man himself, Keyblade Master, along with his friend Horace Tomb,
which is what we'll be covering today. However, before I start talking about their points, I want to begin by talking about their presentation. Now, I've been told I focus too much on it throughout the commentary, so I'm just going to put all my issues with how they present the video at the beginning, including things like delivery and humor, and tell you skip to this timestamp if you are not interested. To begin with, Horace's acting is incredibly wooden. Now, it's not terrible by any stretch of the imagination, I want to make that very clear, but the contrast between him and the more upbeat and energetic Keyblade Master is certainly a notable distinction that just puts more emphasis on how already wooden Horace sounds. Listen to this back and forth from the beginning of the video and you'll see what I mean.
What the? After 9,000 years, I escaped from New Orleans. Fuck you, Jerry Seinfeld.
Hold on a sec, aren't you that stick figure guy from years ago?
Stick figure? I don't know what you're talking about. I was never a stick figure.
Didn't you try to take some inspiration from me with that?
I'm sorry, have we met before?
No, but I remember minding my own business and drawing commentators back then.
It's much more obvious that Horace is reading off a script than it is Key, and it's especially strange because I know both of them are reading off a script. As in, I know both of them scripted this video, just to be clear. Now, if Horace can't get a more dynamic voice, that's fine, but I figured I'd just point it out because it is actually kind of distracting to me. Again, though, it's not the end of the world by any stretch of the imagination. With that said, I do also want to note that Key and Horace do these back and forths throughout the entire video, and although humor is subjective, I really didn't find any of them funny. But again, I appear to be in the minority when it comes to that opinion, especially within the SCC, so keep that in mind. If this is the kind of humor your fans like, then I'd recommend you continue doing that because, well, you make your videos for them, not for me. However, can I recommend you make your punchlines a little less obvious? To show you what I mean, let's play everyone's favorite internet game show, Guess the Punchline! Hello everybody and welcome to Guess the Punchline. I'm your host, the Ephrommentator. Here's how the game works. I show you the setup to a joke from a video I'm covering, and you have to guess the punchline. We got 3 clips today. Let's roll clip number 1.
The gasp! Cooperation!
I know, right? Totally crazy, but pinning blame on the game is much easier to do. Why do you think Mario Party got popular?
By the way, Peach is dueling you.
Oh shit, I can't lose my 1 coin, it's shiny!
Will the punchline of the joke be that Keyblade Master is going to A. win the Spanish lottery, B. get his car keyed, C. lose his coin, or D. wake up from a coma he's been in since 1998? Everyone have their answers? Let's see which one is correct.
God damn it, I lost my 1 coin!
Wisp.
Those who guessed C were correct. Let's roll clip number 2.
And there's still the factor with Fury Bowser during the times when he shows up, where Bowser Jr. can't really do much.
Shh, don't mention Fury Bowser, you might summon him.
Who was Key worried that Horace was going to summon? Was it A. Ben, B. him from the Powerpuff Girls, C. Bowser Dude X, or D. Beetlejuice? Everyone have their answers locked in? Let's see what the correct response is.
Him?
Me! Ah, fuck.
Holy dude, it's the Bowser dude.
I am going to commit so much arson.
If you guessed C, you were correct. Now let's roll clip number 3.
I'm sorry, have we met before?
No, but I remember minding my own business and drawing commentators back then.
I see. Well, as for me...
What's the punchline going to be? Will it be A, that we see a card to indicate that an amount of time has passed before hearing Keyblade Master say something completely random, or B, literally anything else? The passive-aggressive nature of this entire game show should tell you what the answer is. The last presentation point I want to make is, I'm not a big fan of you guys' audio balancing. And no, I don't mean the parts where you zoom in on your avatar when your audio spikes, those are fine. Albeit, I'd prefer if you didn't have audio spikes, but hey, that's a me thing. But with that said, Daisy's video is just so much quieter than all the other ones. Is this an issue Daisy had? If so, you guys should have pointed it out, because otherwise it comes across as you guys' fault. It's not the end of the world or anything again, but it is very noticeable. Okay, enough with the production critiques, let's get into Key and Horace's points. Now, the first thing I want to note is, as mentioned earlier, the commentary on Keyblade was put at the end of a commentary on Sonic Shadow that Daisy did. Given the video that she was covering of Sonic Shadow saw him abruptly changing topics halfway through, she figured she'd do the same thing. And I'll give them both this isn't the smartest move. However, Horace says something near the end that just baffled me when I first heard it.
Hey, Sonic Shadow, if you're still watching, I bet you got really confused for a while there, huh? This is why you should avoid changing topics mid-video out of nowhere, see?
That's not how that works. You don't point out how Sonic Shadow went off topic in his video, only for you to pull the same thing just to prove a point.
Yes, you do. That's what a satire is. I'll give you, I don't think Daisy executed it particularly well, but that is something you can do and is commonly done. But okay, let's actually get into their points about video games.
Although Nintendo generally produces games that are fun for people of all ages to enjoy, not every single thing about the company is always positive. And from time to time, they have definitely had some missteps. Whether it be a lack of story, terrible levels, or the entries being way too easy, it all led me into wanting to create today's video about the worst thing about every Nintendo franchise. Of course, I'm gonna have to nitpick a bit, as some of these series are near perfect, but there are some that do have some serious flaws that I want to discuss.
Okay, first off, saying Animal Crossing has a lack of a story is really funny, considering within the most recent installment, there is technically a small story there via building up your island and its ratings until KK Slider shows up. Simple? Sure, but there's still a story there. And even then, how is a lack of a story a bad thing? Since while a story can be important for some games, like RPGs for example, there are other genres of games that can work just fine without a story, like life simulators. Not every game needs to have a story in order to be good.
Cool, New Horizons has a fairly simple plot. That doesn't mean the story isn't lacking, as lacking can also mean deficient or inadequate.
But the thing is, Daisy, Copycat said that there's a lack of story in New Horizons. Then Key said that there is a story, albeit a very simple one. Finally, you come in saying that the story is lacking.
Thank you for reminding me what I just saw happen.
A story that's lacking and a lack of a story are not the same thing.
And before you try to argue, oh, lack and lacking could mean the same thing in this context, so Copycat would still be right. No, not in particular, since lack and lacking have two different definitions to them. Considering lack means deficiency or absence of something needed, while lacking means wanting or deficient. Two very different definitions, so if Copycat was talking about the story being lacking, then he worded himself very poorly and chose a completely different word that butchers what he was trying to get across. Although that's going by the assumption that Copycat was talking about the story being lacking to begin with.
I'm sorry, how are those definitions different exactly? The definition for lack said that it either didn't exist or was in a short supply, because that's what deficient means. It means for there to be a shortage of something. While the other said it's when there's a shortage of something. Fuck, if anything, the fact you specifically included a definition of lack, that would imply both the non-existence and the existence in a short supply of something. That makes your original point against Copycat even worse, because you were basing it off of the notion he said the Animal Crossing series had an absence of story. If you saying that the latest game technically had a small one, as a point to debunk Copycat was anything to go by. But that's not even getting into how mindlessly pedantic this point is, because words don't radically change meanings when you add an ing suffix to them. That's not how the English language works.
Maybe Copycat thinks the simple plot isn't enough. Also, while you're right in saying that the main plot isn't that important in a life simulator, you know what can be? The character stories as you build your relationships with them, which is something Animal Crossing fans describe as done slightly worse in New Horizons.
Okay, this point is confusing, since you're saying that Copycat was talking about the character stories and how they respond to you, and not the game as a whole.
No, she was giving an example of one way a story being lacking could affect the quality of a life simulator.
Well, one, from Copycat's explanation, his wording never said or implied that he was talking about the character stories along with his footage not showing that.
I mean, I guess, but the biggest issue with this argument is you're the one who shifted the discussion away from New Horizons specifically, as well as Copycat's footage and examples, to the fact that apparently life simulators can work without stories. Basically moving the discussion from talking about how Copycat complained about this to going after him for even complaining about it in the first place. Daisy is saying that he actually would have reason to complain, and that would be true even if he worded himself badly or used a bad example.
Starting things off with Nintendo's first franchise, they debuted on the NES in 1985, Mario. Where I'd have to say that the worst thing about this series of games is that when they do include a multiplayer mode, it almost always is underwhelming. Even though it's a vital focus of games like Super Mario 3D World and the new Super Mario Bros. Console entries, it always felt cumbersome to have 4 separate characters on screen at one time, as it forces players to stay together rather than explore on their own. So you find it cumbersome for the players to stick together as opposed to exploring on their own, despite the fact that in the new Super Mario Bros. Games, the levels are very straightforward, with the level design being a straight line due to those games being 2D. And for Super Mario 3D World, while the levels in that game might have a Y-axis in them, their structure is still very straightforward considering it's just a pathway to the goal. And that's not even taking in the auto-scrolling levels which are in both of these games. And if this is about the collectibles, then you might have a point, but 1, you're really vague on this aspect, and 2, that's not really a fault with the game as opposed to the people you're playing with, which can be solved by simply asking the players to stop moving ahead so you can get whatever collectible you were trying to get. Plus, giving the players the option to explore would actually be a detriment to these games, considering in the new Super Mario Bros. Games, there's not much that can be explored considering it's a 2D side-scroller and could possibly result in one player getting left behind and negatively impacting the team, considering a part of the screen is now focusing on that one left behind player. And in Super Mario 3D World, the problem gets even worse, considering with that 3D plane, the chances of a player getting left behind is much higher, resulting in them getting lost and hurting the team as a result, which when looking at some of these levels is the last thing anyone wants to experience.
Keyblade, you're assuming that whoever's rushing on ahead will just stop when you tell them to. They might, but if they're already trying to beat their PB on that level with multiple people with them, good luck convincing them to stop to get the collectibles.
Yes, but there's still people that want to work together to get everything in the level. Not everyone will play the games in one way. There will be people who want to help each other out, and there are some who want to make people feel miserable.
I mean, you're not wrong, but Daisy never denied that. She didn't say that New Super Mario Bros. Wii literally brainwashes its players to be dicks towards each other. She said it doesn't put enough safeguards in place to protect players from those who just want to be dicks, which is an entirely different discussion. You're just dodging her point at this point.
Plus, what about players are respectful towards each other and do everything they can to not only beat the level, but also collect everything in sight?
I actually agree with this. What about them?
Alongside that, you're missing my point that this issue isn't necessarily the game's fault and more so the people you're playing with, since Copycat was putting blame on the game for an issue that he and his friends had.
You know, if you just ignore the part where Copycat said the reason this issue even fucking arose in the first place was because of how cumbersome having 4 players at once on screen was.
It always felt cumbersome to have 4 separate characters on screen at one time, as it forces players to stay together rather than explore on their own. This reluctance for each player to possess their own split screen has always led to frustrating moments with my friends and I, as it was inevitable that someone would lag behind. The chaos that's caused from this can be fun, but it does greatly diminish the point of co-op play, as it becomes more entertaining to troll your party rather than to help them.
People respond to the atmosphere they're in, and Copycat's point is that New Super Mario Bros. Wii and Super Mario 3D World create an atmosphere where trolling players is more fun than working together. And if you want to dispute that point, well, you'd have to respond to the idea that the game either causes that stimuli or that humans respond to stimuli. Which, I'd love to see you try and argue that, Key. And if you don't believe me when I say humans respond to stimuli, well, if you want a particularly dark example, Google the Stanford prison experiment sometime. It's the very famous experiment from 1971, where a bunch of students at Stanford were told to roleplay as either a prisoner or a prison guard, with the guards just having the role of keeping the prisoners from escaping. And it was found that merely having the role of guard was enough to get these people to do absolutely brutal and terrible things. These are not for the faint of heart. Now, I know what some of you are thinking, Ephrom, why the fuck are you mentioning this in a video about Mario? It's because we have the same brains regardless of circumstance. How we act in one situation is honestly not that far off from how we'd act in another. Mind you, the extent of our actions might change, or how severely we look at the situation might change, but we still have the same principles no matter what. So yeah, there's your little thought for the night. Actually, you want to know something really funny? While researching the Stanford prison experiment for this commentary, I came across a Rational Wiki article that was incredibly critical of it. And one of the issues with the study listed was the Hawthorne effect, which essentially says that certain short-term changes in stimuli might cause certain short-term results that would not be present in the long term even if said stimuli continued. It's a well-known fact that if you sign up to become a Nielsen family, which essentially means that your television viewing habits are monitored in order to determine what the ratings of certain shows are, the Nielsen company actually throws out the first month or two of data they get from you, because the assumption is you're going to be intentionally watching what is considered smarter or more intelligent programming than you normally would because you're being monitored. That stimuli caused a short-term change that you are going to revert away from, regardless of if the stimuli continues. But this still follows along with the idea that humans respond to stimuli. It just proposes a different way as to how humans do it. The long and short of what I'm saying is, if you make a game where it's fun to fuck people over and fairly easy to do, it's kind of your fault if players spend a large amount of the game fucking people over as opposed to cooperating with their fellow gamers. And Keyblade denying this just has the same energy as the Internet Hippo tweet. If a man in a white coat told me to administer a potentially lethal shock to somebody, I would simply refuse. Nobody is immune to propaganda.
And as Horace pointed out, people play these games in many ways. So it's hard to say this issue is a fault on the game when people's experiences with the multiplayer can differ from person to person.
Hi, quick question. Why did you feel the need to just repeat what your co-op partner just said?
Also, why are you acting like if they implemented a split screen, it would only be when someone lags behind? If split screen were a thing, it'd likely be there from the beginning, like in most split screen games. Only doing it in certain contexts would be awkward as hell. And unless you can give me an example of it happening in a well-reviewed game, there's no precedent for it either. Just a weird assumption to make overall.
Well, it's not that weird of an assumption to make when you consider from the footage, the players are all together, so for each of them to have a separate split screen from one another would be dumb since it's a waste of resources for something that can be done with one big screen.
Okay, one, I don't think you used the word resources correctly. 2, and it wouldn't be a waste of resources to go in and out of a split screen mode. And 3, this doesn't even really debunk Daisy or Copycat's points. Daisy's saying there's no reason to believe a split screen would only be situational if it was implemented in the new Super Mario Bros. Games and Super Mario 3D World. Your only response to this is, well, it would be kind of weird to have 2 players start in the same place, even though I should note the genre most famous for split-screen multiplayer is racing games, where people start at the same place during a competition.
Plus, wouldn't having a split screen for a 2D platformer be a big problem to begin with? You would get a very limited view at the level around your character, certain obstacles and enemies won't appear until it's too late, and you'd have no idea how much is left of the level.
Okay, why would this be the case? Is this a common issue with other split-screen games? Have you seen 2D platformers with split screens before and had this problem? You don't explain in the slightest. Now, this is not to say this being the case is impossible. However, Horace didn't really give me a reason to believe it would happen. He essentially just said, well, hypothetically it could occur. Well, hypothetically, a lot of things could occur. That doesn't make any of them particularly likely, nor would merely stating that in of itself be evidence that it would occur.
As for 3D World, the problem would come up there as well, and sometimes could lead to a player giving problems for everyone by simply dying a bunch. And since 3D World shares lives between all the players, that's not good.
Okay, I could point out how that's never been considered a problem in the racing genre, despite it essentially exclusively using split screen for multiplayer, and instead just ask, what did that have to do with what Daisy said? Daisy wasn't commenting on if it was a good idea or not, she just said that Keyblade misunderstood the point. Now, if you were attempting to hit Copycat, first off, you should have made that clear, and second off, that doesn't debunk him either. Because yeah, those would all be downsides of using a split screen. However, Copycat would likely argue that those problems would not negate the fact that it would be a better experience with it. To put it another way, he said it would be better, sure, but nowhere did he say it would be perfect.
Furthermore, you're asking me to provide evidence of a split-screen disaster happening in a game when the only evidence you're providing for your own points is just your word.
You say just after your co-op partner hit us with this?
Plus, wouldn't having a split screen for a 2D platformer be a big problem to begin with? You would get a very limited view at the level around your character, certain obstacles and enemies won't appear until it's too late, and you'd have no idea how much is left of the level.
Since at least with my video, I showed screen caps of some of the levels to strengthen my point, whereas here, there's nothing. But if you so insist, Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric is a terrible game with a horrendous split screen, which was brought up in numerous reviews of the game like Some Call Me Johnny and, this is just to prove a point, let's be civil with this example, Pro Jared.
When you're playing local co-op, these issues along with the entire visual fidelity become worse. It has something to do with how the Wii U requires more resources when one player uses the TV while the other player uses the gamepad.
The very instant a second player jumps in, the graphics get worse. Textures are even blurrier, lighting effects are removed completely, and the already awful frame rate is lowered even further. Co-op makes the game worse in every way.
So yeah, I'm the winner!
You're a winner.
Key, that's not what Daisy nor Copycat meant by split screen. Split screen usually means the game happening on the same screen with multiple points of view for each character. Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric did not have a split screen in that sense. It just allowed two players to play at the same time using different screens. This would be like saying a game with online multiplayer has split screen because you and everyone you're playing with are all looking through their own screens. That's just not how this works. And that's ignoring the fact that this example feels incredibly cherry-picked given how poorly optimized Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric was at the time of its release. You know, when these reviews were made. In fact, I watched both of these reviews, and, well, here are some clips that might show you the issue with co-op had less to do with the mere concept of screen splitting and more with the fact that Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric was just terribly programmed.
This Riptide boat section's a mess. Awkward controls and firing mechanism, and there's even a point where I sunk the ship and still managed to win the ongoing battle. Enemies can clip through the floor sometimes, characters can pop in and out of a dime. Look at this here. Model? No model. Model? No model. This even happened when I initiated a side quest with this dude. Sonic and company just flat out fucking vanished. It's kind of funny because it looks like he's talking to himself, but come on, guys. In an area that required all four characters to use their abilities to proceed one hero at a time, I got to the point where I needed Knuckles to climb some walls, but when I switched to Knuckles, he was suddenly warped to the very start of the sequence that only Amy and Tails could get across. Now I gotta take a fall to reset myself and lose some collectibles as a result. If you're in the middle of combat and you trigger a scene where the game sets up the next destination, you can still get hurt while you're totally helpless. No, that's so primitive. There's no... Knuckles, how are you doing that? I want to do that. Can I do that? Look at that. Oh my god. The figurative cherry on top is the frequent graphical hiccups and jittery frame rate. This shit chugs during the Mach speed sections and stutters outright when loading other areas in the hub world.
The most obvious factor to point out is how poorly built the game is in general. The game runs at a horrendous frame rate at all times. It's consistently below 30, and it'll frequently get worse than that. It's most noticeable during the combat sequences, and just painful during any kind of speed section. This isn't a nitpick, this ruins a lot of the gameplay, especially during speed sections, as the low frame rate makes it impossible for you to properly react to what's coming at you. Even lame, mundane sections can be made more frustrating by how awful the game performs. Yes, there is an exploit you can use to skip over 3/4 of the entire game. This is in contrast to a number of glitches that can halt your progress entirely.
Key even called this a horrendous game with a horrendous split screen. But wait a minute, don't you think the fact the game is horrendous is why the split screen, giant quotes, is horrendous? Not because of an issue with split screens inherently? This is like saying leveling up in video games is bad because Final Fantasy XIII had a stupid leveling up system.
There isn't really a punishment either. Yeah, everyone shares lives in 3D world, but it's not like as soon as you reach 0, it's game over. After you reach 0, whoever dies next is booted out for the rest of the level. And if whoever's left beats it, you get 5 lives for every person who died after 0. If anything, that's a safety net to make it safer to troll. Even then, you don't share lives in New Soup, so where's any sort of consequence there? All that happens is that the continue counter goes up for every game over a player gets. Thus Troll Toad is left at 99 lives, while Luigi is left at 99 continues. A sad day for poor little Elliot.
So for those who don't know what the reference is, she is referencing some of the Mario Let's Plays from the Super Gaming Brothers, a group Let's Play channel created by Son Call Me Johnny, where Matt, the blue Troll Toad, picks on Elliot, who is Luigi, throughout the majority of said LPs. However, anybody who isn't familiar with that group like I am, wouldn't get the reference.
You know what? I gotta give you that.
Plus, while this is a fun little reference, I'd like to bring up a hypothetical. Given all the mention about how players like to generally leave others behind just to get to the end, or greet them a lot of times, would it be safe to assume that she's basing this off of how SGB did their co-op Mario LPs?
No, and even if it was the case, it wouldn't really matter for reasons I just explained. Mind you, I've also watched a lot of SGB, so I know that Elliot is essentially just a punching bag that Matt trolls constantly. However, you don't provide that additional context, and even in that case, it wouldn't change the fact that both Daisy and Copycat's point is that New Super Mario Bros. Wii and 3D World do not do a good job of safeguarding the player against douchebags. Now, normally I would just skip the rest of this point because of how utterly faulty the premise is, but I just want to highlight this moment because I love it so much.
Because to be frank, if this is the case, then it's kinda narrow-minded. Like I said before, not everyone will be grieving others like what Matt did. Some, like Proton John from the Runaway Guys, would mostly help out in getting things, will on the odd occasion just mess around with the people around him.
First off, messing around with the people around them, so you mean trolling? Second off, I want to talk about the Proton John example. Now, Horace didn't actually link a compilation of clips like he said he would with the text on screen in the video. Instead, he linked two separate clips. I'll play both of them for you right now. And remember, Horace specifically said that Proton John was helpful and worked with his teammates during the Runaway Guys' playthrough.
Hey Bowser, how's it going, man?
He kidnapped me!
He's finally
just hanging out in this room like, oh, hey guys.
Fly! This seems really one-sided.
Oh,
by the way, bye guys.
Bubble!
Bubble!
Oh!
No, I can't bubble! I have murdered you all!
Well, or just stand there and take it like a man. Oh, dude, you are
Oh, no!
I am an asshole! I am an asshole! I am such an asshole! Look at me!
You and I have very different definitions of helpful.
And about the bubble mechanic being a tool to bandage a problem and a safety net for trolls, this point is hilariously self-defeating considering you bring up how once someone dies when their lives are at 0, they get booted from the level. Which say what you will about how effective this move is, but the game is still punishing you via removing you from going through the rest of the level, which is also the case in New Super Mario Bros. Wii.
And Wii U.
So how could this be considered a safety net when the punishment for trolling all your lives away is not being able to play the game, which can be the worst punishment sometimes.
Okay, you and I have very different understandings of trolling apparently as well, given most trolling does not involve intentionally killing yourself in a video game, it involves setting traps and killing the other players.
More recently in Super Mario Odyssey and in Bowser's Fury, the co-op has involved the second player controlling the game's ancillary characters, like Happy and Bowser Jr., only helping the first player by collecting items and easily defeating enemies.
He says, while Bowser Jr. is doing literally nothing to them. Good work, Copycat.
Although this method of co-op works on some levels, especially if you're playing with a person that's new to video games, it does however make your experience incredibly easy, taking any risk away that makes the playthrough more rewarding.
Takes away any risk how exactly? Considering unlike in the previous games you talked about, the second player here really can't do much aside from finding secrets with their specific ability, collecting coins, or taking out enemies. Stuff that, while helpful to the first player, isn't exactly game-breaking, thus leaving room for challenge. Especially when said challenge in Mario games comes from the platforming and obstacles. Stuff that the second player can't exactly break.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, Daisy. That would break the game and make it too easy. Too bad that this example only applies to speedrunners and not any regular person just playing through the game normally.
So, Key said you couldn't do this. Not that you theoretically could do this, but only speedrunners could.
And before I say, well, this breaks the game when you do co-op.
What a good faith and honest representation of those who are critical of your arguments.
Then I'm sorry, but that isn't gonna work. A speedrunner knows how to break the game so that they can beat the game in the fastest time possible. I mean, would anyone playing Ocarina of Time normally just go out of their way to skip the entire game and reach Ganondorf in an instant? I don't think so.
Okay, let's work off of that Ocarina of Time example to explain why this point doesn't make any sense. Imagine Key had instead said, "It is physically impossible to beat Ocarina of Time in under 5 minutes." Daisy could then reply with, "Yes it is. According to speedrun.com, 80 people have done such." You then reply with, "Well, I mean, yeah, it's possible, but nobody's going to do it. So it's possible then." Which is what we were arguing about. You have essentially conceded that Daisy is right and Key is wrong, but still try and argue against Daisy by saying LOL doesn't matter.
To be honest, this is a small problem in a series that's usually directed towards a single-player experience. I just find it a bit unfortunate because if a multiplayer was done right, it would be a huge hit.
Oh, you mean like the new Super Mario Bros. Games in 3D World, which were highly praised for its multiplayer? This is what we call an oof moment, fellas.
Hey, what's with these giant blocks of text on the screen that we only have 3 seconds to fully read unless we pause the video? These could have been cut down to just the aspects that talk about multiplayer, like so. Oh, and speaking of these, you show a complaint about the multiplayer in 3D World, that the camera is unreliable in multiplayer. So that's a case where the split screen would be beneficial, and this shows that it isn't solely a problem Copycat has. Now that is an oof moment.
Daisy, you are nitpicking. Should it really matter how long the screenshots stay on screen? What matters is that Key is providing evidence to strengthen his case.
Yeah, evidence that Daisy is currently arguing that Key is misrepresenting. Because of this, it makes it look like Key only put up the evidence on screen for such a short period of time because he didn't want to be caught. It makes him look dishonest. I also want to say, it actually does matter how long the evidence is shown. And if you think it doesn't, well, here's a question for you. Can I put all my evidence up for a single frame? I mean, I'm still showing it, aren't I? Hell, I'm still showing it if I put it upside down and use the blur effect over it. Yeah, it's totally unreadable, but I'm showing you it. Do you see my issue with this line of logic yet? Anyway, the only franchise mentioned in this video I particularly care about is Mario, and I've already been arguing with the video for half an hour. Plus, they don't really pull any new tricks out of their hats, so I'm just gonna end it right here. I would give final thoughts, but those would essentially be me screaming for 5 minutes. I will say, though, the fact that basically every one of your arguments came off as you deflecting the point, or finding some technicality to where you could excuse dismissing it as opposed to actually arguing it, just made you both come off as, well, defensive and unwilling to engage with the video you're covering. Good night, and good luck. I'm sure most of you remember my commentary on TonySonic. After all, it is my 3rd most popular video at time of recording. I mention this because that video was TonySonic covering Shari's videos on Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic CD, and Sonic Spinball. Now at the time, Shari did not have a video on Sonic 3 & Knuckles. However, now he does, and TonySonic responded to it. So, I figured we might as well complete the saga. I do want to note, though, I know this video's a month old, so I'm a little late to the party. However, a combination of a certain skeleton and some issues we're not getting into right now caused me to have to put this off by quite a bit. I apologize. But either way, better late than never.
Okay, we're starting off with 5 sins. We're making us wait almost 15 months for this.
That's 1 sin for every 3 months, damn it. Also, what was with that sudden and incredibly jarring change in the aspect ratio of your video?
I guess we've all been wrong this whole time. Apparently the full name of this game is Sonic 3, Sonic the Hedgehog and Knuckles.
Really? This is what you start with?
I mean, the title screen is the first thing you see. I don't know where else he'd start.
Okay, ignoring how bad that joke was, how is that something wrong with this game? I get making jokes for the sake of levity, I do the same thing, but they should A, be extras for your points, or B, be added to a joke counter instead of the sin counter. This is why people can't tell when you're actually making points and when you're joking. You treat them exactly the same.
Shari's point was just that the title screen was weirdly worded. It's not a big deal, but it is something wrong with the game. This is something you do a lot, by the way. In fact, I pointed out this exact issue with the first video of yours I covered, in that instead of actually addressing what Shari says, you just kind of say, well, it's really small, so it doesn't actually matter. And whenever you make these points, I can't help but wonder if you even know the CinemaSins format of videos. They're called Everything Wrong With. There's no asterisk after the word everything to alert the viewer of a note at the bottom that says, minus some really nitpicky stuff. For example, typos. No, if something's wrong with the piece of media, it gets pointed out. That's what everything means.
Whoa, you're telling me that Knuckles is so powerful that he can just knock the Chaos Emeralds out of Supersonic? Like, yeah, you could say that it's because Supersonic was caught off guard by Knuckles, but isn't that kind of beside the point? Isn't Supersonic supposed to be invincible?
This is a topic that many fans have touched upon, and since the Genesis games don't really tell you much regarding lore and even plot, the only thing we can do is theorize. Since Knuckles showcases that he can use Chaos Energy from the Master Emerald to detect the Emerald Shards in the adventure games...
You mean the ones that didn't come out for over half a decade at this point? What I'm saying is an important part of your explanation involves something that wasn't part of established continuity yet. And having to use evidence from future games in order to answer this very basic question about the first scene of Sonic 3 ampersand Knuckles doesn't make the people at Sonic Team look like good writers.
And the Master Emerald can negate the Chaos Emeralds. My theory is that Knuckles used that same energy to bypass Supersonic's invincibility and knock the Chaos Emeralds out of him.
Do you have anything in-game to back this up? Because if not, what you just said is equally in continuity to this.
Dare you try to infiltrate my home and hope you may steal my precious jewels? The Chaos Emeralds belong to me. You shall perish if you break my rules. I'll take these gems of yours. See how you like it yourself. Now leave this island, you spiky little fiend, if you know what's good for your health. Give those back. No.
Fan speculation is fun and all, but fan speculation to work around plot holes doesn't make the plot hole disappear. It just means that fans have come up with ways that it could make sense in universe. That does nothing to excuse the fact that the writers originally had a plot hole in their story, especially if one of your pieces of evidence, again, is a game that wasn't even out yet.
Holy bananas. Like, how are we okay? Fire Breath set the entirety of Angel Island Zone on fire, and somehow we're okay?
Sonic and Tails are not human, Chari. They may not be immortal, but applying the same frail limitations of normal humans to a blue supersonic hedgehog and a fox with two tails that he can use as a propeller is stupid.
I mean, I guess, but Sonic and Tails can still get hurt by fire, as seen by levels in this very game, like Lava Reef and Flying Battery. Hell, this is literally the game with the fire shield. The shield that specifically protects you from fires. The point is, the fact that Sonic and Tails don't get hurt by all of Angel Island being set on fire can't be brushed off just by pointing out that Sonic the Hedgehog isn't a human, as if that was something Shari was denying.
Almost 30 years later, and people still don't know how to pronounce this damn level's name, all because of a single missing space. I mean, come on, people. Everyone knows it's pronounced
I did read in a post once that Yuji Naka stated that he thinks it's Hydro City, but I can't find the post anymore, so I'm just gonna say that there's no real right or wrong way to say it. If you think it's one way or the other, feel free. No one's gonna stop you.
Okay, how much effort did you put into finding this post? Because I literally just googled Yuji Naka and then the name of the zone, and it was the first result.
Also...
I mean, come on, people. Everyone knows it's pronounced
Bro, do you even count?
But Tony, I thought...
Typos aren't sins, they're nitpicks.
Sorry, couldn't help myself.
So wait, why can Tails fly infinitely here of all places?
Because there's no ground here? If Tails had his limited flight here, it'd be nearly impossible to win this.
He's not asking why from a gameplay perspective this is the case, he's asking why in universe. Because it is inconsistent that Tails cannot fly for an infinite amount of time in any part of the game except for right here. Also, I can't help but find it funny that the guy who responded to Shari's point about the very premise of this game with attempts at bringing in-universe logic to justify it is now essentially saying in-universe logic doesn't matter. Because that's what Shari is basing this criticism off of. In-universe logic.
We interrupt Sonic 3 and Knuckles to bring you Michael Jackson's Jam. No, the song.
Ignoring the fact that Michael's producer Brad Buxer made these songs, Shari makes a pop culture reference.
You aren't wrong that it's a pop culture reference, but Shari brought it up because it's a well-known fact that there's a chord in Michael Jackson's song Jam that sounds very similar to another chord in Carnival Night. Listen to them back to back if you don't believe me. This leads into the more general belief that Michael Jackson helped with the soundtrack of Sonic 3, with you even acknowledging one of the many smoking guns for that idea. That being that Jackson's producer wrote some of these songs. This wasn't just a pop culture reference, it was a sly comment regarding well-known trivia about the game, and you just dismissing it as Shari referencing something honestly kind of irks me. It's not irrelevant, and if somebody notices it, it could be incredibly distracting, so what's the excuse for not letting Shari sing this? And that's ignoring the fact that this piece of media, that piece of media-esque references are incredibly common in CinemaSin style videos to the point where they're just considered part of the genre, but your unwillingness to actually engage with the genre that you're critiquing has already been established.
This one just looks like a dick.
Shari says boner, and no it doesn't.
1, he said dick and not boner, and 2, if you say so.
I've never known what the hell this boss does. As far as I'm concerned, all he does is throw a ball.
That's because you destroyed it too quickly. This is what it actually does.
Okay, I think Shari's point was that this boss is too easy to defeat quickly, especially if you have Supersonic, which a skilled player is likely to at this point in the game. This is a problem with a lot of the bosses in Sonic 3 & Knuckles, by the way. They're way too easy if you have Super or later Hypersonic. Hence, Shari's ability to defeat Robotnik before he even attacks. You saying that if Shari waited around long enough, Robotnik would attack doesn't change that.
Does it really matter that Knuckles is looking around? I mean, the button is out in the open and right in front of the door. I don't think it matters if someone sees you. Not to mention, there are 77 of these things out in the open, 34 from this room onwards. What's hiding one behind a door gonna do?
I'll give you the first one, but most of the giant rings are hidden in semi-obscure places. Plus, I'm willing to bet that most players don't even know all the locations of the rings without a guide.
Okay, you had me and then you lost me. You are right that most of the giant rings are in somewhat obscure locations, albeit they're not particularly hard to find if you're looking for them. I mean, this is Sonic 3 and Knuckles. But I'll grant you that, at the very least. However, then you say that most players don't know where all the rings are, which I do believe to be true, because there are so many of them. Shari himself used the number that there were 77 special rings in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Obviously, most people are not going to memorize the location of 77 special rings, especially when you only need 14 special rings to get all 7 Chaos and all 7 Super Emeralds. And the amount there are versus the amount you need actually ties into Shari's point, that there's no point in Knuckles hiding this specific ring, because there are 34 special rings from this point forward, and you only need to know the location of 7 if you want to get all the Super Emeralds.
Wow, That was a mini-boss, I guess. I just sort of waited there until it jumped into the quicksand on its own.
That's only one of 3 ways you can fight the golem. The other 2 involve smacking it continuously until it ends up in the quicksand, or waiting until it comes to the edge and then smacking it over the edge. Both of which involve actually attacking it.
Okay, well, Shari doesn't like the fact that you can beat the boss without ever having to attack it. Obviously, there are ways of beating it that do involve attacking it. However, one way of beating it doesn't, and Shari doesn't like that. This is the same thing with the point about the Carnival Night Zone boss. The issue is that it's possible to beat it this easily. Nobody's claiming that's the only way you can beat it, though.
Ah yes, my favorite Sonic 3 mini-boss, the Five Nights at Freddy's endoskeleton.
Which one?
Whichever one you want it to be, TonySonic, because the joke works no matter which one you pick.
Sonic has the strongest and yet somehow the weakest super form ever. He can literally destroy all enemies in his vicinity with the push of a button, but he gets defeated by a tumbling boulder.
Pretty sure there's just a way to attempt to prevent you from using Hypersonic in the following boss fight. And even then you can still use it if you have enough rings.
Again, Shari most likely understands this. He's just saying that in universe, it doesn't make any sense that Sonic's hyper mode deactivates upon contact with a boulder rolling down, especially considering this is the same hyper form that can stand in lava no problem, as established in the following boss that you fight just after this.
He can literally destroy all enemies in his vicinity with the push of a button, but he gets defeated by a tumbling boulder.
This is the ding dang, but the counter's deaf. Typos aren't sins, they're nitpicks.
This is one of Robotnik's best mechs. It's impervious to intense heats, not even lava can melt it, and it can't even be damaged by Hypersonic. The only thing that can somehow damage it are the spikes it tosses at you. And he never stops to think, maybe I shouldn't shoot these spike balls. I think they're hurting me, or maybe I should make another invincible mech like that.
I agree with the stop shooting the bombs bit, but the invincibility only applies to gameplay. I guarantee you, if you were given Hypersonic scan stats, that mech would melt.
Quick question, how do you know that? I mean, Hypersonic's a fictional video game character. It's not like you can run scientific tests to determine this. Far as I'm concerned, it looks like you just pulled this out of your ass. And that's ignoring the fact that if that is the case, that would still be a problem because, again, it would be another sign of inconsistency within the in-game universe, which is not a good thing when it comes to world building.
How did Knuckles manage to get up after all that? He got bodied by Hypersonic, electrocuted by Robotnik, and then he fell like 15 feet onto the ground head first. He should probably be dead.
I'm sure he would be, if he were human, but like with Sonic and Tails, he's not. He's an anthropomorphic echidna that can smash through all manner of rock and metal, climb up walls with the spikes on his hands, and can glide with his dreadlocks. He's obviously tough enough to take all that, and even then he shows signs of exhaustion later.
So true, bestie. I mean, obviously, duh. I've lost it. I've officially lost it, people. TonySonic, you've broken me. Okay, I've regained my composure. Mostly. So TonySonic, if it's so obvious, maybe you can enlighten me, because I'm just not connecting the dots here. What about Knuckles' powers would make him able to survive getting hit 8 times by Hypersonic, being electrocuted, again, in the video game with the electric shield, so we know these characters can be harmed by electricity, and falling something like 15 feet. Obviously, Knuckles the Echidna is not human. Nobody is denying that. However, he is also not invincible. Hence why he needs to collect rings so he can survive getting hit. Did he just have rings on him at that time and that's how he survived it? If so, why didn't you just say that? Why bring his powers into this? And again, what about his powers inherently means he'd survive this? You say it's obvious, but it becomes less obvious the more you think about it.
And while we're on the subject of super forms, what the hell is up with Super Tails? Not only does he need the Super Emeralds to transform at all, not just the Chaos Emeralds, why does he suddenly have 4 flickies following him around? What, the powers of a god aren't enough for him?
If you play Sonic 2 with just Tails, he isn't able to use the Chaos Emeralds to transform. The likely reason for that is that he doesn't know how to use them in that game. Same applies in this game until he unlocks the Super Emeralds, where he finally understands their power enough to transform, but not enough to use them to their fullest, which is why he has his Flicky Army of Death to help him.
Some call me Johnny, that's what you're referencing.
Tails, who initially didn't have a super form with the Chaos Emeralds, now has a super form with the Super Emeralds. This always confused me as to why, but getting the Super Emeralds with Tails is well worth the effort. Super Tails is ridiculous. Besides having all the benefits of a super form, he can also fly much faster, and he also has his Flicky Army of Death.
He also doesn't have the army in Mania because he likely knows how to use the emeralds fully at that point.
Oh yeah, the actual point. I just put this clip in because I wanted that cookie. However, I do want to point out that once again, nothing in the game backs this up, so you're just speculating at this point. Also, if Tails knows how to use the emeralds in Mania, why would he lose the Flicky Army of Death? Shouldn't he therefore know how to summon them, or are the Chaos Emeralds sentient beings according to you? How does this work continuity-wise? Anyway, that's all I want to cover, so final thoughts? TonySonic's content has honestly barely improved. This is not nearly as bad as the first video of his I covered, but it has many of the same problems. Although he stopped mindlessly repeating the phrase "nobody cares" whenever Shari makes a point he can't counter, he still just has this tendency to engage in apologetics for the game in question no matter how big of a stretch. I can tell he's trying, I really can, but the results are honestly just underwhelming. Good night, and good luck. Welp, the fire background can only mean one thing. Today I'm responding to a video on me. And this is actually a video I've had in the vault for quite some time, but I wanted to wait until I finished the Enter commentary with MTR before I dug into this. Well, that and there was some behind the scenes stuff that I'm not getting into right now. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to ShadowRuff777 Plus, a YouTuber whose About Me page specifically lists his inspiration as TonySonic. And although that might not seem relevant, some of you might remember that I made a commentary on TonySonic not that long ago. As such, it should not surprise anyone that he made a commentary on my TonySonic video, and spoiler alert, it is not very good. Also, the rules will be the same as they were in my second Akumu video, in the sense that I'm not going to show either Charmy or TonySonic's videos. It's just going to be my video, ShadowRuff's response, and then me responding. So, let's begin.
Hello there.
Hello, light bright recreation of a racist caricature you'd find in a 1930s cartoon. How have you been? And more importantly, why do you have a bloody Nike symbol over your head? Also, Kind Master Watermark.
Well, ending a video I'm working on, I noticed a YouTuber who, well, react to TonySonic. Anything wrong with videos?
Little nitpick, but I didn't react to TonySonic's video, I commentated on it. Reacting to the video would imply that I hadn't watched the video before and was watching it for the first time with the audience. In truth, I had watched TonySonic's video several times beforehand in order to formulate counter-arguments against it, which is what commentating is. You know what? I'm a political blogger. I already talk about politics enough. I think I'm going to commentate on something apolitical today. And I have found the perfect topic to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, meet TonySonic, a YouTuber who is a massive Sonic fan, which we both have in common, and who has done various Everything Wrong with parodies on Shari 5's Everything Wrong with parodies of various video games, mostly Sonic. The specific video I'm going to be covering is his Everything Wrong with on Shari 5's classic Sonic videos, in which he responds to Shari 5's videos on Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic CD, and Sonic Spinball. So with all of that said, let's get into this.
Why react to anything wrong with Char 5, anything wrong with Sonic classic games? what it could do with, the first video of TonySonic, which he explained why he's doing it? I mean, seriously, it's right there.
Oh, the answer is actually quite simple. I have played the classic Sonic games, but I've never played Super Mario Odyssey. As such, I would not be able to counter TonySonic's points on Super Mario Odyssey, because, to be honest, I'd have no idea if they're correct or not. For that matter, why would watching his first video specifically be useful in this case? I mean, are his videos serialized? No? Then there'd be no reason to start with the first one specifically. For that matter, if you're so dedicated to me picking the first video from TonySonic, why didn't you cover my first commentary, which was on Carmen Ryder?
Unless you're one of those people afraid of copyright. I hate copyright. Anyway, continue on.
You do know my videos have shown footage from Nintendo games before, right? Just check my commentaries on Keyblade Master, Copycat, and FireBolt and Umbrus' co-op if you don't believe me. Again, it had nothing to do with a fear of copyright, it had to do with the fact that I've never played Odyssey. I feel like I should make a joke about the Keen Master watermark, but I honestly can't think of anything.
Yeah, so what's the point of that? It makes sense to show us what he's using, mate.
So you'd have no issue with me putting the word shotcut in giant text over all of my videos? I mean, that is the editing software I am using, so it would make sense to do that, right?
Seriously, what's a Cybertron? Also, what joke you about to use? No, seriously, what the joke you about to use? You didn't comment that in the description, mate.
I didn't have a joke. That's why I directly said I couldn't think of any. Okay, Tony, this display looks terrible. All you essentially did was just put your own sin counter at the top of the video, which is a bit of an issue because now I can't see Shari's sin counter. Wouldn't it have made more sense to change the resolution of the video so it could fit your sin counter as well as Shari's? Just saying.
Yeah, that is a bit off and confusing, except his videos after this one, he did, explain that Charlie's video sin counter is strangely off for some reason.
Really? Are you going to show us where? And for that matter, are you going to explain how this disproves my argument, considering throughout that same video, his video on Sonic Adventure 2, TonySonic does still tend to leave Shari's sin counter cropped out?
Like, seriously. Also, you know what I said that you should check Tony's first video, Mike? Yeah, he explained who he inspired by. And who inspired? The Birdman, who had the same way, just had the bond be covered up. And yes, just like TonySonic, he's also pointing out that Simonsen's sin counter errors. But also timer at some point at his videos as well.
Okay, well, I also take issue with the Birdman doing it in his videos, so I don't see how this is even slightly relevant. For reference, the only real Cinema Sins channel I've gotten into was JXE, and if you watch his videos... And what do you know, Xe has managed to have the original video's sin counter in all of his Sins videos, dating back to his very first one. If Xe could do it in 2017, why can't TonySonic and the Birdman do it today? You've never had what problem? The only thing Shari said was that he personally felt the special stages didn't look very good. Are you saying you've never had issues looking at them? Okay, well, how does that disprove Shari's point? Especially considering Shari's point was entirely subjective.
Then you need a hearing aid practice clearly, because he said
Ow, my eyes! What do I even look at?
He is talking about his eyes are aching from the bright light from the special zone. You donkey.
Okay, first off, I think this is the first time I've ever been called a donkey in a commentary before. But second off, yeah, I'm aware of what Shari said. TonySonic then denied it. I pointed out it's subjective, and you restated Shari's point under the impression I didn't understand it, and then called me a donkey. How does this disprove what I said? Really? Because the footage clearly showed Shari attempting to roll, and only breaking through about half of the wall.
Yeah, but Chara 5 wanna go all the way through the wall, mate.
I assumed so.
Which, if you watch TonySonic's videos, you realize Chari is a big crying baby, mate.
Okay, well, that doesn't disprove my point. If anything, this is just an ad hominem attack by proxy, considering you aren't even insulting me to prove me wrong. You're insulting Shari to prove me wrong. Okay, I assume you're referring to that glitch where if you jump at the right time, you can walk around the end screen while it's loading the next level and while it's calculating your points and all that. And if that is what you're referring to, you do know that's a glitch, right? As in something the programmers didn't intend to happen?
As I said before, he is a big crying baby.
You know, if you're going to keep making this argument, I should also point out that babies cry because there's something wrong, such as they're hungry or they've soiled themselves. Saying that somebody's a crying baby doesn't mean they're wrong necessarily, it just means they're overreacting emotionally. At least, that's what I assume, because there's so little meat to this argument, it almost constitutes an anti-point.
Also, you mentioned a glitch involved with that golden ring, which I checked it up, and there's no sign of that glitch. I mean, seriously, the only closest thing is the debug mode glitch.
Debug mode is not a glitch, it's a feature intentionally left in the game. Oh, also, with how much this guy pauses, this video is going to be incredibly long if I don't start cutting them out, so I'm going to start doing so.
But that's it. That's just a debug mode, not an actual gameplay mode, mate. So, what are you talking about, mate? Seriously, what you talking about?
What you talking about, Willis? But as for what I'm talking about, it was actually surprisingly hard to find footage of this glitch, but here it is being demonstrated in the old Super Gaming Brothers playthrough.
I don't like the Chaos Emerald anyway.
How do you do that, by the way?
What?
That. What are you doing?
Moving while the act is still playing?
Mm-hmm.
You jump before the music plays.
Ah.
Okay, well that doesn't exactly disprove Shari's point. Yeah, that's the case in other Sonic games. That doesn't mean it's still not a problem. For that matter, let's actually talk about the games you used as examples. Your example of Sonic Advance, I guess, works. However, you ignore the fact that in Sonic Advance, the Chaos Emeralds are tied to each of the 7 zones. Hence why you can only get the Chaos Emerald in that specific zone. Meanwhile, your comparison to Sonic 3 ampersand Knuckles just doesn't work, because although the special stages do cycle in that game, you have many more chances to get them than you do in Sonic 1. For those who don't know, in Sonic 1 you can only get one special stage in the first 2 acts of each zone except Scrap Brain, so you have 10 chances to get all 6 Chaos Emeralds. In 3 ampersand Knuckles, how many special stages you can get in every level varies from level to level, but there are overall
77 special rings, meaning you have 77 chances to get all 7 Chaos Emeralds and all 7 Super Emeralds. Again, compared to the 10 you have to get the 6 Chaos Emeralds in Sonic 1.
Well, you had a point on the Sonic and Knuckles games, which, wow, TonySonic didn't realize that. But you mentioned Sonic Sonic Hedgehog 1. 10 rings. Yes, you get a second chance, but a chance is a chance. And that would be, slight sense, mate.
Okay, I'm not entirely sure, but I think his point is supposed to be that you can get a second chance at some of the special stages in Sonic 1, which is true, and was also never the thing that was being debated. My point was simply that there were a lot more second chances in 3% Knuckles than in Sonic 1, and therefore TonySonic's comparison is false. For reference, you can fail 4 special stages, assuming you get every special stage in the game and still get all 6 Chaos Emeralds in Sonic 1. In Sonic 3% Knuckles, you need to complete 14 out of 77. That means you can fail 63 times, assuming you get every special stage, and still get all the Chaos and Super Emeralds. Do you not see the massive difference?
Plus, the only way to obtain summon the special rings is, collect 15 rings.
No, you collect 50 rings, not 15. I'm aware this user probably has a speech impediment, but you need to enunciate clearly if you want to make videos like this, because otherwise you come off like you don't know what you're talking about.
First off, nice elitism there, TonySonic. Can I touch it?
Really? Use the word turn for a female gay, mate?
I mean, it's a totally accurate term. Rudy is saying it in reference to Maria, who, is a lesbian. Also, I like how you're saying that, like the word lesbian is some massive taboo. It's really not.
Really? I think there's a certain type of pirate doctrine. No, not that type of pirate. Nobody be cool at it. There we go. Well, how to talk to you, mate.
I have, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, absolutely no idea what the fuck is going on right now.
Oh, and also...
Ow! Go to horny jail.
Okay, what did you think was going on in that panel exactly? I understand Rain is a somewhat obscure comic, so I'm not blaming you for not having read it, but I just don't know not only how you got from point A to point B, but also what point B even is in this case.
Second off, I like how you say it's the simplest, not the easiest, and then say it's an issue that Charmy is struggling with it. Again, even though simple and easy are not the same things. For example, the original Mega Man is an overall simpler game than, say, Mega Man 5 or 6. But most people would argue that the first Mega Man is harder than 5 or 6. Do you see the issue here?
Okay, I think we heard enough.
Okay. Why does Cybertron you choose Mega Man, the gun shooter game, as comparison to Sonic difficulty? You realize Sonic is a runner, which you had evolved with the, spin attack, and Mega Man is a shooter, as in hold and shoot precision. Mate, seriously, you can compare it to another game that has similar to Sonic, but no, you have to go for the gunner type of guy. Seriously.
I'm Cereal.
Also,
I'm sorry, Mr. Comparison Czar, but the reason why I compared the two games, despite the fact that they are in entirely different genres, is because it makes my point that simple does not equal easy. You don't actually do anything to address my comparison outside of calling Mega Man a gunner, whatever the hell that means. Instead, you just kind of scold me for making it because how dare I compare video games that aren't exactly the same in every way.
What does that even mean? How do you feel dead? And yes, I know it's a Futurama reference, but the actual line was, your music is bad and you should feel bad, which makes sense because you can't actually feel bad. You can't feel dead, especially if you're a meme.
Okay, I actually checked this SMG4 video, and side note, I had to watch an SMG4 video, and I couldn't find this quote. But even if it is there and I just missed it, I want to remind everyone that that video is a year old, while the Futurama episode in question is a decade and a half old. Meaning it's actually very likely the line in an SMG4 video would be referencing Futurama.
Meaning you don't even materially exist, nor can you feel anything.
Does he not know what the dead means? A dead means it's become innovative, whatever that word pronounce.
The word you're trying to say is irrelevant.
And unfunny due to the age. Or overall cringe-worthy use. So you should check it out what the dead mean, right? Seriously, it's a thing that is called Google. Look it up, mate. Look it up.
The idea of a meme being dead wasn't the part that I was criticizing. It was the idea of something feeling dead. Also, why do you constantly feel the need to keep repeating your points? We heard you the first time.
Yeah, and that led to a variety of highly cryptic games that were badly designed because of just how cryptic they were. Super Pitfall, Milon's Secret Castle, Simon's Quest, all of these come to mind as examples.
Yeah, that is off. Except the Sonic the Hedgehog 1 is a thing since 1991. Meaning that it's, doesn't have the question mark games that the 3D game does have, mate.
Were you under the impression I was unaware of that? I'm so confused by this point. Yeah, the 3D games were more tutorial heavy than the 2D ones, starting with Sonic Adventure 1, which had to call. This was because that generation of gaming began using tutorials more, primarily in response to new players being unable to get into new genres of gaming, specifically because of how cryptic a lot of older games were. The idea was to widen the audience, essentially, as well as help the player learn how to play the game so they don't get frustrated. What's your point exactly?
Okay, first off, nitpicks are sins. That's kind of how this whole format works. You're supposed to nitpick the product you're sinning. Second off, why aren't typos sins exactly? There's still something wrong with the product that therefore could count as an issue with it, so why can't they count as sins? Like I said to Keyblade Master, nitpicks aren't wrong, they're just minor and usually irrelevant to the overall quality of the product.
Yeah, except Chara 5 always, nitpicks anything on the games that he's doing.
You mean he provides everything wrong with them? Hence why his videos are everything wrong with videos? I just cannot believe how many people seem to not get this. Yes, he nitpicks. Nitpicks are still things wrong with the product that don't matter. His videos are called everything wrong with.
There's no asterisk after everything that says, aside from some really small nitpicks.
How? They're both open green areas that exist to teach you how to play the game. They're also both fast-paced, and oh yeah, the second word in both of their names is literally the same. How are they different exactly?
Oh, I don't know, maybe, this, mate? Seriously, look at between them. One of them is mountain terrain.
What the hell is mountainy about the terrain in Green Hill? Those are not tall and to be mountains, even taking into account perspective. And for that matter, I don't think I've ever seen a mountain with a tree that's equally as tall next to it, nor a waterfall at its peak. Side note, where would the peak of the mountain even be here?
With waterfall at the back.
As mountains tend to.
Ground, while the other is a lush green land.
So does Green Hill, hence why it is literally called Green Hill Zone.
And yes, I know they're both called hills at the name, but doesn't mean you have to connect them as one. All Asian look like, all countries look the same. You racist motherfucker.
No comment.
Wait, so your definition of a boss is just something that attacks you and something that you have to attack? You do know under that definition, basically every badnik in this game would count as a boss, right?
Oh boy. You need to stop compare one word or place or something that is out of order as same, mate. Stop that. Seriously, stop it.
It's still running. Stop it, please. For God's sake, please stop it. There's no more time. You've got to... Please, stop it. Stop it now. Turn it off. Turn it off. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
When he said it attacks you, TonySonic referred to the boss fight, not the Batnik fight. You know, these little robots. Ugh.
I understand that. My point was that TonySonic's definition of a boss was so vague, it could include the badniks. Not that I honestly believed the badniks and the bosses were the same thing or whatever it is you said.
How dare he want the game to have fair level design? Is it just me, or does this sound less like a response and more like apologetics?
No, because TonySonic is act like a father to Charfies who act as a teenager, mate.
In fact, despite the fact that Shari 5 is a bit of a handful, mate, and sometimes has emotional meltdowns where he says things to TonySonic like, "You're not my real dad, mate," TonySonic still loves him and respects him and does his absolute best, mate.
A whiny brat. Stupid child that doesn't grow up, mate.
And whenever anyone tells him to grow up, he declares himself a Toys R Us kid, mate.
Who doesn't use bro attacks in Mario and Luigi? Doesn't use bros attack in Mario and Luigi games. For prime's sake.
I've never played the Mario and Luigi games, so I have no idea what that even means, nor am I sure how this is even relevant.
First off, lol XD funny media clip of SMG4. Second off, okay, so nobody cares, and therefore that's an issue because, again, the point of these videos is to be somewhat nitpicky. And even if you are right that nobody cares, that doesn't exactly prove Shari 5 wrong. You do understand that, right? Of course you don't.
You do know that
the main character in that clip that you used was Gavin, right? Not Rudy, the one that I actually use as my avatar? Like, why are you punching Gavin? What did Gavin do to you?
And? Do you actually have an argument against what Shari is saying? No? Okay. This video is terrible.
Well, if you pay attention to the footage you using, you notice that Eggman is shooting, meaning he is moving. Try to hit Sonic and Tails, mate. In other words, you blind, you donkey.
Okay, I never denied that Robotnik was trying to attack Sonic. What I was criticizing was TonySonic responding to the complaint of, the laser is utterly useless with, well, at least he's doing something. Okay, how does that make the laser any less utterly useless?
You know, say everything you want about Shari's videos. At least he's, like, giving reasons as to why he feels the way he does. Unlike you, who is just saying, well, I don't agree, and then calling it a day. Speak for yourself is not an argument. It's a statement, and a pretty obvious one at that. Like, yeah, obviously he's speaking for himself. Who else would he be speaking for exactly? But even if you don't agree, just pointing out that he is, in fact, speaking for himself doesn't disprove what he's saying. And yet, arguments like that, these sentence-long rebuttals that basically come down to know you. Or no, not even know you. I'm going to correct myself on that. It's more like, you're saying that. You don't even have the no, you're just saying you, and then calling it an argument, is most of your rebuttals, giant quotes, to Shari's claims. This video's incredibly infuriating because of that.
Okay, I think we heard enough.
As I said before, Charlie is a Karen.
That doesn't have a brain. I mean, for sake. You should watch Charlie's video, and after watching this, you realize what, or should I say, why Tony did. For sake.
Ugh, I need a drink.
You know, I think I just figured out the biggest issue with this video. I understand a lot of people likely are going to dismiss Shadowruff as a TonySonic fanboy, but I don't think that's entirely accurate. He's not so much angry that I dislike the video by TonySonic, as he seems angry that I dislike the video against Shari 5. He's angry that I am saying there could be invalid criticisms of Shari. In the mind of judge of this kangaroo court Shadowruff, any accusation against Shari means he's guilty regardless of evidence. This is why so many points in the video are not even really responding to me, as they are saying, well, Shari is bad. Okay, how does that make TonySonic's criticism any more valid? And the answer is, it doesn't, but the criticism is against Shari 5, so how much more valid does it need to be? It's already valid by default in Shadow's mind. This kind of simplistic thinking makes this commentary incredibly shallow, by the way. None of his points go beyond Shari 5 is bad. And if he thinks that, that's fine. He has every right to. However, he is now attempting to use that position to justify the bad points TonySonic made, which is just allowing his own hatred to blind him to valid criticisms. I mean, seriously think about this. He essentially just entered Chaos Blast mode, not because of a mistake I made that was so obvious it infuriated him, but because he's really angry at Shari. Okay? If you dislike Shari, that's fine, but first off, why do you feel the need to use my video as a proxy to express your hatred of Shari? And second off, how does that disprove anything I say in my commentary? And the answer should obviously be, it doesn't. Even if Shari is truly terrible, objectively so, that would not make a single thing I said in my commentary on TonySonic inherently wrong. All it would mean is that TonySonic made bad points against an objectively bad content maker, which, by the way, is perfectly possible.
Quick question, how? The Metal Robotnik fight is, at the very least, a lot harder than the fight in Sonic CD that Shari is showing, if only because the Metal Robotnik boss can actually hurt you, while Robotnik in this fight has springs on his arms that can't hurt you. Now, I should note, this was most likely done because it's the first boss and it was meant to be a simple introduction to how the bosses in Sonic CD work. For those who don't know, Sonic CD's bosses are quite a bit different than the bosses in the other Sonic Genesis games. In a sense, the goal isn't so much to just mindlessly hit Robotnik 8 times, as it is to go through this almost puzzle in order to figure out how exactly to hit Robotnik. Robotnik usually only goes down in a couple of hits, but actually hitting him is much harder in every CD boss than it would be in even the most difficult bosses in Sonic 1, 2, or 3 ampersand Knuckles. Sorry, I'm making a point more complicated than a simplistic quip, or, in the case of TonySonic, you argument. So, my mistake. Let's get back to the video.
I'm about to argument at you. That was until someone respond in the comment, and guess who respond to it?
You know, comparing yourself to a kangaroo court really isn't the best look, especially given what this video has been so far. Oh, also, what's up with your English? I shouldn't have looked at his 20-second video, and you're threatening to kick me in the crutch? Do you think I walk on crutches or something? I don't get this. Oh, also, even though this didn't happen until after the video, somebody actually replied to his comment and explained why what Shadow was saying was utterly nonsensical.
Okay, maybe me. But guess who did it first before I did? Yes, it's TonySonic, and we spawned from the Robotnik comment and said the Death Egg robot is one of most iconic bosses in Sonic history because its difficulty. Yeah, it may be hard, but people love it because of that. Unlike Robotnik, Metal Robotnik besides, who so hard it's bullshit. So yeah, you triggered anyone by that, right? I mean, seriously, what the fuck?
Okay, first off, TonySonic was saying this in response to my criticism of his get good scrub argument against Shari regarding the final boss of Sonic 2. It had nothing to do with the bosses in Sonic CD, which is where you put this comment. Second off, I just want to point out that TonySonic's comment begins by saying, well, I've heard you out, and you have a point with most of the criticisms. If you're going to take TonySonic's word as law without any kind of independent attempt at verification, then you have to do all or nothing. That's how this works. So, essentially, you are arguing against a video that the person who you believe made a very good point against it thinks was mostly good. So, why are you making this commentary exactly? Nothing about you makes any sense to me.
Name one. Because the only other thing I can think of that Robotnik's come up with that ignores your ring count in any other Sonic game is the hand in one boss in Sonic Advance 2.
When TonySonic says superior machine, he refer robots that is surpass the original, mate.
Name one. Because the only other thing I can think of that Robotnik's come up with that ignores your ring count in any other Sonic game is the hand in one boss in Sonic Advance 2.
What? If he's not going to think of any actual arguments, why should I?
As in, out of the old and into the new, mate. That is way better. Bigger, better, faster, stronger, mate.
Better, stronger, faster.
I mean, in Sonic Advance 1, Eggman thinks that Beta is better than Gamma, and Omega is much more superior to the most E-series robots. Are you saying these are not count as superior robots? I mean, seriously. What the f-
I have no idea what the E-Series robots have to do with this. If you're asking me if I would call any of them inferior to the literal one-hit death laser in Sonic CD, then yes, I would call them inferior. As for if they're superior or inferior to the others, I honestly don't know. I've never taken the time to measure them exactly. Oh, also, this cut off before you finish the word fuck thing is not funny, and you've done it multiple times in this same video. Please stop.
By the way, it's alright, you can swear on the internet. Your mum probably isn't going to read it. I know, because she's too busy being fucked by me.
What's normal? He listed like 3 things there. Do you mean they're not being checkpoints? Because that's wrong. Most other games in the 90s did have checkpoints.
And I gotta stop you right there because TonySonic is referring to pinball games on the 90s. You donkey. I mean, seriously, there's no checkpoint at pinball games. Only scores, mate.
You know, unless the pinball game in question had a story mode like, oh, I don't know, Sonic Spinball did? Anyway, after this point, he admits I have a valid point and then insultingly compares me to some YouTuber I've never heard of. So, final thoughts? I honestly don't know what to say. It was a man blinded by rage insulting me for 40 minutes because I dare say there are invalid criticisms of his personal Satan, Shari 5. I have no idea how to respond to this still, and I just finished responding to it. Good night, and good luck. For those unaware, Doodle Tones recently did a full-length commentary on my commentary on Umbrus and FireBolt. And you know what? It's really good, and I'd recommend you all watch it. Link in the description. However, there was actually one point in my commentary that she missed, and it's been bothering me ever since. So that means I am going to one-shot my own video now. Enjoy.
What's crack-a-lack-and Toxic Crew, my name is Toxiquid, and Super Mario 64 has recently come into my life, and I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it! I may be spoiled rotten with quite frankly better 3D platformers with gems like A Hat in Time, Mario Odyssey, and hell, even Banjo-Kazooie, but my god, this game is terrible in my opinion.
So you're comparing the first ever 3D collectathon to 2 games released within the past 5 years.
First off, Super Mario 64 was not the first 3D collectathon. Well, depending on how you want to define 3D. I'll say this, if you want to count Super Mario 64 as a collectathon, you have to count games like Toe Jam and Earl from 1991, Zombies Ate My Neighbors from 1993, and Ghoul Patrol from 1994 as collectathons, all of which were at least to some extent 3D. I also feel the need to ask, what comparison was made between Super Mario 64 and A Hat in Time and Mario Odyssey in the clip you showed? All Toxiquid did was acknowledge that he played these games first, and that is going to influence how he perceives Super Mario 64. It's more a disclaimer about bias than anything else. For that matter, I reject the notion that comparing an old game to a newer game is inherently unreasonable. For example, if I make a statement like Braid did a better use of time travel than Blinks the Time Sweeper did, is that statement automatically
invalid because there was such a long gap between the two games being released? I would say no, because both are still time travel games, and for that matter, Blinks could have done what Braid did. Now, if the comparison is invalid because, for example, the technology wasn't there, like if Toxiquid was requesting full motion cutscenes in a game that did not have the technology to do that, then I would understand. However, if all he's doing is using a new game to illustrate something that it would have been perfectly reasonable to expect an older game to do, then it is not invalid to inherently compare new and old products. So, a number of issues, and I just want to say, if I want to be harsh on people for their wording, implications, or framing in my commentaries, I cannot exclude myself from these harsh criticisms. So, in that spirit, I want to ask, what the fuck does depending on how you define 3D mean? Something either is 3D, as in it uses 3 dimensions, or it isn't. There aren't multiple definitions of 3D. However, notice how I don't even say what definition of 3D I am using, let alone explain why those games are 3D in the first place. And I don't even attempt to justify exactly how these games are collectathons at any point. Although, I guess that might depend on how you define say and justified. My point about comparisons, I think, has validity somewhere in there. However, it just doesn't apply to this situation. The issue wasn't that Toxiquid compared and contrast Mario 64 with A Hat in Time or Super Mario Odyssey. It was that he name-dropped these games at the beginning of his video as to why he does not like Super Mario 64. As I myself said, no real comparison has been made up until this point, except for the fact they are 3D collectathons. Lastly, I wish to note on the whole Blinks could have done what Braid did thing. Remember what I was using this comparison to justify. I was using it to justify Toxiquid comparing Mario 64 with A Hat in Time and Mario Odyssey. So was I saying that Mario 64 could have done what Mario Odyssey and A Hat in Time did? Well, in some respects, that certainly has to be true, considering all 3 games are 3D collectathons. However, remember how I said that Toxiquid hadn't compared anything specific about these games in that clip? Meanwhile, considering what these games did hasn't been established, the only way you could really accept this statement is in a vacuum. Meaning you could actually reasonably argue that I said that Mario Odyssey and A Hat in Time could have come out in 1996 on a Nintendo 64. And that wouldn't even be as far as a leap as some of the leaps I make in the video. Good night and good luck. So, you guys remember Copycat, you know, that guy Keyblade Master commentated on in my video commentating on him? Well, he decided to make a list of overrated Nintendo games, and it is honestly one of the most confusing and just all-around worst videos on video games I have ever seen.
How's everything going today, guys? My name is Copycat, and welcome to a very special video where I'm going to go over the most overrated games in Nintendo's history.
Random question, am I the only one who's reminded of Carl from that one episode of SpongeBob whenever I hear this guy's voice?
I think you'll find working at the Krabby Mondays to be both a learning experience and an enjoyable one.
I feel like this topic could be a bit controversial, as a few of the titles you'll see here are quite popular amongst the general fan base.
Yeah, it's an overrated games list. I would expect all of the games on it to be well-liked. The fact that they are well-liked, while you find them to be maybe not necessarily bad, but at the very least not as good as many people make them out to be, would make them overrated in the first place.
But I'll definitely try my best to explain why they deserve to be mentioned.
Oh, thank God. I was worried you were going to intentionally give your audience a half-assed explanation. Thank you for clearing that up.
One recent Nintendo Switch entry that I was ultimately disappointed in was Super Mario 3D All-Stars.
And by recent, he means over a year and a half old. Also, am I the only one who finds it weird to put a compilation of games on an overrated games list? Especially considering most of the praise towards 3D All-Stars has nothing to do with any inherent value of the compilation itself, but more just from the novelty of it being 3 really well-liked 3D Mario games put onto one disc. Hell, even Metro Game Central, which gave the game a 10 out of 10, acknowledged it was only doing so primarily because of the fact it was a compilation of games that they already loved. Don't believe me? Here's how they begin their review. We've always been great believers in review scores. There is an issue with people not reading the text and just looking at the score, but we're not convinced that the type of person would pay any more attention without a number at the bottom. We also don't like the fact that it tends to be more nuanced reviewers that don't give scores, which risks unbalancing aggregator sites like Metacritic. A review score is the most succinct summary of a review possible, and that has value. Not to mention, it's all part of the fun of writing reviews, from our perspective. All that said, we have to admit that the 10 out of 10 score we're giving Super Mario 3D All-Stars does not come close to telling the full story. And yet, we don't know what else we could have given this remaster compilation. Super Mario Galaxy is one of the best games ever made, and it holds up even better than we expected. And yet, Super Mario 3D All-Stars itself is a cheaply made cash grab that feels like it's been thrown together during Shigeru Miyamoto's lunch hour. By the way, this is not the only part of the review which, might I remind you, gave the game a 10 out of 10, where they just start insulting the game. Another part of the review read, Super Mario 3D All-Stars is not a very good compilation, but 2 of the 3 games it contains are exceptional. One more from a historical perspective, and the other from every angle imaginable. These are games that everyone owes it to themselves to play, and if the medium for doing so is this rather underwhelming collection, that's still far better than nothing at all. This brings me to another point. What exactly is overrated about 3D All-Stars in the first place? Of the 102 critic reviews that are found on Metacritic, they average a score of 82. And, by the way, the review I just read would count as a 100. Meanwhile, of the 765 user reviews submitted, they have an average of 6.4. That averages out to a 7.3. A very middle-of-the-road score, all things considered, especially in modern game reviews. Hell, I just mentioned there were 765 reviews. Of those, Metacritic marked 215, or more than 28%, as explicitly negative. So again, why is this game on an overrated games list when, all things considered, it's not very well liked in the first place?
On top of all that, this collection has absolutely no added content other than access to the 3 title soundtracks, but that's small potatoes in comparison to what was expected.
What were you expecting exactly? The game is called Super Mario 3D All-Stars, a clear allusion to Super Mario All-Stars, the SNES game which famously put Super Mario Bros., Super Mario Bros. 2, Super Mario Bros. 3, and Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels on the same cartridge, with the only notable changes being a save system and improved graphics. Now, all of these games originally had save features, so they couldn't exactly add that for 3D All-Stars. So, again, what were you expecting? I wouldn't even be so confused by this point if you didn't say that adding soundtracks wasn't small potatoes compared to what was expected, implying you were expecting something much bigger. Okay, well, what is that?
I'd have to say that the thing I take the biggest issue with is the fact that Nintendo made Super Mario 3D All-Stars a limited release, marketing it as only being able to be bought from September 2020 to March of 2021.
Man, I hate it when I'm recently disappointed by something I haven't been able to buy for over a year.
Making it seem like it would be in short supply if you didn't get it immediately.
As opposed to if you did get it immediately, at which point the supply would become infinite.
However, this was never ever the case, as you can find the brand new unsealed version of the game on eBay for even less than retail price.
That's called reselling, and it's not uncommon, especially with games that are widely in demand and widely circulated. While it was in print, Super Mario 3D All-Stars sold over 9 million copies. So naturally, there are still going to be copies floating around that are sealed in the box even a year after the game was discontinued.
I guess in summary, fans just expected a lot more from this particular collection of classic 3D Mario games.
Then the fuck is overrated about it?
And if they just added a few more extra features, or even just small Easter eggs somewhere, then it maybe wouldn't have made this overrated games video.
Okay, so if the game was better, you'd like it more. I think I understand that concept.
Now, me including an Animal Crossing game in an overrated Nintendo video is definitely a bit of a controversial take.
Again, it's an overrated games list. You're supposed to be giving controversial takes. That is why you are making this video in the first place. I have never seen somebody who does not understand the kind of video they're making, or thinks the audience doesn't understand the kind of video they're making, that's also a possibility, to this level before. I honestly haven't. I understand this may just be a me thing, but I honestly find this manner of speaking to be really fucking annoying, by the way. I've made it no secret that I do not like repetition nor redundancy in my videos, and this is a very extreme example of that, because Copycat consistently feels the need to remind his audience what the very premise of the video is, despite quite literally giving us all we need to know about that via the title of the video. I know I'm kind of ironically harping on this, but imagine if I began every interjection in this commentary with, "I believe there was a flaw in the clip I just played." No shit, that is why I'm cutting away from it. That's how the medium I'm in works.
And here is my reasoning, which is that I do think New Horizons is a solid game. I can see why it wouldn't be for everybody. Even myself in the beginning wasn't a big fan of the extremely slow-paced gameplay, as it isn't the type of playthrough that you can necessarily work towards an end goal. And instead, you sort of just continuously try to improve your island with really no endgame. Okay, before the hate mob comes out for me and I need to hide in a hole for the rest of my life,
I just want to point out that the only thing he's done so far is state basic facts about the Animal Crossing series. Yes, the games are slow, and the entire point is to improve an island. That is what people who like the games like about it. They like the slow, laid-back, relaxed gameplay, primarily about interacting with characters and this island, as opposed to an action-adventure game.
I do acknowledge that there is fun to be had in terms of customization and creation, but I just think there could be way more layers to the gameplay, as in all honesty, there isn't much real playing involved. Maybe in the end, that's just my biggest critique with Animal Crossing. It really plays more like a life simulator than an actual game.
It really plays more like a life simulator than an actual game? Copycat, I don't know how to tell you this, but life simulators are games. Oh, and maybe the reason why Animal Crossing plays more like a life simulator than an actual game, as you put it, is because, and hear me out on this, it's a life simulator. Wikipedia explicitly calls it a social simulator, which is a subcategory of life simulators. So yeah, I guess it does play more like the genre it is a part of than it does actual games, whatever the fuck that means.
You need to pay off mortgages and renovate your living area to improve your life. Sort of like an alternative to real life.
Yes, I understand the concept of life simulators, and for that matter, even if I didn't, their name kind of gives away what you do in them.
Next, we're gonna look at a series I think we can all agree is one of the most overrated Nintendo franchises of all time.
Again, if everybody thinks that something is overrated, it by definition cannot be.
In Star Fox. As since its debut on the SNES, the gameplay has barely evolved.
Yeah, it's an on-rail shooter. That's a genre that is notoriously difficult to innovate. That is why when developers do tend to add to the genre, what they do is they do things like add more levels. In the case of Star Fox 64, add branching pathways, or change the control scheme. This is another one that just simply falls into the what do you expect category.
One series that I absolutely love, but I've heard that many people think it's overrated, is Pokemon Snap.
Well, wait a minute, do you think it's overrated? Because I didn't click on this video to hear what, quote, many people think. I clicked on this video to hear what you think.
As they say, the gameplay is boring and repetitive, with no real draw to keep playing. I would have to disagree, as I think the large amount of cool secrets and fun Easter eggs are a huge joy to discover, even if the story itself is rather barren. Also, in the newer game, I love the concept of sharing photos with other players, but unfortunately I don't really know anyone who even plays the game, so I haven't been able to do that yet. I'd love to know what you guys think of this series in the comments below, as most people I try to convince to play it think the mechanic of taking photos is just dumb and boring and stupid and blah blah blah, they came blah blah.
I have no idea what the point of that segment was. So, apparently in this video that's supposed to be about Nintendo games that he thinks are overrated, he took time out of the video to talk about a game series other people think are overrated, but that he doesn't, and explain why he likes it? Well, that's great and all, and I'm happy you're a fan of Pokemon Snap, but I have no idea what it has to do with the concept of the video.
We now come to the most controversial moment of this entire video, where I have to explain why I think Splatoon is one of the most overrated Nintendo series of all time. Okay, I get it, you can hate me, but before you leave this video and unsubscribe, at least hear me out. You guys need to realize that I've been playing shooting games ever since Contra on the NES.
The fuck is a shooting game? Do you mean third-person shooters? Do you mean run-and guns? Do you mean games that take place after the looting has started? What does that mean? Anyway, that's all I want to cover, so final thoughts? I don't think he strung together a single coherent sentence throughout this entire video. That is very impressive. And remember, he began by saying that these were the best reasons he could give. Good night, and good luck. So two people with OCs that make it very clear they're both bisexual teenagers decide to use avatars that also make it very clear they're both bisexual teenagers to respond to a guy insulting Super Mario 64. It does not go particularly well. To give a slightly more in detail explanation, this anime boy with a hoodie is named FireBolt PT. This girl, who I'm pretty sure is from Danganronpa, but I in no way care enough to check, is Umbrus, and this cartoon character is the person they're commentating on, named Toxiquid. I'll also be skipping the first, 3 minutes or so, because it's just an intro skit that I did find, to be fair, mildly amusing.
What's crack-a-lackin' Toxic Crew, my name is Toxiquid, and Super Mario 64 has recently come into my life, and I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it! I may be spoiled rotten with quite frankly better 3D platformers with gems like A Hat in Time, Mario Odyssey, and hell, even Banjo-Kazooie, but my god, this game is terrible in my opinion.
So you're comparing the first ever 3D collectathon to 2 games released within the past 5 years.
First off, Super Mario 64 was not the first 3D collectathon. Well, depending on how you want to define 3D. I'll say this, if you want to count Super Mario 64 as a collectathon, you have to count games like Toe Jam and Earl from 1991, Zombies Ate My Neighbors from 1993, and Ghoul Patrol from 1994 as collectathons, all of which were at least to some extent 3D. I also feel the need to ask, what comparison was made between Super Mario 64 and A Hat in Time and Mario Odyssey in the clip you showed? All Toxiquid did was acknowledge that he played these games first, and that is going to influence how he perceives Super Mario 64. It's more a disclaimer about bias than anything else. For that matter, I reject the notion that comparing an old game to a newer game is inherently unreasonable. For example, if I make a statement like Braid did a better use of time travel than Blinks the Time Sweeper did, is that statement automatically invalid because there was such a long gap between the two games being released? I would say no, because both are still time travel games, and for that matter, Blinks could have done what Braid did. Now, if the comparison is invalid because, for example, the technology wasn't there, like if Toxiquid was requesting full motion cutscenes in a game that did not have the technology to do that, then I would understand. However, if all he's doing is using a new game to illustrate something that it would have been perfectly reasonable to expect an older game to do, then it is not invalid to inherently compare new and old products.
I get comparing it to Banjo, since it at least came out in the same console generation, and only came out 2 years after Mario 64, but the former two would naturally be unfair to compare it to, since one takes the ideas Mario 64 has and refined them, and the other was a later game in the exact same series, released 21 years later.
Well, wait a minute, your description of A Hat in Time, that it builds on concepts from Super Mario 64, is also true of Banjo-Kazooie. In fact, Rare specifically scrapped Project Dream and made Banjo-Kazooie because of Super Mario 64. For that matter, why is it building on concepts from Mario 64, meaning that A Hat in Time would be a bad thing to compare Mario 64 to? Would it be unfair for me to compare Mega Man 1 to Mega Man 2 because Mega Man 2 built on concepts from Mega Man 1? Would it be unfair for me to compare Zelda 1 to Zelda A Link to the Past, or Paper Mario to Paper Mario A Thousand Year Door, or Sonic Adventure to Sonic Adventure 2 for the same reason? If anything, the fact that A Hat in Time builds on concepts from Super Mario 64 would make it a good source for comparisons, because then we know the two games have a series of similarities. We can therefore look at what A Hat in Time did right and Mario 64 did wrong and vice versa, to try and construct a better idea of what a good 3D platformer collectathon would look like.
I get going back to Mario 64 can be awkward if you've ever experienced better platformers. Heck, I feel the same. But if you're gonna compare Mario 64 to anything, at least make sure the games were released in the same era.
Also, this might just be me being a nitpicky asshole. Get that the fuck away from me. But I can't be the only one who finds it redundant that he repeats the fact that it's his opinion.
No, he doesn't. Out of the one clip you've played of Toxiquid so far in this video, he briefly mentions it's his opinion at the very end of it. That's not repeating it, nor is it redundant.
Like, I think we can clearly tell that from not only the first time you said that, but the title as well. Like, I'm sure your average Joe will be able to figure out that this is an opinion piece. This just seems pretentious.
So him saying it's his opinion and therefore implying it's perfectly okay if others have opposing views is pretentious? What kind of sense does that make? Even if you think what he was saying was condescending, in which case you could have just said that, by the way, what about it was egotistical or arrogant? You know, synonyms for pretentious, because pretension is the idea that you were better than everybody else.
I'm the government, I'm the government, I'm the reason nothing works.
For this section, let's talk about the actual way Mario reacts to your abnormally sized thumb when it manipulates the left stick. I'm not gonna beat around the bush. Mario is slippery while moving, like abnormally slippery when compared to his more recent outings. This is a huge problem because it makes doing precise platforming, which is required in some areas, nearly impossible.
Yes, let's say that a game from 1996 controls worse than a game from 2017. I'm not good at the mathematics, but I think that a 21 years difference is bigger than the Mariana Trench.
Out of curiosity, are you light years away from facing Brock? Also, this I kind of get because there was actually a comparison here, but I still feel like you missed the point. He specifically said that the issue was not that Mario was slipperier here than he was in other games, but that the game requires you to do precise platforming,
that the controls are too slippery to comfortably do. For that matter, why is Super Mario 64's age a reason for the controls to be bad? Especially considering there are plenty of Nintendo 64 games that most people would agree have aged just fine control-wise. Off the top of my head, Mario Kart 64, Banjo-Kazooie, Star Fox 64, Donkey Kong 64, Banjo-Tooie. Again, these are just all improv off the top of my head. Now, if he was talking about something like graphics or audio quality, again, then I would understand. But controls don't get better as time goes on. There are tons of games from all eras of gaming that control perfectly fine. Mario 64, in his mind, is not one of them.
I cannot tell you how many times I died on that first Bowser level because of how stupidly small the platform is to get that first red coin, but we're gonna get to that later. What the game is telling me with these super slippery Mario controls is that when he starts moving, he wants you to keep moving. What is this, a Sonic game? No wonder we couldn't find Luigi for 21 years. We assumed we were playing as Mario, but clearly we are playing as fucking Luigi because of how slippery he is. Alright, that's enough. That's why we have so many momentum-based attacks, like the dive and long jump, as well as a flip jump with a sub-ascend momentum, as well as stuff like the wall jump, which I consider momentum-based, seeing as in my 2 runs of the game, I can only get it to work with a running start or doing something like a flip jump. Otherwise, I just jump into the wall like a Nimrod, and I don't want to look like a Nimrod in a Mario game, or any game for that matter. In my mind, I consider that just bad game design.
While I agree with you that the wall jump in this game isn't as good as it is from Sunshine onwards,
which he never said. In fact, this kind of comparison is the exact thing you've been berating Toxiquid for doing throughout this entire commentary.
I wouldn't call it bad design, since momentum-based gameplay, while it can be a bit tricky to get the hang of at first, can be really fun once you get the hang of it.
And his entire point is that it is unreasonably tricky to get the hang of the momentum-based controls in Mario 64. What's your point exactly? He didn't say that this type of gameplay style was doomed to fail always. He just said Mario 64 is not a good example of it.
The fact of the matter is that Mario clearly was designed for more open area exploration stuff, and that just doesn't mesh well with around a third of the levels, and even more sections and even more levels make this shit unbearable. Legit, I think the only people this benefits are the speedrunners, but considering that I'm experiencing this for the first time in the 3D All-Stars pack, I can't even do all the fancy movements in the first place, so it doesn't really apply to me.
Okay, first things first. While yes, for a few levels, I agree they don't mesh the best with the controls, that's more of a level design issue and not really one with the controls.
I guess, but the point of controls in video games is to allow the player to smoothly and easily go through the levels. If the controls do not complement the levels, that is just as much the fault of the controls as it is the level design. Again, you're just drawing arbitrary lines for no real reason. You can't always neatly categorize problems in video games as this specific problem. Sometimes things are more complicated than that, and this is a very good example of that. Yes, if the controls do not complement the level design, the controls are bad. The level design is also bad. Multiple things can be bad at once, FireBolt. I don't know what else to tell ya.
Just because some levels weren't built with the controls in mind, doesn't mean the controls are bad. For example, Mega Man X6 is awful, one of the worst 2D platformers I've ever played. But most of the problems aren't caused by the controls, but the level design, and how a lot of the levels simply weren't made for certain characters, namely Unarmored X and the Shadow Armor.
Okay, now I'm just confused. So, because one game had many issues with level design, but no issue with controls, that means the two concepts are entirely unrelated, I guess? That's not how anything works. Do you know what a Venn diagram is? I think it would be very useful for you right now.
That aside, I can cleanly separate the levels into 3 distinct styles. There are the gauntlets, which really don't have any big open areas and just focus on individual challenges, like Lethal Lava Land and Rainbow Ride, the water levels, which has a whopping 3 in this category, being Dar Dar Docks, Jolly Roger Bay, and Wet Dry World, and what I'm calling the box gardens, which are just giant open areas to go around in, like Cool Cool Mountain, Bob on Battlefield, and Tiny Huge Island. Can you tell the ones I'm gonna absolutely shit on? If you guessed the box gardens, you'd be incorrect, because the gauntlet levels can go jump off a tall mountain because they all suck so much. These levels, especially TikTok Clock, suck so hard. It, being one of the final levels in the game, said that, yeah, they can handle bullshit, but the developers were debating back and forth and questioning how much bullshit to put in, and when Miyamoto himself came and said, yes, fuck it, Put it all in! So in one world, we got conveyor belts, pendulums, rotating platforms, rotating blocks, tiny walking spaces, cages, jutting out platforms, asymmetrical rotating platforms, a womp, a large gap, vertical level schemes, fucking Walter. I named this guy Walter because he was always out to get me when I tried to go up the pole.
I mean, it's almost like it's, by your own admission, one of the final levels in the game, and you fail to really explain why it's poorly designed outside of the set pieces the level uses.
His point was that the level was throwing too much at him. Hence his characterization of it as a gauntlet or a severe trial, and then going on to list the various trials of the level that gave him trouble.
Like, how do these set pieces affect the overall quality of the level? After all, you do consider it a gauntlet stage, so judge it by my understanding of your definition of a gauntlet stage. Tick-Tock Clock tests the player's knowledge on the game, especially considering the level gets more and more difficult as Mario gets higher. Again, keep in mind that you mentioned that Tick-Tock Clock was one of the last levels in the game, so it makes sense as to why it's one of the more challenging levels.
True, but his issue is with the fact that there are so many levels in Mario 64 that could be considered gauntlet stages, not with Tick-Tock Clock specifically. He feels the controls of Mario 64 do not properly complement the gauntlet style Tick-Tock Clock and several others have. He is using it as an example because it is the hardest, and it is the hardest, you are correct to point out, because it's one of the last, but that doesn't change the fact that it is the hardest level in a genre of stages that he does not find to be enjoyable. And that's all I have to say. Wow, I'm actually really surprised. So final thoughts? This wasn't terrible by any stretch of the imagination, but there were several parts where you missed Toxiquid's points. That's it. Good night and good luck.
You know what? I'm a political blogger. I already talk about politics enough. I think I'm going to commentate on something apolitical today. And I have found the perfect topic to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, meet TonySonic, a YouTuber who is a massive Sonic fan, which we both have in common, and who has done various Everything Wrong with parodies on Shari5's Everything Wrong with parodies of various video games, mostly Sonic. The specific video I'm going to be covering is his Everything Wrong with on Shari5's classic Sonic videos, in which he responds to Shari5's videos on Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic CD, and Sonic Spinball. So with all of that said, let's get into this. Oh, also, I'll be skipping his intro, just so you all know. I feel like I should make a joke about the Keen Master watermark, but I honestly can't think of anything.
Ow, my eyes! What do I even look at?
Okay, Tony, this display looks terrible. All you essentially did was just put your own sin counter at the top of the video, which is a bit of an issue because now I can't see Shari's sin counter. Wouldn't it have made more sense to change the resolution of the video so it could fit your sin counter as well as Shari's? Just saying.
Okay, I've heard several people complain about this part, but as someone who's played Sonic 1 a bunch, I've never had this problem, so what gives?
You've never had what problem? The only thing Shari said was that he personally felt the special stages didn't look very good. Are you saying you've never had issues looking at them? Okay, well, how does that disprove Shari's point? Especially considering Shari's point was entirely subjective.
So, wait, you give us this wall that we're supposed to roll into, but you didn't give us an easier way to dash while spinning into it?
Come on, that's more than enough space to work up a roll.
Really? Because the footage clearly showed Shari attempting to roll and only breaking through about half of the wall.
So, wait, you give us this wall that we're supposed to roll into, but you didn't give us an easier way to dash while spinning into it? You put the special stage ring right after the goalpost, which takes away my control after I touch it?
It is possible to run back to it if you're fast enough.
Okay, I assume you're referring to that glitch where if you jump at the right time, you can walk around the end screen while it's loading the next level and while it's calculating your points and all that. And if that is what you're referring to, you do know that's a glitch, right? As in something the programmers didn't intend to happen?
Did you like the high-speed platforming and fun level design of Green Hill Zone? Great! F*** you, here's slow-ass Marble Zone.
That's called variety.
I guess, but Shari's point was more that it was a very jarring change. especially when you consider how fast Green Hill Zone was compared to how slow Marble Zone was. The issue at hand is not that Marble Zone is different from Green Hill Zone, it's that the game suddenly shifts from Green Hill Zone to a zone that is incredibly different.
Wait, this special stage is different from the last one I failed at. I have to cycle through special stages? How can I practice them?
You can't, and you should get used to it because several subsequent Sonic games don't let you practice the special stages.
Okay, well that doesn't exactly disprove Shari's point. Yeah, that's the case in other Sonic games. That doesn't mean it's still not a problem. For that matter, let's actually talk about the games you used as examples. Your example of Sonic Advance, I guess, works. However, you ignore the fact that in Sonic Advance, the Chaos Emeralds are tied to each of the 7 zones. Hence why you can only get the Chaos Emerald in that specific zone. Meanwhile, your comparison to Sonic 3 ampersand Knuckles just doesn't work, because although the special stages do cycle in that game, you have many more chances to get them than you do in Sonic 1. For those who don't know, in Sonic 1 you can only get one special stage in the first 2 acts of each zone except Scrap Brain, so you have 10 chances to get all 6 Chaos Emeralds. In 3 ampersand Knuckles, how many special stages you can get in every level varies from level to level, but there are overall 77 special rings, meaning you have 77 chances to get all 7 Chaos Emeralds and all 7 Super Emeralds. Again, compared to the 10 you have to get the 6 Chaos Emeralds in Sonic 1.
Does that say cope? What, did you know I was having a hard time playing this game?
Shari points out things on the screen cliche. Also, you're struggling with Sonic 1? Sonic 1 is the simplest of the classic Sonic games. If you're struggling with this game, then you suck.
First off, nice elitism there, TonySonic. Can I touch it? Second off, I like how you say it's the simplest, not the easiest, and then say it's an issue that Charmy is struggling with it. Again, even though simple and easy are not the same things. For example, the original Mega Man is an overall simpler game than, say, Mega Man 5 or 6. But most people would argue that the first Mega Man is harder than 5 or 6. Do you see the issue here?
Labyrinth Zone.
The meme is dead and it should feel dead.
What does that even mean? How do you feel dead? And yes, I know it's a Futurama reference, but the actual line was, your music is bad and you should feel bad, which makes sense because you can't actually feel bad. You can't feel dead, especially if you're a meme, meaning you don't even materially exist, nor can you feel anything.
How the hell am I supposed to know to hold back in order to actually jump off this water slide?
You figure it out.
Well, I can't argue with that.
This game was made in the era where games tell you almost nothing, so it's their only option.
Yeah, and that led to a variety of highly cryptic games that were badly designed because of just how cryptic they were. Super Pitfall, Mylon's Secret Castle, Simon's Quest, all of these come to mind as examples.
This isn't really a boss battle, this is just platforming.
I mean, you still have to hit Eggman, don't you?
No, you don't. You just have to survive the gauntlet and make it to the capsule at the end of the stage. You don't have to hit Eggman a single time to beat this boss. In fact, it's not really a boss so much as it is more an obstacle course, if I'm being honest.
Sound produce? I don't know vegetables made sound in this game.
Heh funny. But seriously, typos aren't sins. They're nitpicks.
Okay, first off, nitpicks are sins. That's kind of how this whole format works. You're supposed to nitpick the product you're sinning. Second off, why aren't typos sins exactly? There's still something wrong with the product that therefore could count as an issue with it, so why can't they count as sins? Like I said to Keyblade Master, nitpicks aren't wrong, they're just minor and usually irrelevant to the overall quality of the product.
Discount Green Hill Zone.
Sorry, but that doesn't work since Emerald Hill is different in both looks and design.
How? They're both open green areas that exist to teach you how to play the game. They're also both fast-paced, and oh yeah, the second word in both of their names is literally the same. How are they different exactly?
Okay, how is that a boss?
Because it still attacks you, even though it's really slow, and you still have to attack it.
Wait, so your definition of a boss is just something that attacks you and something that you have to attack? You do know under that definition, basically every badnik in this game would count as a boss, right?
Yeah, really fucking fairground or just bust out of the wall while I have very little time to react.
You really expected the bad guys to play fair? Not to mention the wall he breaks out of is colored a bit differently, which could tip you off.
How dare he want the game to have fair level design? Is it just me, or does this sound less like a response and more like apologetics?
Why are Sonic and Tails' names and faces plastered all over this casino? Do they own it? Who built this place?
Nobody cares!
Hey!
Nobody cares!
First off, lol XD funny media clip of SMG4. Second off, okay, so nobody cares, and therefore that's an issue because, again, the point of these videos is to be somewhat nitpicky. And even if you are right that nobody cares, that doesn't exactly prove Shari5 wrong. You do understand that, right? Of course you don't.
Oh, I guess there's just no boss. Act 3! What is this, Sonic 1?
While I will admit that Metropolis Zone is pretty hard by this game's standards, a third act isn't too bad considering it's the second last level of the game. No, Sky Chase and Death Egg Zone don't count as levels. More like chase sequences and final battlegrounds.
So, wait, Sky Chase doesn't count as a level because it's a chase sequence? So, does the first act of Marouge Saloon from Sonic Mania also not count as a level under this way of thinking? Oh, also, Shari's issue wasn't that the third act of Metropolis Zone was hard. I don't even know where you got that. It was that Metropolis Zone was the only zone in the game to have 3 acts.
What did you even think that laser was gonna do?
At least he didn't sit there like, oh, I guess it's time to die.
And? Do you actually have an argument against what Shari is saying? No? Okay. This video is terrible.
I can't believe they expect people to beat 2 bosses in a row, one which takes 8 hits and the other takes 16 with 0 rings. Not one damn safety net.
Well, excuse the game for wanting to give you a challenging final boss. I know someone's going to argue with me on this, but to that I say, man up and fight the damn robot.
So your entire argument basically comes down to, get good, scrub. Okay.
These special stages are disorienting as hell with their trippy-ass backgrounds and pseudo 3D.
Why would you focus on the background? That's not where the action is.
Because it's still part of the special stage, and it's incredibly, for lack of a better word, noticeable.
Also, speak for yourself with the pseudo 3D.
You know, say everything you want about Shari's videos, at least he's, like, giving reasons as to why he feels the way he does. Unlike you, who is just saying, well, I don't agree, and then calling it a day. Speak for yourself is not an argument. It's a statement, and a pretty obvious one at that. Like, yeah, obviously he's speaking for himself. Who else would he be speaking for exactly? But even if you don't agree, just pointing out that he is, in fact, speaking for himself doesn't disprove what he's saying. And yet, arguments like that, these sentence-long rebuttals that basically come down to know you. Or no, not even know you. I'm going to correct myself on that. It's more like, you're saying that. You don't even have the no, you're just saying you, and then calling it an argument, is most of your rebuttals, giant quotes, to Shari's claims. This video's incredibly infuriating because of that.
This is factually the worst boss in Sonic the Hedgehog history.
Sonic 4's Metal Robotnik has entered the chat.
Quick question, how? The Metal Robotnik fight is, at the very least, a lot harder than the fight in Sonic CD that Shari is showing. If only because the Metal Robotnik boss can actually hurt you, while Robotnik in this fight has springs on his arms. that can't hurt you. Now, I should note, this was most likely done because it's the first boss and it was meant to be a simple introduction to how the bosses in Sonic CD work. For those who don't know, Sonic CD's bosses are quite a bit different than the bosses in the other Sonic Genesis games. In the sense the goal isn't so much to just mindlessly hit Robotnik 8 times, as it is to go through this almost puzzle in order to figure out how exactly to hit Robotnik. Robotnik usually only goes down in a couple of hits, but actually hitting him is much harder in every CD boss than it would be in even the most difficult bosses in Sonic 1, 2, or 3 ampersand Knuckles. Sorry, I'm making a point more complicated than a simplistic quip, or, in the case of TonySonic, you argument. So, my mistake. Let's get back to the video.
My eyes!
Funny, but you already sinned this.
Hey look, it's bounced the level!
Hey look, who cares?
Where do I go?
Figure it out or stay here forever, wimp.
So Shari sitting the same thing multiple times is bad, but you sitting the same thing multiple times is okay, I guess.
Eggman made an insta-death laser that ignores my ring count and never uses it again.
Because he's made several superior machines since then.
Name one. Because the only other thing I can think of that Robotnik's come up with that ignores your ring count in any other Sonic game is the hand in one boss in Sonic Advance 2.
Cool, I love that for a bonus stage I get to play more pinball.
Everything wrong with Sonic Spinball, ladies and gentlemen. A pinball platformer makes you play pinball.
But what if he just wants some of that variety you defended Marble Zone with? Huh? This video is so frustrating to watch.
If and when you die, and trust me, you will die in this game, every path you unlock resets, meaning you have to unlock everything again. And you can say, oh, that's not so bad, it's just pinball. No, it is not. The objective of pinball is to score points, no more. Here I have to get emeralds, we should beat the boss, and move on to the next stage, which is impossible with a pinball platformer. And yes, you can slightly move left and right midair, but that hardly makes a difference if you're bouncing off shit all the time, picking up momentum every time you do.
Hey, this is normal for games that came out in the 90s.
What's normal? He listed like 3 things there. Do you mean there not being checkpoints? Because that's wrong. Most other games in the 90s did have checkpoints. In fact, they were pretty important in Sonic 2, considering they were how you got to the special stages. Do you mean that the controls are bad in most 90s games? Because, first off, I could point to several counterexamples, but even then, so what? That doesn't make it better. Or are you saying that most games in the 90s were completely genre-defying? Because that can't be true by definition.
B, it's not impossible. It's difficult, but not impossible. For those of us who are competent. And C, you can still control Sonic's movement a little bit.
Shari acknowledged that, before basically saying that it didn't matter because of just how much you were bouncing off of in Spinball.
And yes, you can slightly move left and right midair, but that hardly makes a difference if you're bouncing off shit all the time, picking up momentum every time you do.
Anyway, literally none of his other points are even slightly interesting, so I'm going to end it here. Final thoughts? This video just came off like he was trying to respond to Shari through making as many quips as possible as opposed to actually arguing against what Shari was saying. I understand that these everything wrong with videos are usually very simplified, however, this was so much so to the point where I'm not even sure what he was trying to argue half the time. Overall, this video was just an incredibly frustrating watch, as I continuously had to guess as to what his point even was. And the fact that he was more focused with just saying, "You're wrong," as opposed to actually explaining why Shari's wrong didn't help matters. Good night, and good luck. You know what? My last couple of commentaries have been on topics like race, transphobia, and internet drama, so I think it's time that I talk about something that's either more controversial or less controversial, depending on the corner of the internet you are in, and that is, of course, video games. Specifically, today I'm talking about a guy named Keyblade Master, who did a commentary on another guy named Copycat, who made a video listing what he feels to be the worst things about every Nintendo franchise. I want to open by talking about his title, Nitpicks Are Complaints Now, which, yeah, they are. Nitpicks, by definition, are valid criticisms over things that don't actually matter in the grand scheme of the product. For example, if I complained about a small typo in a book that did not stop me from understanding the sentence where the typo was present, that would be nitpicking. The typo exists, and I'm right to point out that the typo exists, but it has no actual impact on the overall quality of the book in question. Also, this video is 25 minutes long, and I'm not familiar with all of the franchises, so I will be skipping around quite a bit, just a fair warning.
Let's start this commentary off with a story.
Now this is a story all about how my life got flipped, turned upside down, and I'd like to take a minute, just sit right there. I'll tell you how I became the prince of a town called Bel Air.
So I was watching Barrel Court's commentary on a guy named Copycat, and after seeing it, I decided to check out Copycat's channel, where I found this video. And the moment I saw this tasteless title, I knew a commentary was in order.
Quick question, how is the title tasteless exactly? I'll give you I don't find trigger jokes to be all that funny or original, but considering he's clearly using the word in reference to things that make me angry, which is how the word triggered has been used in online discourse for multiple years, I fail to see how it could be considered tasteless, unless there's some additional context I'm not aware of, but you don't explain it in the slightest. You just say it and expect us all to understand why that is.
Although Nintendo generally produces games that are fun for people of all ages to enjoy, not every single thing about the company is always positive, and from time to time they have definitely had some missteps. Whether it be a lack of story, terrible levels, or the entries being way too easy, it all led me into wanting to create today's video about the worst thing about every Nintendo franchise. Of course, I'm gonna have to nitpick a bit, as some of these series are near perfect, but there are some that do have some serious flaws that I want to discuss.
Okay, first off, saying Animal Crossing has a lack of a story is really funny, considering within the most recent installment, there is technically a small story there via building up your island and its ratings until KK Slider shows up.
How does that change the fact that the Animal Crossing series as a whole suffers from a lack of story? One exception does not debunk an overall trend, especially if that exception is incredibly weak. Seriously, listen to how he talked about the Animal Crossing games. He said the latest game technically had a small story. It only had a small story, and even then, only technically. This is made worse by the fact the story you do describe is less an overarching plot and more a general background for the setting the game takes place in. To give an example of what I'm talking about, the original Super Mario Bros. Had the plot of save Princess Toadstool from King Koopa, as they were both called at the time. However, it would still be accurate to say that the first Super Mario Bros. Lacks a plot because it doesn't have some kind of overarching narrative that changes throughout the game. It has a static goal, that is, get to the end, and there's some background to justify why you are doing this. It's the same thing with this Animal Crossing game you're talking about. Now, I could very well be missing something. I'll admit, I don't know much about the Animal Crossing series. However, if I am missing something, you do not do a good job at explaining the plot of this game in a way that would prove your point.
And even then, how is a lack of a story a bad thing, since while a story can be important for some games like RPGs for example, there are other genres of games that can work just fine without a story, like life simulators. Not every game needs to have a story in order to be good.
I'm sorry, when did he say the Animal Crossing series didn't, quote, work just fine or wasn't good because it didn't have a story? He did imply that a lack of a story was the worst thing about the series, but that doesn't somehow equal he thinks the games are bad because they lack story. It means he thinks the games would be better if they had a story. Those are two entirely different concepts.
And secondly, this outline doesn't do a good job on giving the audience a good understanding of this list, since from the way you structure this part and your very tasteless title for this video, it makes this video come off as if you're pointing out the objective worst things about these franchises.
What? What? How? I don't get you. What about his presentation so far has made you think this was some kind of objective list? How would one even make an objective list of the worst things in Nintendo games when worst is inherently subjective? even looking at the title you showed, what triggers people, either in the psychological context or the internet discussion context, is subjective and is going to vary from person to person. Again, unless there's something I'm missing, in which case, well, you can guess what the issue is. Yeah, fair warning, lack of elaboration is going to be one of the main issues with this video. For most of the points he makes going forward, you can very well just imagine I said, unless there's something I'm missing, in which case you didn't explain yourself after all of my arguments. Never before have I seen a video that's 25 minutes and yet said so little.
Starting things off with Nintendo's first franchise they debuted on the NES in 1985, Mario. Where I'd have to say that the worst thing about this series of games is that when they do include a multiplayer mode, it almost always is underwhelming. Even though it's a vital focus of games like Super Mario 3D World and the new Super Mario Bros. Console entries, it always felt cumbersome to have 4 separate characters on screen at one time, as it forces players to stay together rather than explore on their own.
So you find it cumbersome for the players to stick together as opposed to exploring on their own?
Yes, that is quite literally what he just said. Yeah, this is something else this guy likes to do quite a bit. He occasionally just starts his interjections with things we just heard the person he's commentating on say. I'll be cutting these out unless he screws something up during them, but I just wanted to include one to make the point that it makes him look redundant and wastes the time of his audience.
Despite the fact that in the new Super Mario Bros. Games, the levels are very straightforward, with the level design being a straight line due to those games being 2D.
So, just because a game is linear and two-dimensional, that doesn't mean the game is unable to have explorative aspects. The classic Sonic series, for example, are linear games, but the games do reward you for stopping and exploring your surroundings. Sonic 3 & Knuckles, for example, has giant rings hidden throughout the level, which will take you to special stages where you can earn the Chaos and later Super Emerald, which, I should note, you need to do if you want to get the best ending in the game. Hell, the picture of New Super Mario Bros. Wii that you put on screen is from level 1-3. Which has a secret exit that, if gotten, will take the player to a warp cannon where they can skip to World 5. That is a perfect example of encouraging exploration in an otherwise linear game. Oh, and by the way, warp zones are something the Mario series has been doing since literally their first game on the NES. Just wanted to remind everyone.
And for Super Mario 3D World, while the levels in that game might have a Y-axis in them,
as do the levels in New Super Mario Bros. Wii, the actual axis Super Mario 3D World added was a Z-axis, not a Y-axis.
Their structure is still very straightforward considering it's just a pathway to the goal, and that's not even taking in the auto-scrolling levels which are in both of these games. And if this is about the collectibles, then you might have a point, but 1, you're really vague on this aspect, and 2, that's not really a fault with the game as opposed to the people you're playing with, which can be solved by simply asking the players to stop moving ahead so you can get whatever collectible you were trying to get.
I guess, but Copycat's issue is more how the game seems to be designed specifically so the players troll each other instead of working together. Which, by the way, he says directly after the part that Keyblade Master cut away from.
The chaos that's caused from this can be fun, but it does greatly diminish the point of co-op play, as it becomes more entertaining to troll your party rather than to help them.
Now, to be fair, Keyblade does include that clip slightly later in the video, and we will get to that, but the fact that he cuts off Copycat here and starts arguing as if Copycat had finished his point when, no, he just hadn't, honestly makes it sound like he's not paying attention to the video he's commentating on.
Plus, giving the players the option to explore would actually be a detriment to these games. Considering in the new Super Mario Bros. Games, there's not much that can be explored considering it's a 2D side-scroller and could possibly result in one player getting left behind and negatively impacting the team.
Sir, I will personally buy you a thesaurus if it means I never have to hear the word considering that many times in rapid succession again.
This reluctance for each player to possess their own split screen has always led to frustrating moments with my friends and I, as it was inevitable that someone would lag behind. The chaos that's caused from this can be fun, but it does greatly diminish the point of co-op play, as it becomes more entertaining to troll your party rather than to help them.
Despite the fact that in both of those games, there are rewards and punishments depending on how the players work together with each other. As in the new Super Mario Bros. Games and Super Mario 3D World, they have a bubble gimmick to where if the player is about to die, then they can enter a bubble that can only be popped by the other players, thus saving that player from losing a life and encouraging teamwork.
Yeah, it's also a mechanic that can be abused and misused in a number of ways. For example, players can bubble in order to avoid having to overcome any of the challenges that the game throws at them. For that matter, if every player enters a bubble, it's basically seen as the same as everyone dying, which, again, can create a number of issues considering that would essentially kick everyone out of the stage.
Or recently in Super Mario Odyssey and in Bowser's Fury, the co-op has involved the second player controlling the game's ancillary characters, like Happy and Bowser Jr., only helping the first player by collecting items and easily defeating enemies. Although this method of co-op works on some levels, especially if you're playing with a person that's new to video games, it does however make your experience incredibly easy, taking any risk away that makes the playthrough more rewarding.
Takes away any risk how exactly?
Gee, how would having a second player essentially remove one of the main forms of obstacles in the game make the game easier? I wonder.
Considering unlike in the previous games you talked about, the second player here really can't do much aside from finding secrets with their specific ability, collecting coins, or taking out enemies. Stuff that, while helpful to the first player, isn't exactly game-breaking, thus leaving room for challenge. Especially when said challenge in Mario games comes from the platforming and obstacles.
Obstacles that the second player has the ability to remove. Do you know what an obstacle is exactly? It's just something that gets in the way of progress. The enemies in Mario games being an example of this. If the second player can take out enemies, they have the ability to remove obstacles by definition.
To be honest, this is a small problem in a series that's usually directed towards a single player experience. I just find it a bit unfortunate because if a multiplayer was done right, it would be a huge hit.
Oh, you mean like the new Super Mario Bros. Games in 3D World, which were highly praised for its multiplayer?
You going to make those pictures a tad bigger so we can actually read them? Also, I decided to go to that Wikipedia page so I could actually read what Keyblade Master put on screen, and here's a quote that I thought was a little interesting. Brett Elston of Game Radar Plus, highly critical of the 4-player multiplayer, called it frustrating and stated that it felt cramped due to several characters and small screen sizes, while advising that the game was best experienced with only 2 players. You know exactly what Copycat was saying?
Next franchise released in order is Metroid, where diehard fans will agree with me that the worst thing about the series has to be the fact that there's been such an enormous gap between home console prime entries. If you don't count Metroid Other M, which I don't really as it was developed by Team Ninja and not Retro Studios, making it feel different. The last Prime game came out in 2007, which was 3 generations of consoles ago.
Okay, let me see if I heard this correctly. So the worst part about the Metroid franchise is the lack of console Prime games. Which there are a couple of problems with this, considering that the Prime games are kinda a subgenre in the franchise.
No, they aren't. They're more along the lines of a spin-off series, similar to, say, Paper Mario.
Since the main franchise consists of 2D non-linear exploration games, whereas the Prime games are 3D exploration games.
Question the Keyblade Master. Do you consider Super Mario 3D World to be a subgenre? What even is a subgenre in this context? Usually that term is referred to, well, a subsection of a genre. Slashers are a subgenre of horror movies, for example. It is usually not used to refer to a series of 3D first-person shooters in a franchise that otherwise consists of 2D third-person ones.
So it could be argued that the Prime games were meant to be a nice trilogy testing how Metroid would play in a 3D environment.
I would be willing to give you this. on the condition that Nintendo hadn't teased Metroid Prime 4 at E3 2017 after already rumoring the game for years beforehand, which, I should note, Copycat mentions in his video.
To add even more insult to injury, in June of 2017, Nintendo released a Metroid Prime 4 first look trailer where they would just announce the game was in development for the Switch. 4 years later in 2021, we're nowhere closer to this game being realized, but at least Retro Studios is back at the helm after Bandai Namco did not impress Nintendo with the version that they created.
And for the record, this clip is not played by Key at any point in the commentary. This isn't like the Mario example from earlier, where he just cut an argument off that was only halfway through and treated it like it was completely finished. No, now he's just cutting out essential context to the argument in question.
Speaking of the main series, however, wouldn't the lack of any Metroid game being released be a far worse issue with the franchise than the lack of Prime games? Considering the numerous game gaps within the franchise, which was at its worst during the 2010s, where only 3 Metroid games were released during that time, with one being a spin-off and another being Metroid Other M. We don't need to discuss how much of a train wreck that game is.
I see your point, but this is an issue that has long been solved. Since the release of Metroid Prime Federation Force in 2016, there have been 3 Metroid games in the past 6 years, or an average of 1 every other year. Metroid Dread released mere months before this video came out, for the record. Why would Copycat complain about a problem that has essentially already been solved? Also, the longest gap between Metroid games actually occurred in the 1990s and early 2000s, where fans had to wait 8 years between the release of Super Metroid in 1994 and Metroid Fusion and the first Metroid Prime in 2002.
The next franchise we're going to look at in this video is the turn-based style Fire Emblem series.
Tread very lightly or you'll be coming out of this segment in pieces!
Why? If he did something wrong, are you going to challenge him to, And that, ladies and gentlemen, is most of what I know about Yu-Gi-Oh!
And although I haven't played many of its games, when I have, the worst part about them has to be the Fog of War levels. What this means is that you have a limited vision of the map, making it impossible to properly predict where to go, and ensuring that you're going to fail several times like I always would. What I hated the most about these levels was the AI, as they are incredibly unpredictable, so there would be playthroughs where you need to guide someone from point A to point B, and they die before you even reach them.
Not gonna lie, you had me at the first part. Since yes, not being able to see where you go is a problem with these Fog of War maps, granted, there are workarounds to getting better vision in these maps like torches and in some games spells that increase visibility, but that wouldn't negate how this is still an issue.
Okay, full disclosure, I know basically nothing about Fire Emblem, so maybe this interjection would make more sense if I did, but I'm not even entirely sure what he's going for. So we'll ignore the fact that you began this interjection by threatening to treat your commentary target like the looting had started. That's just being thrown to the wayside now. You've changed your mind on that, I guess. So your point is you agree with him, but there are ways to minimize it, which, side note, I don't know if that was supposed to be a debunking or an elaboration or whatever it was, but you still agree with him. This is made even more confusing by your next point, which, well, we'll get to that in a minute, but to be blunt, I have no idea what you're going for here.
You bring up the AI being random in these levels and this whole entry falls apart just like my attempts at making hilarious and original content. Considering this issue isn't necessarily a problem exclusive to Fog of War.
When did he say it was exactly? He said this was part of what made Fog of War levels so annoying, but he never claimed they only happened in those levels. To give another example from the Sonic series, the game Shadow the Hedgehog has a particularly infamous mission where you have to hunt down all 35 artificial chaos. The mission is very commonly considered to be the worst in the game because of the fact that you have to hunt down every single artificial chaos. Artificial chaos are just an annoying enemy, and the stage this happens in, Lost Impact, is very non-linear. Now, imagine if somebody called this the worst thing about Shadow the Hedgehog, and someone else replied by pointing out that Shadow the Hedgehog has a number of missions where you cannot miss a single target. And this isn't even the only mission in a non-linear and confusing environment. Hell, it's not even the only level to take place on the Space Colony arc. Would that somehow make the mission better?
The next franchise we're going to focus on is Kirby's, where the worst thing about his series is that it's starting to become stale and repetitive. To date, there are 17 platforming games starring the titular character, with the last being Star Allies that came out for the Switch in 2018. Although there are a few interesting concepts in that game, like its multiplayer mode, during my playthrough, I felt like I already had a similar experience in past titles, and it didn't seem like anything new happened at all.
Boy, I'm pretty sure Star Allies is a one-of-a-kind experience. Have you seen how ripped DD got?
Kill me!
But to be serious, how exactly do you feel that you had a similar experience in past titles when compared to one another? As the Kirby games are usually able to stand out from one another, whether it be Kirby and the Amazing Mirror, where you have an open world to explore as opposed to a hub world.
You know, the game that came out in 2004? Copycat said the series was starting to feel stale and repetitive, meaning this is an emotion he has only begun to feel recently towards the series. Citing a game from nearly 2 decades ago doesn't debunk his point because that game came out before, in his opinion, the series became stale and repetitive.
Kirby Squeak Squad, where you're seeking treasures. Kirby
You know, the game that came out in 2006?
Superstars and its remake being a collection of mini-adventures.
You know, the game that came out in 1996? I think you guys get the point. Yes, the Kirby series has had variety in the past. Copycat agrees with that notion. However, he feels like the modern Kirby series has overall become less diverse and more similar. This is especially annoying because this is yet another case of Keyblade Master not letting Copycat finish his argument, as just after the part of the video where Keyblade cut from, Copycat specifically makes note of the lack of spin-off games in the modern Kirby series as an example as to why he feels this way.
Another reason why Kirby games have felt stale is because they stopped making spin-off titles that I always remember amounted to extremely fun gameplay. The last one of these was Kirby's Air Ride for the GameCube, which was a very underrated racing title that unfortunately was overshadowed by Mario Kart and F-Zero at the time.
Now, fair is fair, and Keyblade Master does actually play that clip slightly later and argues that, well, it's wrong. There are still Kirby spin-off games. However, my point that he didn't let Copycat finish his argument and as such has essentially argued a point that Copycat never made still stands.
Or Kirby Star Allies, where you are killing God with the power of friendship.
Okay, and how does that change the fundamental gameplay? Putting the same character with the same abilities in different settings doesn't mean the series hasn't become stale or repetitive. It means the setting has changed.
Up next is the Wario franchise, where I'd have to say that the worst thing about it is its decrease in quality over the years.
Damn it, I knew we should have saved the gun bit for later. Tread very lightly or you'll be cancelled for having a bad take, I guess?
Just threaten to send into the Shadow Realm. Wait, is that also from Yu-Gi-Oh? Oh my god, it is! I know 2 Yu-Gi-Oh things!
Not only because they haven't released a 2D game since Wario Land Shake It, but because the WarioWare minigame entries are starting to lose its appeal. I do get that Wario is already a weird enough character as it is, and there isn't enough appeal for him to star in a huge AAA game, and maybe Nintendo wants to focus more on fan favorites. There is at least a new game called WarioWare Get It Together for the Switch coming out very soon, and it could redeem the franchise, but only time will tell.
Alright, Copycat, you're getting cancelled. Since this entry is garbage, as starting off with the 2D Wario games, how does the lack of games count as a sign that the games are downgrading in quality? Since having a small amount of games being released doesn't automatically equate to a drop in quality.
Okay, you got his point totally backwards. He was saying the Wario series has moved away from full 2D games towards minigames, therefore meaning the series as a whole has gotten worse. He never says the series got worse because of games that don't exist or whatever you think he said.
And for the WarioWare games, boy! You say that the WarioWare entries are losing their appeal, yet if these review scores are anything to go by, that appeal is still there.
Review scores I can't fucking read because the images are so small. But what game do you mean exactly? Do you mean the middling reviews most people gave Wario Land Shake It? Or the even more average reviews most critics gave Game & Wario? In fact, if I can speak personally for a second, the only reason I even know about Game & Wario is because of Dark Lord Jaddo's review. Dark Lord Jaddo, for those who don't know, is a Costa critic on YouTube who reviews video games. And while he didn't call the game terrible or anything, he said that at best it was a mediocre Nintendo Land wannabe, and at worst, it's just an all-around bad game. Hell, through close-up technology, and by that I mean moving my face as close to the screen as humanly possible because, again, these pictures are too damn small, I can figure out the game that you actually put up was WarioWare Gold, which also got middling reviews, as did WarioWare Get It Together, which came out the same year as this video. Now, don't get me wrong, none of these games were bashed or anything. They all got about 7.5s out of 10s, which is not a terrible score by any stretch of the imagination. However, in my experience, that's basically the same score you'd give a game that's only really appealing to fans of a specific genre, series, or franchise, as opposed to a game with more universal appeal. Compare these review scores to the ones that, say, WarioWare Incorporated Mega Micro Games got, or WarioWare Smooth Moves on the Wii got, and then try and tell me that the Wario games aren't losing their mainstream appeal to some extent.
I mean, if this franchise was losing its appeal, then why does WarioWare Get It Together exist?
Because enough people like the WarioWare series, or like the micro game genre, in order for Nintendo to make a profit. This doesn't mean that the games aren't losing their appeal necessarily, it just means there is still enough appeal to where a new Wario game will turn a profit at the end of the day. And for the record, I did actually look into the sales figures of the Wario games, which, side note, are surprisingly hard to get your hands on. But according to the best I can find, WarioWare Get It Together has sold 1.24 million copies. WarioWare Smooth Moves has sold 2.35 million. This is despite the fact that there have been 103 million Nintendo Switches sold compared to 101 million Wii units sold. So, naturally, you would expect Get It Together to have more sales than Smooth Moves, but that just appears to not be the case.
Although I really don't have anything against the Yoshi franchise, there's one standout thing about the games that I absolutely hate, and that's its easy difficulty. Other than Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island for the SNES, I feel like I haven't had any trouble with any of the titles since that entry, where it almost seems like Nintendo is intentionally producing them for kids as a stepping stone to other franchises. As a fan of increased difficulty in video games, I would like to see an entry more like the old Yoshi Island titles, but if Crafted World is any indication, then I don't think that will ever happen.
First off, mind explaining how these games in this franchise are easy, considering what people find hard is subjective?
What people find hard is subjective? Then why do so many games have difficulty settings? How would you even calculate that if it were subjective?
So while you might see them as easy, someone else can see them as hard.
Yeah, someone who hasn't played very many video games and might want to be introduced to the medium, which Copycat specifically acknowledged was possible.
Where it almost seems like Nintendo is intentionally producing them for kids as a stepping stone to other franchises. One of the most disappointing franchises that you're going to see in this video is the rail shoot-'em-up Star Fox series, as the most recent entries have fallen so flat that it almost needs a complete reimagining. The last one to be released was Star Fox Zero for the failed Wii U console, which when it came out was met with heavy criticism as it oddly separated the flying and shooting and put them on separate screens, which led to incredibly awkward moments that just didn't feel natural. Star Fox entries as a whole have just gotten a lot worse since its earlier days, and I hope that it can return to its glory if they decide to make another one.
You say that the newer installments are disappointing, yet you only talk about Star Fox Zero.
Gee, why would he, while talking about how he doesn't like newer Star Fox, talk about a game that is not only the newest in the series, but was also the first one to not be a remake that was released in a decade? I mean, I guess except for Star Fox Guard, but that's a tower defense game that is drastically different from the rest of the franchise.
Which, while I won't deny that the game is heavily flawed, but if you're gonna be talking about how the franchise's newer games are disappointments, then it would probably be best to talk about more than just Star Fox Zero.
Again, what other Star Fox games could he have talked about? Star Fox Command, which was 15 years old when the video was released? Star Fox Guard, which is a tower defense game, because those are the other most recent Star Fox games if you don't want to count the remake of Star Fox 64 on the Nintendo 3DS.
In all honesty, I can't say many bad things about the Luigi's Mansion franchise, as each of the 3 entries are an absolute joy to play, and with each installment have greatly increased in length, size, and fun. If I had to nitpick a bit, then I would have to say that at times the controls in Luigi's Mansion 3 can be a bit weird. Throughout certain sections of the game, I remember getting extremely frustrated as I would almost lose control of Luigi, causing me to take damage that should have been avoidable.
As someone who's played and beaten Luigi's Mansion 3, I don't see where you're coming from with this whole weird control thing. From watching numerous reviews of the game, nowhere were the controls listed as a problem. And in the clips where you show Luigi getting hurt, that's not really the fault of the controls, but more so the fault of the player. Since the K-Man Ghost's slam move can easily be dodged by a simple air burst or a simpler moving away considering the amount of space in the room.
Yeah, that's great and all, but what if he finds those awkward to do in this situation? Hell, actually looking at Copycat's footage, it's clear that he's trying to move out of the way, but can't, albeit it appears to be because of how slow Luigi is as opposed to an issue with the controls.
Throughout certain sections of the game, I remember getting
And as for the 2 portions, it's just using the L button to blow in the direction that you want to go to, which while isn't easy to understand at first, it's not necessarily a problem worth calling the worst part of the franchise.
Okay, then what is exactly? You've done this a few times throughout the video, just simply saying that what Copycat brings up isn't worth calling the worst thing about the franchise. Well, what criteria are you using to judge this? What would be an acceptable thing to call the worst part of a franchise exactly?
This only rears its ugly head a few times, but it sticks out like a sore thumb and definitely makes certain parts of the game unnecessarily harder.
Would you look at the time, it's now later! You're calling a nitpick in the 3rd game of a trilogy the worst thing about the franchise.
So the controls being bad is a nitpick now? The controls are what you use to play the game. If they are bad, that's going to affect the quality of the game. This is like somebody calling it a nitpick to say a book is bad because sometimes you can't read the words. Anyway, I know literally nothing about either Pikmin or Super Smash Bros., and his points seem fairly solid, so I'm just going to end it here. So, final thoughts? I'm just going to be honest, I don't really have anything to say that I haven't already said throughout the entire video. This video isn't awful by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, out of all the videos I've covered so far, this one is probably the least bad, but the dude just had some bad arguments. Hey, it happens. Good night!